Chapter 51. In other words, in this delicate time period, when all the masters are not on the stage, the major schools are sending their own capable disciples to fight against some low-level opponents. On the one hand, you can experience and increase your experience, on the other hand, you can promote the prestige of your own genre and increase your reputation. So Ron was not surprised by the disciples of Shang Subaliu. He just asked curiously, "Are you from the southern school or the northern school?" Ron just asked this question, but the Subaliu disciple on the opposite side was a little uncomfortable when he heard the words, and said with averted eyes, "I'm from the northern school." It was fine if he didn't answer, but after he said that, there were bursts of laughter outside the ring instead. It was ridicule. Some people who didn't understand asked curiously, and then there was a rustling of conversations and answers. Ron listened for a while off the court, and suddenly understood. It turns out that you were originally a disciple of the southern sect, and then you joined the northern sect after you rebelled. Before that, the battle between Crowdaw and Thatcher, the two faction leaders of the Subai faction, not only decided who was the orthodox of the faction, but also decided the fate of the two factions. The death of Crowdaw, the leader of the southern faction, also showed the decline of the Subai Lunan faction. Especially when they lost their ancestral treasured sword, it was even worse. Now, under the leadership of the faction leader Thatcher, the northern faction is in full swing, and it is very difficult to squeeze the southern faction. Especially after the death of Crowdaw, the southern faction has no one who can stand up to revitalize the genre. It's not that no one has great ambitions, but their talents and strength make them destined to be only disciples. The strongest members of their faction are already dead, and the ancestral treasures that strengthened their strength have been lost, and they have been targeted by the disciples of the northern faction. Day by day is getting worse. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as lingering. Therefore, the tragic appearance of the southern school naturally could no longer win the hearts of the disciples. But any promising disciples can only leave the southern school to find another way out. Those who have to be more face-saving will stay far away from the Nanpai. And those who are completely shameless and behave like villains simply defected to the northern faction. In order to further disintegrate the southern faction, the northern faction welcomes these defectors very much. The opponent in front of Ron was a disciple who defected from the southern sect to the northern sect. Moreover, according to the discussions of the people around him, this person is still a little famous guy, that's why he was recognized by many people. When the opponent opposite Ron heard him say this, his face immediately flushed, his eyes fixed on Ron, wishing he could swallow him alive. "You are dead." The disciple spoke word by word, then stopped talking and began to adjust his aura. Well, based on this point, this guy still has some brains. At least stronger than those mentally handicapped and chattering, quiet. Game start. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee took a step back and loudly announced the start of the game. Ha! As soon as the referee finished speaking, the disciple of Subaliu roared and put on a posture. "Look at my Subaliu exquisite fist." Boom! A crisp sound stopped his words abruptly. Noisy. Ron's faint voice sounded behind the man, and then he saw the disciple's body swaying, staggered 2 steps forward with force, and finally lost his center of gravity and fell down. The cheers from the audience stopped abruptly. Not only the referees, but also the audience were stunned, and even the commentator on the high platform was also stunned. Before they had time to introduce the commentary, the game was over. How long has it been since a one-knock KO match took place on the 220th floor? Finishing the game so quickly made them a little dazed. Ron wins. Fortunately, the referee is a professional. After recovering first, he immediately announced the result of the game loudly. At this time, the auditorium became sparsely lively again. "This guy, some of Xinyu and Liu's boxing secrets have not been used at all," and another blow to his throat. Sitting on the seat, Bisji covered her head and shook her head and said. But looking at the corners of her mouth raised, it shows that her real mood is completely different from what she expressed. How can a teacher feel disgusted because he sees a student who is outstanding? This shows that the strength of the opponent is not enough for Ron to use his full strength to deal with it. Wing said with a smile, and admonished Zoasai next to him, "See Zoasai, even the elite disciples of Subaliu are not worthy of Ron's Xinyu and Liu boxing method to deal with it. It can be seen that our Xinyu and Liu boxing method is all martial arts, the leader of the genre. You must keep this in mind, and you must not lose the prestige of our genre." OSS. Bisky. Well, although her disciple is not bad in talent and her strength is not bad, she is just too obsessed with the idea of the genre. I have always regarded Xinyu and Liu boxing as the most authentic and outstanding martial arts school in the world. In fact, that's right, the strongest person in the world, President Netero of the Hunter Association, is a representative of Xinyu and Liu. In Netero's day, no one dares to compete with Xinyu and Liu for the title of the world's #1 genre. Wing, also try to be proud of being a disciple of Xinyu and Liu, this is a good thing. Chapter 52. Bisky shook her head, then saw Ron walk off the ring, and nodded in satisfaction. It seems that this kid's progress and strength are much stronger than I imagined. There is nothing to worry about. Next, he should be able to knock down the other players one by one. Just as Bisky thought, this group arena match marked the beginning of another legend in the Sky Arena. For the next 8 days, Ron continued to submit his fighting expressions every day, and finished all the remaining 7 group arena matches, and won all of them with one blow. Finally, after finishing all 10 games and winning, Ron naturally got the qualification to challenge the host. According to the regulations, Ron negotiated with the landlord stationed on the 220th floor, and the date of the duel between the two sides was set on March 31st. So, on the eve of the Olympia Martial Arts Conference, the landlord challenge broke out again. This made the fanatical fighting fans who had come to the Sky Arena long ago and waited for the conference to be overjoyed. Landlord challenge. It is enough to be a warm-up before the conference, and it can also let them have a look at it. It was as if the group of people walking in the desert saw the oasis spring water. That sense of excitement and anticipation. Countless fighting fanatics are looking forward to the coming of March 31st. The officials of the Sky Arena are also so happy, and it happens to be able to promote the upcoming martial arts tournament. In this game, no matter which side wins, Sky Arena will not lose money. If the original host wins, it will just add fuel to the flames, publicize the power of the host to the world, and attract more people to pay attention to the next conference. And if it's Ron who wins, then it's even better. One went all the way from the first floor to the 200th floor within a year, and in a short period of 8 days, defeated 7 people one after another, and all of them were killed by one move. Such a record and experience are inherently selling points. Even the selling point is bigger than the original host, and the Sky Arena even hopes that Ron can win. People in the world always like to watch the counter-attack of the underdog and the rise of the little people, which will have a sense of substitution. Therefore, if Ron, a newly promoted fighter picked up along the way, challenges the host who has been famous for many years, the audience will definitely favor the former. Once Ron wins and becomes the new host, and at this point in time, it is simply the biggest gimmick, which can arouse unprecedented discussions. What is the degree of discussion? The degree of discussion represents the controversy of the topic, which represents the ratings and attention. The Dark Horse counter-attack and rising character design for Ron to create a small character will definitely have a high approval rate. And if you pick the host down at this point in time, it will definitely make other hosts vigilant and take the next conference more seriously. Then the fighting effect of the conference will be doubled again, attracting more audiences. This is simply a virtuous circle. The effects and benefits obtained by Ron's victory are completely stronger than the original landlord's victory. Of course, the Sky Arena, as a holy place for fighting, must not have any indiscriminate things. At most, they spared no effort to build up momentum for Ron, and praised the original landlord and gave fishing boats, using these methods to make side attacks and create a little pressure on this landlord. The most intuitive consequence of doing this is that the tickets for the landlord challenge have been fired all the way to sky-high prices. After all, there is absolutely no shortage of creatures like scalpers in any world. In this way, with the anticipation of countless people, March 31st has arrived. Teacher, why don't we go to the scene to cheer for Ron today? In the luxurious room, 4 people, Wing, Zoisai, Bisaki, and Shizuku, gathered in front of the TV. The former pushed his glasses and asked in a slightly puzzled manner. The landlord's strength, I've seen his video, the strength is not even comparable to that of Kronda and Thatcher a few months ago. It's no different, it doesn't matter if you go or not. Bisji held Shizuku in one hand and leaned on her chin in the other, and replied without turning her head. So, if you go to the scene and stay for less than 2 minutes, you may have to come back. It's the same for watching TV, and you don't know how expensive scalper tickets are now. If there is a waste of money, I might as well buy 2 more gems woolen cloth. Wing. Well, what Bisky said was indeed true, and he was speechless, turning his head and continuing to stare at the TV like zoicide. Originally, TV programs have always been an enduring spiritual entertainment item in human society. However, no matter whether it is a serial drama or a variety show, it cannot maintain its popularity all the time, but there is one program that is an exception. That is the live broadcast of fighting in Sky Arena. At this time, fierce shouts suddenly broke out on the TV, but it was Ron and the landlord who had already appeared, and the commentator on the high platform was introducing the deeds of the two parties impassionedly. Then after the two sides were ready, the referee announced the start of the game. Wing, who was in front of the TV, only saw Ron's figure flicker, his eyes blurred, and Bisky's plain words sounded in his ears, "Look, it's over again." The voice is so natural. Chapter 53. Wing also saw the scene of the host falling to the ground in the ring, the commentator's aggrieved look like a rooster whose throat has been ripped off, and the figure of Ron stepping off the stage slowly. Listening to the air conditioning and uncomfortable voices of the audience in the TV, I was speechless for a while. This eye-catching battle ended in less than 2 minutes. If Ron had won this victory with a very difficult attitude, then this would have been a very interesting match, but Ron won it so easily that one could suspect that it was a fake match. Has that junior who just worshipped the entrance wall half a year ago already reached such a level? I got the position of the landlord before. How long have I been practicing under teacher Bizaji? Apart from laying the foundation, the practice of reciting alone is 1 year or 2 years. There is really no comparison between people. Wing was full of emotion in his heart, but he didn't have any superfluous thoughts. Although this landlord is not very powerful, he is still a landlord anyway. Ron can still kill with one blow, which means that there is basically no suspense in the upcoming Olympia martial arts competition. On TV, the commentator girl who came back to her senses, no matter how aggrieved she was, she still showed good professionalism. Let's congratulate the host Ron for winning and officially becoming the host of the 220th floor. No one in the audience booed, even if the audience who lost the bet was upset, they could only cheer for Ron together. This is the Sky Arena, the most famous fighting arena in the world, and after each match, it is the norm, or an unwritten rule, to give blessings to the victors. Even the initial applause that greeted the landlord has now shifted to Ron. As for the original owner who had fallen to the ground and died, few people paid attention to it except the staff of the Sky Arena who handled the corpse. This is the epitome of this world: the strong have everything, and the weak have nothing but death. Even if this world is already a modern civilization with technology, but because of the existence of NAN and the help of the V5 official, this world is still prey to the weak in essence, but it is not as pure as Meteor Street. After all, there is a layer of modern civilization fig leaf. The reporters in the arena got up from the auditorium on the bottom floor, and ran towards Ron, who got off the ring with expressions of anxiety and excitement. They want to interview Ron and get first-hand news. Even if it is just a few words, they can make up a copy of about 1,000 words. At this point, they're already writing and crafting eye-catching headlines in their heads. The holding of the martial arts conference not only represents the competition between fighters, but also the competition of journalists and news industry. Whoever can get the first-hand news as early as possible will be able to take the lead in this conference and gain greater benefits. The reporters did not let go of any worthwhile news, especially the super big news who was replaced by the landlord near the game. Due to the various interests involved in betting, even some surrounding news about the battle is worth more than some entertainment news. Because not everyone can come to watch the game live, the audience who bet through various channels can only learn some important information through the news related to Sky Arena. With a huge audience base, the sales volume of this type of newspaper is really amazing. Especially at such a critical moment, the news value of a crucial game is extraordinary. However, Ron ignored the group of reporters rushing over from a distance. When the referee announced that he was the winner, he grabbed the dead host and walked towards the exit by himself, leaving behind a group of frustrated, annoyed gotta-be-there for the reporter who stomped his feet. Let Ron run away again. The contestants above 200 floors basically come for fame and wealth. The post-match interview is a part that every contestant likes very much. With the help of the reporters, they can use the gesture of a winner to improve their reputation. Therefore, the reporters have long been accustomed to the interviews and cooperation of the winners after the game. Who would have thought that Ron, a dark horse who appeared suddenly, had never accepted their interviews? Starting from a few days ago, he won 8 games in a row, but he didn't accept a post-match interview. After finishing everything, just leave. That kind of posture, his mother's chic, so chic that this group of reporters went from being confused to scolding their mothers. Except for the first 2 games where the reporters didn't react, in the remaining 6 games, the reporters spared no expense to buy the scalpers at the bottom, just to block Ron in advance. But every time, he couldn't catch up, and watched him walk into the special exit track for the competitors, and he couldn't do anything. I thought that this time Ron won the position of host, and he was able to accept their interview with his complacency. However, it turned out that they were still thinking too much. Ron was still the same, they could only follow everyone present without doing anything, watching Ron leave the venue. In front of the TV, this live broadcast of the game was watched by many people. Yo ho ho, is it a one-hit kill again? Chapter 54. In the president's office on the roof of the Hunter Association headquarters building, Netero stroked his beard and watched the entire game. At the same time, he also patted a stack of white paper materials placed beside him. All the previous information is blank, and the identity certificate appears in Gumandun, which means that he should be from Meteor Street, the eccentric nun, who is currently studying under Bisky's school. What an amazing boy! Back in the room, Ron found that only Zoisai was striding and practicing seriously. Where are Master Bisky and the others? Ron scanned with a circle and found no trace of anyone, so he couldn't help asking Zoisai. Master Wing and, Senior, they went to collect the money. Zoisai said to Ron with admiring eyes, he also finished watching the game just now. He won easily again, and I feel that his uncle is a little stronger than his Master Wing. Pick up the money. Ron was puzzled for a moment, then realized that he was placing a bet, feeling helpless. In the past few days, Baisiji has often followed him and bet on him to win. So he asked instead, then don't all 3 of them go? Shizuku also went. Well, the senior said that he won too much money by betting in the casino, and he was afraid that the casino would not admit it, so he brought Master Wing and Senior Shizuku along. How much did you bet? Shouldn't all the family assets be put in? Ron was speechless, and then a little puzzled. With Bisky's strength, it's not a problem to get the money by herself, right? Well. After hearing Ron's question, Zoisai's face became a little strange, and he hesitated to speak. What's wrong? It's like this, Senior Bisaki said that after receiving the bonus, he went shopping with Senior Shizuku, but the 2 of them couldn't get so many things, so. So you took your master away as a coolie and went shopping, right? Ron was completely speechless, but it was hard to say anything. The next step is to wait for the opening of the Olympia martial arts competition in 15 days. Time flew by, and during the 15 days that Ron had settled down, the Sky Arena became more and more lively as the conference approached. In these days, the fact that Ron became the new host, as well as his amazing strength, has also attracted the attention of many people and started to know, triggering various heated discussions. Especially the other 30 landlords, all of them felt like they were facing a formidable enemy and even felt extremely dignified in their hearts. They are all landlords, and they basically know each other well. Although the landlord on the 220th floor is in the bottom 10 among the 31 landlords, the gap with the rest is not too great. But just like that, he was killed by someone with a single blow, and the broken throat of the bad street was used. It didn't seem to be any genre at all, so there was no way to target it. This actually cheered up all the posters one by one, wishing they had 48 hours a day to let them practice and adjust. And after Ron killed the landlord, he was happiest than the Sky Arena. They spent a lot of money to promote Ron, and then saw the popularity and attention that had jumped several times compared to the previous few years, and they laughed so hard that they almost grinned. I have to say here that the Sky Arena is indeed full of capable people. Although Ron did not give any interviews and had no way of writing content, Sky Arena did the opposite. Promoting Ron with the theme of mystery further expanded the audience's thirst for knowledge and curiosity, making the popularity not decrease but increase. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Ron. What he cares about now is only Bisky's entrance examination. Even the champion of the martial arts competition is not attractive to him at all. However, just because Ron doesn't care, doesn't mean other people don't care. In a certain luxurious manner, the smell of blood quietly permeates. In the courtyard, apart from the beautiful flowers that are usually taken care of, and after soaking in blood, the flowers look even brighter. On the ground, black pistols, sharp watermelon knives, and men in black suits were lying everywhere. Roughly estimated, at least there were hundreds of people, but they were all lying on the ground without making a sound, and a lot of blood flowed from their bodies. In the luxurious room deep inside the courtyard, the sound of the TV came out. A tall red-haired man with clown makeup on his face, stepped on a big corpse, facing the TV, blood spread on the solace of his feet, dripped down his solace, but he didn't care at all. This man is obviously Hisoka. Hisoka, who was stepping on the corpse, was playing with a few playing cards in his hands. As he moved his fingers, the playing cards fluttered like butterflies. Well. Watching the report on the TV, Hisoka stuck out his brightly colored tongue and licked his lips. His slender eyes are slowly opening, and the eyeballs that were so excited before are gradually calming down. The so-called mysterious strong man. Hisoka's dancing fingers stopped, and then he flicked towards the TV, and the playing cards pierced directly into the photos displayed on the TV screen. With a few light clicks, the playing cards were deeply embedded in the monitor. At first I thought they were ripening apples, but I didn't expect that only half a year has passed. Autumn is here so soon, it's the harvest season. In a room in the Sky Arena. Chapter 55. The beautiful girl in pink and purple, with a cold face, replayed the video of the match between Ron and the host over and over again. It's only been half a year, has it grown to such a point? Maki's face was still expressionless, but he was muttering to himself. This landlord, Maki himself can kill him, and fighters like Phaeton and Uvijin can kill him with ease. However, like Ron, the opponent doesn't even have the effort to parry, such an easy one-hit kill, I'm afraid even Phaeton is unlikely to be able to do it. Although the specific strength is not known, but in terms of speed, in Maki's view, Ron's speed has surpassed that of Phaeton. The speed has become so fast, not to mention the real strength. With such strength in only half a year, how many corpses must he have cleaned up? Maki was a little amazed, and at the same time felt a little apprehensive. At the beginning, the phantom troop came to the door, and the attitude was not very friendly. Although he didn't have any other thoughts at the time, it's hard to guarantee that he would develop some unusual thoughts because of his growing strength. After thinking about it, Maki still made a call to Crollo. In the distant continent of Igen, inside a sacred church. Really? The strength is developing very fast, even faster than Phaeton. In the center of the church, Crollo with indifferent dark eyes held a mobile phone in his hand and spoke softly. Pakunoda and Kyubi, who were always on the side, raised their heads and looked at Crollo after hearing the words. So what if you become stronger, you should still be in the Sky Arena, Maki? Well, yes. That's it. If he really had other ideas, or held a grudge against the events of that day, he might have already attacked you. Crollo chuckled, his tone full of confidence. So, don't have any unnecessary worries. Of course, if you are really worried, you can use your sixth sense to test it out. Okay, I know. Hanging up the phone, Crollo looked at the phone and smiled, then put it away indifferently and continued his chanting. In the room of the Sky Arena, Maki opened the phone's address book, found the phone number marked number 8 det and broadcast it directly. Beep beep click. After the phone rang twice, it was answered there. What do you want from me? Are you assembled? Ron's flat voice came from the other end of the phone. Maki listened expressionlessly, and then replied. No, just make a phone call and ask casually. Have you not been injured recently? If you are injured and come to me, I can reduce the price for you as appropriate. There was an eerie silence. On the other end of the phone, Ron's forehead was full of question marks, and his face was inexplicable. Then he replied with a dark face, I'm fine, and hung up the phone. This woman, why is she crazy? Could it be that those days of every month come here? On the other end of the phone, listening to the blind tone coming from the phone, Maki still didn't have any expression fluctuations, but nodded slightly. It seems that he really has no other ideas. What could Ron have thought? Slaughtered phantom troop touched the corpse? To be honest, Ron did think about it sometimes, but before he had the strength to completely suppress Crollo, he would not act rashly. Moreover, the advantages of following phantom troop outweigh the disadvantages at present, and the corpses of Tenyin beasts, Uvijin, Pakunoda and others in Yukiksen City are still waiting for him to touch at that time. And without him doing it himself, Uvijin and Pakunoda will be killed by Kurapika, Shulnark and Cuba will be killed by Hisoka, and Ron can pick up 4 corpses for nothing by doing everything. If there is a chance, it is not impossible to take the opportunity to kill some other people and get more benefits. So, the current Ron really doesn't have any big ideas. Fortunately, Krollo brought the Ron that Shulnark and Maki were looking for at the time, and Phaeton and Finks went back after looting the Duke. If I still brought Phaeton or Finks with me that day, then in terms of the character of the former, maybe something will happen. In addition, if you come on stage as the villain Phantom Troupe, how will they react when facing positive protagonists like Gon and the others? Ron's little mischievousness made him look forward to the Hunter test next year, but he is looking forward to it. As the top fighting event in the world, the Olympia Martial Arts Conference attracts countless spectators to watch the competition every year. Audiences who can't come to the scene will also watch this grand event through a series of high-tech means such as TV and the Internet. Whether it is ordinary people, fighting enthusiasts, or non-people, they will all pay attention to this conference. It is even a bit exaggerated. During the martial arts conference in 2000, the second brother of the Zaldik family, Miji Zaldik, used hacking techniques to set up dozens of screens in his hut. It can be said that it is a situation where the entire venue is projected at 360 degrees without dead ends. While eating snacks and instant noodles, I was really excited to enjoy the picture of fists and flesh flying everywhere. This is not only a carnival for the audience and contestants, but also various interest industry chains related to it have already geared up and are ready to make a fortune. Needless to say, the tickets for the martial arts tournament, the major casinos around have already opened for sale. Chapter 56. The official Sky Arena even opened a channel for online betting. It is said that just after the online betting channel was opened, 2 huge bets came in. One is from the Republic of Bretolia, and the online name is Like Computers, Snacks, Beautiful Girls. One is from the local Sky Arena, and the online name is Sewing and Healing Broken Limbs, the price is fair. Not to mention these 2 strange screen names, what's interesting is that the remittances bet by the 2 people are extremely large, and all of them are placed on the new host mystery guest Ron. In order to increase attention, Sky Arena will give each host a resounding, slightly secondary but not embarrassing nickname. Ron's nickname is Mystery Guest. In order to create its mysterious character design, Sky Arena simply decided on this nickname. Ron originally refused after hearing it, but later heard that another nickname originally planned for him was Throat Splitter. Immediately, I thought Mystery Guest sounded better. No way, who told Ron to end the battle with one move every time, and he always smashed other people's throats in this way. Only wrong names, no wrong nicknames. In addition to Ron getting his own exclusive nickname, the other posters have all gone out, doing some pre-match promotion and accepting interviews from various reporters. Increased exposure and popularity at this time will be of great benefit to their reputation, interests, and the forces represented behind them. However, all the hosts who were interviewed were asked this question by the reporters. Excuse me, what do you think of the new owner Ron on the 220th floor? Will he be the biggest threat on your way to the championship? Those landlords who dared to come out for interviews naturally made corresponding preparations. Faced with such a question, they all tacitly replied. Mysterious guest Ron? I've seen his videos, but I haven't fought him before, so I don't know what his real strength is. Using such ambiguous answers to prevaricate the past, when other reporters were dissatisfied and wanted to ask further questions, the reporters who had been bribed by the hosts changed the topic, and this continued until the end of the interview. However, this does not prevent this group of journalists who want headlines and want to go crazy, and rush to compile all kinds of bottomless reports. Only they know how much water and nonsense are mixed in it. Never underestimate the thickness and lower limit of this group of reporters. They even took the words of some posters out of context in the content of the article, and even deliberately wrote provocative words to confuse the public. Ron looked at the interpretation of his wonderful life experience written in it, and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. This group of journalists are so good at playing with their pens, it's really a shame not to be an internet writer. Of course, whoever really believes the nonsense in this is a fool. With the approach of the Olympia Martial Arts Conference, it can be said that both humans and ghosts are on the show. Except for the posters, this group of reporters jumped out to have a sense of presence. Speaking of the landlord, I have to mention their looks and outfits that can be called hot eyes. The audience was a little dazzled when they saw all kinds of hosts with strange appearances, rich records, passionate videos, and powerful looks. Those who knew it thought it was fighting, and those who didn't know it thought it was cosplay. Produced in the Sky Arena, on each host's information booklet, the photos of Ron in a black windbreaker look extraordinarily normal among this group of weird hosts. However, when other people are abnormal and you appear normal, it can't help but feel a little awkward. Therefore, the group of gamblers who placed bets based on the information in the brochure, seeing Ron's normal photo and such a young face, couldn't help hesitating, and finally skipped over him. However, Baisiji patted Ron on the shoulder, and said to him with a smile, "Ron, all of my property is all on your body, you must not lose it to me. Game." All three, without mentioning one more, the hand that patted his shoulder would be extra forceful, making Ron grin. Shizuku on the side also nodded in agreement with Bisaki. "I bet all my money on you to win, too." Wing next to him coughed twice with an unnatural expression. He also bet all his savings. Although it is said that gambling is not good, why can't you earn some living expenses when you know the result almost in advance? You must know that you are not alone now, and you have an apprentice with you, so you have an extra mouth to eat. Everyone says that if you are poor and wealthy, if you don't earn more money, how can it be enough for Zoisai training? And half a child, eat poor old man. Zoisai is the most edible at this age, and it is not ordinary edible. I just earned some food money. Wing glanced at Zoisai, who looked excited and cheering for Ron, sighed subtly, and his face became normal again. So, as the game got closer and closer, the audience's interest and expectations had been completely aroused by the reporters' unscrupulous reports and the Sky Arena's raging publicity campaign. Chapter 57. Reporters are waving their pens, casino dealers are opening the market in a grand manner, and companies are also looking for suitable landlords to be their product spokespersons. In short, in such an atmosphere of madness and carnival among the whole people, the Olympia Martial Arts Conference kicked off. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight in the morning fell on Ron, who was watching the beautiful view of the rising sun on the small roof at a certain best angle. The latter stood up, stretched his waist, and suddenly made a crackling sound all over his body. "I hope that today, I can meet an opponent who will let me fight well. You know, how lonely it is to be invincible. Stop singing, it's terrible. Hurry up, it's agreed that I will give me a freshly released Handsome Man magazine by the way." Before the song was finished, Ron was dragged downstairs by Biski's clothes. At the door, Shizuku, Wing, and Zoisai had already stopped there and waited. "Today, I will bring back the trophy from the fighting tournament." Looking at the rising sun, Ron couldn't help but smile with confidence, and then strode towards the Sky Arena in the distance. Except for those high-end people such as casinos and enterprises making money, the road on both sides of the road is also very lively. Foods from all over the world are sold here, and the business is still doing well. At least, Ron saw that the fringed crab roe steamed stuffed bun stall that he had been taking care of business on weekdays was already crowded and airtight, and the boss was sweating profusely dealing with the many customers. Although he looked tired, he couldn't hide the heartfelt smile at the corner of his mouth. Going all the way, soon came to the Sky Arena. Led by the acquaintance Miss Elevator, the group ascended to the top floor of the Sky Arena. Ron went to the player waiting area, and Biski and the others used the tickets Ron got from the Sky Arena to sit in the front audience seats. The entire venue was already full of voices. The most eye-catching thing in the arena, apart from the large and obvious arena in the center, is the noble high platform with several figures sitting and standing. The Sky Arena really made a big deal this time. I didn't expect even the old man to come here. Biski's eyesight was very good, and she only glanced at the high platform, and saw Netero sitting in the middle. He was still wearing the blue and white exercise suit and the ridiculously high clogs, stroking his curvy beard, and staring unblinkingly at the chest of the tall female waitress who poured water for him. Well, such lewd eyes are definitely this stinky old man. Baisiji crossed her arms, cast a sideways glance, then withdrew her gaze and ignored her. On the high platform, besides Netero, there are also many figures flashing. The Hunter Association, some official representatives of V5, and some well-known rich men who love fighting, etc. Even the underworld 10 old men sent people over. Now it's not 2 years later, when all the 10 old men are dead, even Nian, the heir of the underworld family who is not the head of the family, can easily sit on it. As for the other side, the players' lounge. Even if some posters know each other, they are sitting with each other at this moment, keeping a distance. Back then, Thatcher, the owner of the 231st floor, was sitting by himself holding Sibelius's family heirloom sword. And those who have long-standing grudges on weekdays are even more glaring at each other. But no matter whether there is hatred or acquaintance, they always know the root and the bottom. But only the person sitting in the corner always made them watch with vigilance and vague gazes. Ron completely ignored the vigilant or apprehensive eyes of the people around him, and ate the breakfast he had finally bought on the street with peace of mind. Although the breath of the 30 people here is strong, but there is absolutely no need to worry. Just when the atmosphere in the waiting area was more dignified, with a squeak, a beautiful young lady in overalls of the Sky Arena walked in with a wooden box in her arms. Please draw lots first, and decide your next opponent. The beautiful young lady cherishes her words like gold, and after she just said this sentence, she put the wooden box in the middle of the waiting area, bowed and retreated to a corner area, took out the recording paper and pen, and quietly watched the development on the field. In the Olympia martial arts competition, a total of 32 contestants competed, and the rules were a lottery elimination system. Among them, 31 are the owners of the 220th to 250th floors of the Sky Arena. There is another one, the winner of the previous conference, the champion who lives on the 251st floor. If he wants to retain the residence and honor of the 251st floor again, he must compete again. 32 contestants will be eliminated by lottery, and they will compete in turn on the big arena in the center of the venue. The winner advances, the loser either dies or is eliminated, and finally the final winner is determined. Every year in the martial arts competition, in order to compete for the glory of the champion and resolve the usual old grievances, there are often cases of deaths in battle. Every time there is a martial arts competition, there will be a number of host positions vacant, so there are many people who will stare at the host competition that will restart in May. Chapter 58. Now, except for the champion of the last martial arts tournament, who was locked as number 1, who was the first to show the world that his champion demeanor has not faded, the remaining 31 are hosts, and they all need to draw lots to decide own order of play. As for whether someone used NAN to maliciously arrange a lottery opponent, this is also a skill. If you are really strong, you can completely ignore who your opponent is. Therefore, in terms of lottery, Sky Arena is only responsible for recording the final results. As for the process, it all depends on the masters who show their talents. After the pretty lady announced the lottery draw, the atmosphere in the waiting area was a little tense. And just when everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and was silent, a clear clapping sound came. Ron swallowed the last mouthful of breakfast, clapped his hands, met the complicated gazes of all the hosts, got up slowly, and walked towards the wooden drawer box in the center. I'm the first to draw lots, so there shouldn't be any problem. Ron looked around with a smile, and the question on his mouth was more polite, but he didn't have the opportunity for this group of people to refute, so he directly put his hand into the wooden box. He didn't use any means, just drew a card out of ordinary probability. Number 8. Same number as the one on Ron's right shoulder, and just in between. Ron unfolded the display card for everyone to see clearly, and the pretty lady even wrote down Ron's name on the number 8 position on the battle sheet. With Ron taking the lead to break the silent atmosphere, the rest of the posters all stepped forward to draw cards one after another in a tacit understanding in accordance with certain established rules. As for whether they used NAN or other methods during this process, Ron didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, the end result is the same, no one can be a stumbling block for Ron to win the championship. After the other 30 landlords drew lots one after another, the final battle form was also freshly released. Ron glanced over, and found that the number 7 contestant who was right with him was the landlord of the 231st floor, the well-deserved leader of Sub-I Lu, Thatcher. Is this some kind of special fate? Ron looked towards Thatcher, and found that the latter was also leaning on a sword in his hand, looking at him sullenly and apprehensively. Ron just smiled at this and ignored it. Time passed by every minute and every second, and with the release of the battle list, the shouts outside became more and more enthusiastic. Finally, after the commentator gave a bottomless compliment to the owner of the Sky Arena, all the contestants were invited to enter. Ron walked in the middle of this group of weirdos, and walked towards the center of the big contest ring with a calm face. After all the posters appeared on the stage, the atmosphere and noise of the scene suddenly improved several levels, which shocked all the young ladies in the commentary booth. The ratings have exploded. The opening ceremony of each martial arts competition is the happiest time for this group of TV practitioners. And they know that this is just the beginning. In the next period of time, as the fighting atmosphere reaches its climax, the ratings will rise steadily. In front of a TV that contributed a little to the ratings. What this year's contestants are really disappointing enough, thanks to the fact that I ran all the way here, it's boring. In a luxurious room, Hisoka casually glanced at the TV, and then concentrated on forming a pyramid with the playing cards in his hand. Well, do you want to make an appointment, and I buy you coffee? I refuse, but you didn't even give me the money for the tattoo. On the side, Maki, who was leaning against the wall with his arms folded, looked at Hisoka calmly. And are you really bored? With your personality, if it weren't for someone you care about here, it would be impossible to come here. Oh, your intuition is still so accurate. Hisoka didn't have the slightest embarrassment of being exposed and rejected for his lies, but suddenly fixed his eyes on a certain screen on the TV. I really want to fight with him. Maki turned his head just in time to see the camera feed Ron. I see. Your target is number 8. He is indeed much stronger now, but don't forget the rules of the brigade, killing each other is not allowed. Hey, of course I understand this, but it shouldn't be a problem to have a friendly discussion in private, right? Hisoka spoke intently, with a weird angle on the corner of his mouth. Maki looked at Hisoka, who was immersed in perversion again, and shrugged. For this murderous pervert who likes to challenge the strong, basically everyone knows the purpose of joining the brigade. His target is Captain Crollo. But under the brigade's rules, as long as Hisoka doesn't do anything out of the ordinary, Maki and the others don't bother to pay attention to him. In the competition arena, after the 31 hosts plus the one-time champion showed his image, Netero gave a lengthy speech. All the outstanding contestants in the world gather here to fight for the top honor. After the winner is determined, you will also change from chasing others to being chased by others. Chapter 59. The thing about winning a battle and getting to the top is also the beginning of loneliness. During the battle, everyone will try their best, and they may even lose themselves and everything they have. However, with the character of the old man, it happened that the speech was interrupted suddenly when everyone was a little drowsy in the middle of the speech. Then, next contestants, please enjoy the game. Randomly waving the speech in his hand, Netero smiled and ended with this abrupt sentence, which made half of the speech come to an abrupt end, leaving the official staff of the Sky Arena bewildered. Well, this style really belongs to Netero. The old man's very peculiar speech, not only did not have a negative impact on the atmosphere in the arena, but the audience was even more excited because the long speech ended early, which made the Sky Arena officials heave a sigh of relief, and then signaled to the commentary desk. The commentator understood, and then loudly announced the official start of the game. At this moment, in a room somewhere in the Sky Arena. After finishing his speech from the high platform, Knight Ron, who came back here, was drinking tea very calmly, turning a deaf ear to the accusations from the crazy Mr. Bean masked man on the TV nearby. President. That's a speech that I put a lot of effort into writing. If you stop halfway like this, will it affect? Pa-ta. Netero put down his teacup, picked up the remote control and lightly changed the channel. The world suddenly became quiet. He picked out his ears and continued to pick up the hot tea. After taking a sip, ho 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 laughter resounded in the room. Candidate room for contestants. The competition has officially started, and the other hosts are also borrowing some fighting equipment in the house to warm up before the competition. There is only one person. Sucking. Is this the host of the last martial arts conference? It doesn't feel that great, the firmness and hardness are just average, and there is a lot of waste in the strength. It can only be said that it is because of his special A strong nin formulated to hurt people barely ranks among the first-rate nin. While sucking on the instant noodles he took out of his space backpack, Ron usually commented on the first fighting match that started on TV. Having undergone Bisky's initiation and training, Ron has been able to stand at a higher position to overlook these ignorant nin. What are you talking about? That's the owner of Spark, the champion of the last martial arts tournament. I don't know how many people in the world are his fans and regard him as an idol, and there are countless martial arts masters who regard him as someone who is chasing after him. The target, even the hosts present, regarded him as the enemy of this competition. After warming up, the host who was watching TV with Ron immediately retorted after hearing his words. Apparently, this is also a weird host with bandages all over his body who took that Spark as his target. When he said his name, there was a little fear in his tone, and at the same time, there was a touch of schadenfreude in his eyes when he looked at Ron. I remember you were number 8, right? In the first half, that is to say, even if you win all the way, you will definitely meet the owner of Spark in advance. If you are lucky, you may escape from his hands. Oh! Ron responded casually, then continued to sip his instant noodles. Cut. Seeing that Ron didn't react at all, the owner of the bandage couldn't help but spit secretly, and left angrily. How? That guy. After the owner of the bandage left Ron, 3 or 2 people surrounded him and communicated with the former in a cryptic manner. I still don't see his reality. It may be a bluff, but it may also be that he really has some strength. At least after seeing Spark's battle, he is still so calm. At this time, the bandage host completely lost the gloating just now, and instead had a trace of solemnity on his face. Combined with his previous one-hit kill game, I think the latter is more likely. The owner of the bandage said in a deep voice, and the other strange-looking hostesses who came over were also silent for a while. After a while, when the TV showed the scene of Spark knocking down the opponent and successfully advancing, a host with silver needles all over his body said she Shiren. At that time, after Spark and the mysterious guest have fought against each other, we can almost see the reality. Next, let's take care of our own game first. As he spoke, he slowly got up and walked towards the ring passage outside the waiting area. He is the number 3 player and the next player to play. The rest of the landlords looked at each other, and finally stayed on Thatcher for a moment, then withdrew their gazes and went about their own business. The martial arts competition between the landlords is not long, nor is it short. The difference in strength between the two sides is not big. Under normal circumstances, half an hour is enough to decide the winner. The gap in strength is too large, such as Spark in the first game, who defeated his opponent strongly within 5 minutes. Chapter 60. Thus, without the half-time transition, after more than an hour, Ron stretched himself and walked outside. And when Ron took action, Thatcher, who had been holding the sword and closed his eyes to rest his mind, slowly opened his eyes and walked out without saying a word. It's time for the two to compete. The next ones to play are the world-class martial arts school, the head of the Sub-I school, the owner of the slaying sword Thatcher. And the strong rise in the past year, easily defeating the opponent with just one blow to end the game. The origin of the man is completely a mystery, the owner of the mysterious guest Ron. The commentator girl was doing exaggerated commentary actions, and at the same time, there were highlights of the past 2 games on the big screen. Afterwards, the screen split into 2, and a photo of Ron and Thatcher facing each other appeared on the screen, separated by a fiery dividing line in the middle, and 2 large letters VS appeared in the middle of the photo. Are you coming? Bisji and the others in the auditorium cheered up, and they all stared at the entrance of the passage, and Ron who came out of it. In the dedicated waiting room of the Sky Arena, Netero held a teacup in both hands, watched Ron walking towards the ring on TV, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. In another room. Wow! The set pyramid playing cards collapsed, but Hisoka didn't care at all, his narrow eyes fixed on Ron in the picture, and Maki watched quietly beside him. In the Republic of Bretolia, in a small room in Kukulu Mountain. I put most of my wealth on you, I must win the championship. Otherwise I will kill you, bastard. A somewhat nervous, handsome fat man who was only 16 years old watched the 360-degree video with no dead ends, kept filling his mouth with snacks, and heard that someone passing by was making an escape plan. The silver-haired Meow shivered. In a slightly dilapidated room in the distant Ichen continent, Krollo propped his chin with his hands, watching the picture on the TV with deep eyes. A certain city in the northeast corner of the European continent. Wearing a fur savage suit and with hair like a lion's mane, Yuvajin burped after eating, pushed aside the pile of plates, picked up a thick toothpick and cast it, looking at the store the only TV, casually said to Nobunaga beside him. Is this guy our new number 8 member? Should he be younger than Shulnark Maki? Is he really strong? If you are heard by Maki, you will have to hang you on a tree for 3 days and 3 nights. Nobunaga Chahama, who was dressed as a samurai and had a knife on his waist, complained first, and then continued. It is said that it is very strong, and its speed is no less than that of Phaeton. Oh? As fast as Phaeton? Hearing that, Yuvajin became a little interested, and his thoughts of going out to do things were suspended. He leaned back on the sofa and began to concentrate on watching the game on the court. This made the boss, who was secretly crying in his heart, feel even more desolate. Looking at the stack of plates higher than the mountain and the storefront where there was no one else except those two people, he couldn't help crying in his heart. In a small town far away from this city. Is this the guy? Said to be a new member who is already faster than me. On the street, Phaeton stood outside an electrical appliance store, watching the scene of the martial arts competition played on the sold TV, squinting his eyes and said. At the same time, he couldn't help rubbing his hands in the cloak. If Maki said it, it should be right. It seems that you have a competitor, Phaeton. Finks, who was wearing a tracksuit, didn't care about his companion's mood at all, and said gloatingly. Humph, when we meet, I will have a good discussion with him. Under the attention of many people, Ron slowly walked onto the arena, and walked to the center of the ring with Thatcher who was opposite him. The stage of the Olympia martial arts competition is reserved for the contestants, even the referees cannot stand on the ring. The way to tell the winner is very simple, one is to let the opponent admit defeat, and the other is to make the opponent lose the ability to fight. There are many ways to make the opponent lose the ability to fight, such as knocking the opponent out, crippling the opponent, or killing the opponent. Under such a simple and clear rule mechanism, there is no need for referees to give scores. Everyone present and the audience in front of the TV are all the best referees. Therefore, in the announcement of the start of the game, the most enthusiastic shouts sounded in the stadium. Are you the head of Subaliu's family? Looking at Thatcher, who was looking at him warily at a distance, Ron suddenly asked such a well-known question. What do you want to say? Thatcher slowly drew out his ancestral sword, with amazing thoughts scattered on it. It's nothing, but I feel that this battle will become much more interesting. Ron smiled, and then assumed a posture that Thatcher was all too familiar with. Xinyuan Liu disciple, Ron, please enlighten me from the head of the Subaliu. Hard flow. Chapter 61. Hearing these three words, Thatcher's pupils shrank suddenly, and then his face became gloomy uncontrollably, and the hand holding the slender sword was clenched tightly. For all martial arts schools, Xinyuan Liu has always been the mountain that weighs on their heads, making them linger in the shadows. Even if it is as strong as Subaliu, how powerful it is in this world, it can't change a common saying in the circle of martial arts in this world. There are only two schools in this world, one is Xinyuan Liu, and the other is other schools. Thatcher worked so hard to integrate the Sub-I school, and even went to the arena of life and death to completely defeat the Nan school. Isn't it just to be able to compete with Xinyuan Liu? But at this moment, the opponent who is the same landlord as him, and whom he regards as a lifelong enemy, turned out to be an unknown disciple of Xinyuan Liu. How could he not feel angry and sad? I feel that all the efforts I have made before are all a joke. Xinyuan Liu disciple, are you deliberately mocking me? Thatcher suppressed his anger and asked calmly. I didn't mean that, I just wanted to make Mr. Thatcher understand. Ron shook his head and answered frankly. Do you understand? Thatcher laughed back angrily, couldn't bear it any more, raised the sword in his hand and aimed at Ron and shouted, Aren't you humiliating me? Facing Thatcher's sharp sword, Ron had no other reaction, but continued. In this game, you are destined not to be my opponent, and I will not hold back. You are different from other posters who have no genre. According to the rules between genres, if the two have to be separated on a formal occasion if you want to talk about life and death, you need to report your own genre. After Ron finished speaking, Thatcher immediately came to his senses. More than 100 years ago, when martial arts schools were just emerging, they often competed with each other to prove their strength. In order to promote the strength of their own schools, they always had to report their families before fighting, so that the winning party would spread the prestige of their own schools. However, with the passage of time and the modernization of society, because of better publicity methods, the original communication and confirmation has been weakened. Until it evolved into a situation where, unless it was a life and death battle, he would no longer blow up his family. Thatcher was furious for a moment, but he forgot such an ancient rule. Moreover, the origin of the opponent's strength has always been mysterious and unpredictable. This time he blew himself up about his family, but it made Thatcher understand the opponent's background, and he had a certain understanding of some of his fighting methods, which was actually beneficial to him. It's really not that the other party is humiliating him. Thinking of this, most of the anger in Thatcher's heart has disappeared, but the look in Ron's eyes is still a bit complicated. Subaliu, Pie Master, Thatcher. According to the old rules, Thatcher also assumed the posture of their genre, ready to fight. There were loudspeakers around the arena, and the words of the two could be heard clearly by all the audience even in this noisy venue. After Ron reported that his family was a disciple of the Heart Origin School, the scene was even more uproarious. It's up! It's up! Go on! Go on! In the live broadcast station, seeing the rapidly rising ratings, the director only felt happy as hell. In the reception room of the Sky Arena, Netero stopped drinking tea, and smiled happily while stroking his beard. Bishji has found a good apprentice. Who wouldn't want the school created by themselves to have excellent children to pass it on? Even if it is as strong as Netero, there is a sense of joy and relief in my heart, let alone the excited wing in the audience. Did you see Zoisai? As a disciple of our Xinyu and Liu, we must dare to publicize the power of our school in the ring. OSS, Teacher Wing. I don't ask you to be very promising, as long as you can be like your uncle. As a disciple, you can sit on an equal footing with the masters of these schools, and fight with the same status, and you will feel satisfied as a teacher. Yes, Master Jung. Baiziji looked at the self-confident master and apprentice beside her, and shook her head helplessly. But looking at the arena below, he was in a surprisingly good mood. Stinky boy, I didn't expect to win glory for our heart so soon. But after weighing and comparing the strengths of Ron and Thatcher, Bisky picked up the beauty magazine next to her. You don't need to watch this battle to know the result. Heart source flow? What is that? In front of the TV, Yuvajin plucked his ears, and asked Nobunaga next to him indifferently, in exchange for a blank stare from the other side. It's just a so-called genre, don't worry about it, just watch your game. Oh! On the ring, Ron and Thatcher have already set their postures, and the horn of battle has already sounded. After the two sides confronted each other for a while, Thatcher was the first to be unable to bear it any longer. Holding a long sword in his hand, he slashed at Ron at a very fast speed. Clang! This powerful sword was easily blocked by Ron. This is... Thatcher's eyes widened instantly, looking at a machete that suddenly appeared in Ron's hand. A machete covered in spring paper. Chapter 62. Although the lines on it couldn't be seen clearly, Thatcher never forgot the familiarity of the knife. This is what Kronda fought against him half a year ago, their Subaliu's ancestral treasured sword. For the past 6 months, he has been integrating the northern and southern schools, but he just couldn't find this treasured sword. The group of disciples who thought it was the southern sect hid it for themselves, but they didn't expect to appear in the hands of this Xinyu and Liu disciple. How could you have? Under the agitation of Thatcher's mind, the questioning words blurted out. However, the level duel between Nin powerhouses cannot be sloppy at all. Thatcher's mind was affected, so that the body's reaction was half a beat slow, and the hand holding the sharp sword unconsciously became weaker by 3 points. Before he finished speaking in the middle, Thatcher saw a streak of black horses streaking across his eyes, and then, there was no more. The sword in his hand was knocked away first, and his head with wide eyes and a shocked expression flew out as well. Distraction during a battle is not a mistake that a leader of a faction should make. Putting away the knife, standing back, looking at the flying head and the headless body that lost its center of gravity and fell to the ground, Ron said flatly. After finishing speaking, he activated his ability and touched 3 apertures, then turned around and walked down the stage. The audience was silent, and everyone was stunned. They only saw Ron and Thatcher fighting a sword, just for 1 round. Within 1 round, Thatcher was decapitated by Ron. This is Thatcher, the landlord of the 231st floor of the Sky Arena, the strongest faction owner of the Subaliu. To die so easily in the competition arena. After confirming Thatcher's death, the girls on the commentary stand hurriedly announced Ron as the winner of the game. As a result, sparse applause gradually resounded on the venue, and then cheers resounded throughout the venue. Among them, those gamblers who bet on Ron shouted the most excitedly. To behead a strong man who has been famous for many years in 1 round, what kind of strength is this? The champion is gone, the winner is certain, I made a lot of money. During the carnival of those gamblers, the contestants were in the waiting room. There was silence here, in stark contrast to the frenzied atmosphere outside. That Chell was killed. Finally, someone spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse. It was the landlord who was wearing bandages all over his body before. And following his speech, Other hosts also spoke out one after another. He was killed with one move. What is Thatcher's strength among us? Probably, at least it can be regarded as upper middle class, right? The above middle level Thatcher was all killed in one move. What do you think will happen to us? The scene fell into silence again. Damn! Is this guy really a disciple of Xinyu and Liu? Some landlord said aggrievedly, I have seen 2 or 3 people with the source of heart before, and none of them have such strength as him. Whether he is or not, is this the point? It is true to think about how to deal with him. Don't forget, this is a merciless master. Think about it, since he played in the ring, his hands have you ever left something alive? Someone sneered and said, it was the landlord who was pierced with silver needles all over his body. However, the cold sweat left on his cheeks also showed that his heart was not as calm as it is now. Think about it carefully, what should you do if you meet him? Don't be careless when the time comes, and your head will be cut off before you even say the words to admit defeat. After speaking, he turned around and walked towards the shadowed corner of the waiting area. My next opponent is Spark. I can't win and I can't match up with this guy. Although it would be ugly to admit defeat in this group arena, it's better than losing your life, right? The words are rough and not rough. Everyone present heard the words of the landlord with silver needles all over his body, and then subconsciously looked at the ugly, squat, and dark green-skinned strange landlord. This guy is number 5 who won the last group arena, and if nothing else happens, he will face Ron in the next one. Fortunately, I was number 10 in the second half. The bandage host managed to catch his breath, and then ran to the side. The other landlords looked at each other, and they all dispersed, leaving only the dark green-skinned landlord standing there wanting to cry without tears. What should I do? As the host of Yunzhen said, if you don't admit defeat, you will lose your life. But this is the Olympia martial arts competition. The event that the whole world is watching. Under the eyes of most people in the world, if you don't fight and admit defeat, you will be ridiculed by the whole world for a lifetime. In the days to come, he will also bear a lifetime of shame, and those gamblers and bankers who bought him to win will not let them go. The price of admitting defeat is too high, it is no different from death, this is a not. Not to mention the short and fat landlord who is already desperate and feels extremely bleak about the future, in front of the TV. Oh he, what a sharp knife, I don't know how it will compare with my playing cards. Hisoka squinted his eyes and laughed, and subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, looking at Maki who was a little uncomfortable. Chapter 63. The speed is indeed a little faster than mine. Small town, Phaeton commented with squinting eyes. As an expert in speed, he can still judge the opponent's strength from some movements. However, it's only a little bit faster than me, and I can catch up soon. Ha ha ha. You are still stubborn as always, Faye, what are you doing, Phaeton? Finks on the side laughed mercilessly, but ended up laughing at the umbrella that stabbed him in the face. You're too loud, stupid. On the other side, Yuvajin watched the TV blankly. No fun. Then he tapped his nose with his pinky and casually flicked some black blob on Nobunaga's body, making Nobunaga fly into a rage. Asshole, do you want to die? When Yuvajin and Nobunaga fought to the death, here in the Sky Arena, Ron walked towards the waiting area while checking the light ball that he touched. Obtain a ball of pure thoughts. There is nothing to say about this, and I slapped it on the forehead casually, and immediately felt that the intensity and energy of my recitation had increased a little. The thought energy of the landlord level is also very impressive, even for the current Ron. Acquire martial arts talent, intermediate level. This is useless, so I threw it into the space backpack and used it to synthesize it later. Obtaining the ancestral sword of Subalia from the northern school, non-sect leaders are not allowed to hold it. Huh? Did you even touch the sword this time? With a thought, a slender blue sword with a faint light appeared in Ron's hand. The blade is extremely sharp, and it is also a rare weapon. After playing with it for a while, Ron took it back. Knife and sword, the addition of the two, has more room for choice. After returning to the candidate area, Ron also noticed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere in the room, but he didn't think too much about it, so he found a clean and tidy place and sat down to practice Nin. The other contestants were still fighting outside, and then it was time for the intermission. After all, it is impossible to finish all 16 preliminary rounds in one morning. There are 8 rematch games, 4 semi-finals, 2 semi-finals, and a final match. In order to maximize the publicity effect and maintain high ratings for many days, Sky Arena will definitely delay the time as much as possible. The surrounding vendors and casinos can also attract a large number of people, making the business full. Moreover, not to mention the ratings, the players who finish each game need a lot of time to heal their injuries and recover. In short, the Olympia conference is definitely not something that can be completed in a day. Ron also knew that he probably had nothing to do with him today. If the Sky Arena officials hadn't said before the game that they would announce things at night, he would have gone back a long time ago. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the sunset was setting in the blink of an eye, and the waiting area was already brightly lit. The crowded venue outside also gradually quieted down, only the commentator girl seemed to be announcing something. Ron opened his eyes and found that there were only 16 people left in the waiting area, including him. He just happened to be the winner of today's preliminary round. 5 games in the morning, 6 games in the afternoon, and 5 games in the evening, the preliminary round has been completely completed. Well, first of all, congratulations to all the posters who won the preliminary round. The next rematch is scheduled for 3 days later. Please adjust your state during this period. The pretty young lady who was in charge of drawing lots in the morning came in with a wooden box in her arms, told the time of the rematch, and put the wooden box in the old place, but she didn't step aside. The order of the battles in the rematch, we are asking for opinions from all the hosts, whether to draw lots again, or to fight in the original order. Before the beautiful young lady finished speaking, someone shouted impatiently. Redraw lots. It was the squat, dark green-skinned landlord who spoke, and anyone could hear the eagerness in his tone. According to the original order, his next opponent would be Ron. Seeing his eagerness, the bandage host, the silver needle host and others looked at each other, then nodded, and said in unison, we still choose to fight in the original order. You. The chunky host was taken aback when he heard the words, then he became furious and pointed at the other hosts, too angry to speak. Okay, I see. In his slightly desperate eyes, the beautiful young lady pretended not to see and hugged the wooden box again. Then, please prepare carefully for the next competition, Mr. Landlord, and we will see you in 3 days. After finishing speaking, she left here calmly holding the wooden box. Most of the landlords quietly let out a sigh of relief. Ron, who saw everything at the scene, also patted his clothes, and left here the second. But before he left, his eyes flicked in a certain direction at random. In that direction, a big blonde man with full head of blonde hair looked at him with his arms crossed. The champion of the last martial arts tournament, Holy Gun Knight Spark. Ron's eyes met his for less than a second, then he looked away. As the previous champion, Spark is also a strong candidate for this championship. His threat is beyond doubt. Chapter 64. It can be said that among the many landlords present, Spark is indeed the strongest. But that's it, the contestants who even Hisoka can't look down on, no matter how strong they are no better. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the audience, who were looking forward to the upcoming competition more and more, couldn't wait to come to the venue early in the morning to cheer for their favorite contestants. After the game time officially arrived, after another round of flattery as usual, the start of the game was announced. Because the competition system was still in accordance with the established order, Spark was the first to play, and the game ended in a very short time. Ron observed his fighting and found that his fighting style is mainly open and close, and he is good at hand-to-hand combat. His whole body is full of wild power, which makes him have a large number of fans. This group of fans screamed excitedly after seeing Sparky easily defeated his opponent, that is, the host of the Silver Needle. Amid the cheers, Spark waved and walked off the ring. When returning to the staging area from the tunnel, I just met Ron who was about to play the next game. Zenyu and Liu disciple, don't lose, I am looking forward to the next battle with you. Passing by Ron, Spark, who left behind these words, walked forward without looking back. As for Ron, he just smiled and said nothing. I originally thought that meeting Spark was an insignificant episode, and then it was a process of winning the game and going back to wait for the semi-finals 5 days later. However, things are unpredictable, and some things don't go the way you think. Is the owner of Rocket here? If the owner of Rocket is here, please come to the stage as soon as possible. The commentator girl on the high platform was a little confused. This was the first time she met a contestant who was late at the Olympia Martial Arts Conference. No, if it is later, it will not be late, it will be absent from the competition. Not only the commentator girl Meng, but also the officials of the Sky Arena are also confused. Originally, the contestants participated in this conference for the sake of glory and profit, and it stands to reason that there would never be such a situation as absenteeism. But who made this year's Ron such a strong person who was completely unexpected, and his shots were either dead or dead, he just scared people away. Ron himself was a little speechless, let alone the staring audience. In the waiting area, the owner of the Silver Needle and the owner of the bandage looked at each other silently, feeling that they had opened their eyes today. Originally thought that no matter what, that guy Loquet was finished this time, but he didn't expect that this guy would run away directly in spite of the world's dissatisfaction. In the future, if the anger of Sky Arena and all parties wants to be spread on him, they must find him. I really don't know whether to say this guy is brave or small. Loquet's absence from the competition was unquestionable. After discussing with no results for a while, the commentator girl could only bite the bullet and came out with a forced smile, announcing Ron as the winner of this round and successfully advancing. Naturally, it caused dissatisfaction and boos from the audience. But what they were dissatisfied with was not Ron, but Rocket, the official Sky Arena, and the organizing committee of the martial arts tournament. They couldn't even watch the contestants and didn't know their movements. The Sky Arena was indeed too lax this time. So, Ron walked off the ring with a strange face amidst boos, leaving behind the narrator girl who was so devastated that she was about to cry and forcefully explained to the audience in the venue and in front of the TV. According to later incomplete statistics, the match in which Rocket missed the match was the moment with the highest ratings in the entire Olympia martial arts tournament. This makes the committee, which has been burdened with a lot of infamy and ridicule, really don't know how to feel. The rematch is followed by the semi-finals, which are scheduled for 5 days later. In the past 5 days, Sky Arena hastily eliminated the negative impact of Rocket's absenteeism, and on the other hand, conducted some supervision on the contestants. There is no way, once bitten by a snake, I will be afraid of well ropes for 10 years. As a result, a group of players headed by Spark protested strongly, and the matter was once in a turmoil. All in all, this year's martial arts conference has been a mess so far. But no matter what, honors have to be fought and benefits have to be obtained, so the competition still has to go on. Especially the struggle between Ron, who is vaguely the strongest player in the new host, and the previous champion, Spark, raised everyone's spirits. In order to reshape the image of the Holy Land of Fighting, and sweep away the negative impact and decline caused by the absence of the previous players, the Sky Arena is even more hemorrhaging to create momentum for this game. Although paid a huge price, but the harvest is worth it. Now, countless people who follow the martial arts tournament are discussing in private, calling this match the most exciting and highest level battle in the entire martial arts tournament. The impact of the previous absenteeism gradually faded, and while the Sky Arena breathed a sigh of relief, it gritted its teeth and searched for Loquet. As for whether it was found, and how to deal with it, these are all things for later. So, under everyone's expectation, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 65. On the day of the match, the venue was full of people without any surprises, even any place in the Sky Arena where there was a TV broadcast was also full of people. The spectators who were chasing Spark and those who were chasing Ron were divided into 2 factions. Before the game started, the venue was full of gunpowder. For today's game, the girl who commented had already started preparing in advance, and took into account the birth of any kind of result. In the past 5 days, she has been honing and training continuously, which has made the already excellent commentary level to a higher level. She firmly believes that in today's game, her professional commentary level will be able to explain to the Sky Arena and all the audience. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. The commentator girl injected unprecedented passion into her tone. Let us invite the Holy Gun Knight, the champion of the last martial arts tournament, the resident of the 251st floor, and the owner of Spark to appear. As soon as the words fell, Spark, who was tall but thin, with dazzling blonde hair, walked out of the passage and came to the ring. As soon as Spark appeared on the stage, more than half of the fans in the venue naturally cheered. Tall and slender with a burly figure, a calm expression, a breath of battle-hardened appearance, paired with a tough face and beautiful hair that makes women feel jealous, in terms of appearance, it is simply full of fans. After all, Spark is a top player who has been in the Sky Arena for many years, and he has many loyal audiences. After he appeared on the stage, there were endless cheers at the scene. In desperation, the commentator asked the audience to keep a low profile before calling out Ron's name. As soon as the voice of the commentator girl fell, Ron came out from the other side and walked onto the ring with a calm expression. "I know you have a weapon, a knife." Spark looked at Ron's empty hands, and while speaking calmly, he took out a pair of stainless steel gloves from his pocket. "It seems that everything is under control. I watched the battle between you and Thatcher before. When his sword struck, I was blocked by a knife that you suddenly manifested, and then I was shocked by that idiot. He beheaded with a knife and ruined his life. He was so shocked by the ability to manifest that he lost his mind, and he can only be said to be a waste." Spark put on his gloves in an orderly manner, while belittling Thatcher, let Ron listen, looking at Spark with a little irony and a little understanding in his eyes. It turned out that he was just a self-righteous guy. But Spark didn't see the meaning in Ron's eyes, nor did he want to stop chattering. He still said to himself, "If I'm not wrong, you should be the Nin of the manipulator, and Nin should be related to the knife. It is extremely fast and good at raids, but this also reflects your lack of stamina. As long as I give you an extension, is enough to drag you down." Spark had already put on his gloves, and seeing Ron's proud and confident face, he shook his hands violently. "So this game, I will win." "Oh!" The audience in the arena cheered at the right time, making Spark enjoy this feeling extraordinarily. "Oh!" Seeing Spark's gesture, Ron really didn't know what to say. This guy's self-righteousness has reached the point of no cure. He figured it out, this guy was just a guy who had been in the Sky Arena all year round, and because he did have some strength, he was flattered by many people, so he became a little carried away and completely self-righteous. Especially when he won the championship in the last martial arts competition, he felt so complacent that he was invincible, and his eyes grew to the top of his head. To put it nicely, it is to underestimate the heroes of the world. To put it bluntly, she is a frog in a well with a big embroidered pillow. Game start. When Ron commented on Spark, the commentator girl couldn't wait to announce the start of the game. In the arena, just after the sound of the announcement fell, Spark, who had already prepared for a long time, stomped his foot without hesitation, and the stone slabs around the soles of his feet were lifted up in response. Bang bang! Accompanied by two powerful and heavy punches, the raised stone slab was instantly smashed into countless pieces by Spark. However, instead of falling, the shattered stones shot towards Ron at a very fast speed. "Humph, under such a dense stone rain attack, your speed has been sealed by me, and the outcome of this battle is already doomed." Spark spoke loudly of his declaration of victory. This move is his special skill against speed-type Nin. The stones with thought power are more powerful than bullets, so that the opponent can only defend passively. It has been tried repeatedly. "You idiot, don't you really think you can deal with Ron like this?" Bisji in the auditorium heard the exclamation of the audience around her, her eyes twitched, and she was also speechless. "Ha ha ha, or does the opponent have some other tricks?" Wing also laughed dryly, but he didn't believe what he said. Not only can Ron see that Spark is a big embroidered pillow, but with so many years of experience, Bisji and Wing can also see clearly. In terms of strength, Spark can barely be called a good player, but in other aspects, don't comment. Chapter 66. But this also quietly relieved Wing, who was still worried about whether Zoisai could survive in the Sky Arena. If the so-called champion of the conference is at this level, then even letting Zoisai come out to practice 2 years in advance, it seems that it is not a big problem. In the ring, facing the stones that hit like a storm, Ron didn't have any emotional fluctuations, and was even a little funny. This level is not at the same level as the rock storm that Yuvajin used in the original version. By focusing energy into his fists, lifting the ground beneath his feet, Yuvajin can make rocks as fast as bullets, as fast as storms. Such a move seems troublesome, but in the original version, Gon and the others have already given a solution. Use flow and firm to gather part of the chi on the arms, cross them in front, and it will form an air wall like the lizard Silver Saint in Saint Seiya, which can block most of the attacks. Then some of the remaining attacks can be dodged by a little dodge, right? After the endless stone rain shot, Spark appeared in front of Ron in the last blink of the stone rain. I have seen too many people use this method to block the attack, but doing so can only passively resist my punch. The glove was full of amazing gas, and it hit Ron's arm hard under Spark's cruel and bloodthirsty eyes. Signet, die! Amid the shouts of the audience and the non-stop commentary of the commentator girl and a certain Chinese good tongue, Ron's figure flew upside down. Ron could look down on Spark's IQ, but he had to say that his performance in battle was really good. Well, it's just not bad. A speed-type manipulator Nin who is not good at strength and defense, after being hit by my strongest punch, at least it will be broken. What? Under Spark's astonished eyes, a kite flipped slightly in the air, and Ron adjusted his center of gravity, then landed on one foot with a flat face, and then put down the other foot. The power is good, but it still hurts. Ron moved his arms up and down, and said with a narrow smile, "You said, that punch just now was your strongest punch." Seeing that Ron was almost intact, Spark's first reaction was disbelief, thinking that Ron was trying to hold on, but when he looked at his arms, which were basically asymptomatic and not even a trace of redness and swelling could be seen, his eyelids twitched wildly. A bad premonition suddenly rose in my heart. But after hearing Ron's narrowness, he suppressed the uneasiness again. The punch just now was just a small test of skill. Next, I will attack. Before Spark could finish his brave words, Ron kicked hard on the ground, and his whole body shot towards Spark like an arrow off the string. His speed has weakened. Is it really affected by that punch? Realizing that the speed displayed by Ron was not as fast as imagined, Spark was overjoyed and had a different guess in his mind. However, the real reality is, I'm not bad at speed, but I want to see what kind of strength I have reached. Ron, however, took Spark as a touchstone of strength and deliberately slowed down. Hard. While the mind was floating, the fist was already filled with a lot of energy, and he slammed towards Spark fiercely. Well done! Spark didn't care about anything else, he roared, and also gathered all his thoughts on his fists, posing in a rather weird pose. Immediately, under the condensed gaze of the Nin, I saw that the gas on Spark's whole body turned into a medieval knight riding a horse and holding a spear, and his fist was the point of the knight's spear. Where to point? It's Master Spark's signature winning posture, no one can take over his trick. His fans in the venue were cheering. They didn't know what Nin was, and they simply thought it was just Spike's martial arts trick. Holy spear thrust! Spike yelled directly, and the fist in his hand, like a golden long spear, stabbed straight at the attacking Ron. The fist that seemed to be carrying 1,000 pounds of strength shook out pieces of strong wind, making a piercing sound resounding above the arena. This is his Nin, Paladin's Glory, which is also the origin of his nickname. After casting this Nin, the chi on his body will condense into the form of a knight and cover his body. It is necessary to step on any two positions of the four horseshoes, and the part where the attack is launched covers the position of the tip of the spear, so that the ability can be fully activated. Every time the horseshoe and spear point appear in different positions, the ability user needs to find the position in an instant and make difficult movements in an instant to meet the conditions. Such ability conditions are very harsh, but it can bring powerful piercing power. It is the exclusive Nin that is most suitable for Spark, who is tall but thin, with strange bones. Chapter 67. With this move, Spark has pierced countless opponents. In the last Olympia Martial Arts Conference, he used this move to turn defeat into victory and ascend to the championship throne. He believed that this move could still be used this time to wipe out all opponents. Spark is confident in his Nin, why isn't Ron confident in his own strength and mind power? Under the advanced martial arts talent, he practiced day and night for more than half a year, the power absorbed by the dozens of astonishing mind chi in the hunter's mausoleum, and the gains from the opponents he killed and the corpses he took along the way. Ron, he's not afraid of anyone now. Boom! The fists collided, and the golden spear met the fist full of air, which was like an indestructible shield. The impact of the spear and shield caused the fist wind to go away, and wherever the tearing fist wind went, the hard stone slab was first shallowly cracked, and then turned into cracks. Every time it scratched, the stone slabs there were shattered, and in less than a moment, half of the arena became unrecognizable. This is the contest between chi and chi, thoughts, and the confrontation between Nin's background and true strength can best be seen. Just like on the top of Huashan Mountain, Hong Qigong and Wei Ang Feng respectively gave up the 18 dragon subduing palms and toad kung fu that they were good at, and competed with the most basic and fundamental powerful internal force of warriors. However, Hong Qigong and Wei Ang Feng are evenly matched, so the final outcome is that both losers. And now on the stage. Catch! Accompanied by a faint sound, under the shocking gazes of all the Nin people, the spear tip on Spark's fist was in a stalemate for a while, then made a sound like a whine, and then broke inch by inch. The confrontation between the spear and the shield, this time the spear was crushed by the shield. Impossible. Spark's complexion changed drastically, he never expected such a result. However, before he could react, a sharp pain instantly spread to his mind along the nerves. Ah! The fist and the gun are basically integrated. If the gun is cracked, how can the fist be kept? The stainless steel glove was the first to break, followed by the fist and arm. Under the huge impact, they were twisted into a strange angle like a twist. The boundless pain in his mind made Spark's face terrified, but it also made his mind extremely clear at this moment. The opponent's fist can have such power, it means that he used flow to mobilize most of the energy in his body on the fist, and the other body parts basically have no protection from energy. At this moment, Spark's decades of experience in fighting between life and death allowed him to make the most correct response at this moment. He mobilized the little breath he had left to the other hand, and hit Ron hard at the moment when the door seemed to be wide open. Even if I lose an arm, I am the one who wins in the end. A hint of joy of victory and anticipation of Ron's miserable appearance appeared on Spark's grim face. Boom! Spark's fist hit the target fiercely, but before the smile on his face spread, he froze instantly. As expected of the champion, the power is good, and my hands feel trembling. Holding the ancient copper knife that blocked Spark's punch in his hand, Ron said with a smile. Then the hand holding the knife used a little force to block Spark's fist, and before everyone could react, he slashed at Spark's neck. The fist was blocked by the knife, and Spark didn't expect that the knife was coming, which he also didn't expect. That knife, isn't it a weapon that is realized? A look of astonishment flashed in Spark's eyes. It's not that he was guarded against the knife, but when the knife appeared, he didn't feel any fluctuations in chi. But now is not the time to worry about this, he can only use up the last bit of strength, barely lift the arm that was blocked by the grid, and lay it across the trajectory of the knife. Laugh! The blade slashed across, accompanied by air waves that tore through the air, like cutting a clean surface on a wall, easily chopped off Spark's arm. However, this is not enough. Ron's eyes flashed, and he bent his arm holding the knife handle, and changed the angle of the ancient ingot copper knife, which was not weakened. Then, driven by chi, he slapped Spark heavily with the blade face without any chi defense. On the chest of protection. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, Spark couldn't hold on any longer, and then he flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. With a pop, he fell heavily to the ground. The outcome has been divided. Putting the knife away and standing at attention, Ron straightened his windbreaker, which was a little wrinkled by the air waves, and walked slowly towards Spark, who was lying on the ground, who had already taken in more air and less air out. At this time, the audience in the venue had already lost their voices. When Ron and Spark clashed their fists, the arena held its breath and became very quiet. Then, after the punching, the two sides made a dazzling series of attacks almost instantly, and before they could react, the winner was already decided. Ron, who was still standing on the stage, was almost intact and almost unharmed, and Spark, who was lying on the ground, one arm was twisted irregularly, blood was gushing from the wound where the other arm was cut off, and his chest collapsed. The current appearance of the two forms a sharp contrast. Chapter 68. Anyone who is not blind knows who the winner of this battle is. All of a sudden, the venue gradually heard voices again, the cheers and cheers for Ron, and the cursing and roaring of the Spark gamblers. The voices became louder and louder, and finally resounded through the audience. Ignoring the noise in the arena, Ron walked over to Spark's side, whose eyes were fixed on him. You are not from the manipulator. With the last of his strength, Spark spoke word by word. I never said I was the manipulator. Ron said, and raised the knife. Are you going by yourself, or let me give you another ride? He he he. Hearing this, Spark actually laughed, not knowing whether he was laughing at his own stupidity or the patheticness of his dying. After laughing 3 times, he tilted his head, and his eyes had already lost their luster. Ron looked at the smile on his face until death, shook his head, then took out a few things from his corpse, and then walked off the ring. When he came to the passage, no one saw Ron's state at the moment, and he was relieved. Then he grinned and shook the hand he had just punched with Spark. It hurts a bit. Ron blew 2 breaths into his fist before recovering. Although he had the upper hand in the duel just now, he did mobilize a lot of energy. And Spark played Nen after all. With the normal straight punch infused with mental power, and the ability to attack against Nen, I am afraid that except for Gon and Yuvijin, few of them will do this, right? It was Ron's astonishing capacity and thought that gave him the confidence to do so, otherwise he would have taken other devious measures long ago. However, it is better to go straight than to go straight. It is easy to finish the opponent in such a short period of time, and it also proves the extent of his current strength. Although the strength of the physical body is still a bit lacking, it is not a problem for those enhancer Nen who specialize in this way. So when Ron collided with Spark, he felt a little pain, not even injured. If it was Yuvijin, the pain would have been relieved if he performed the duel just now. His super destructive punch is a straight right punch infused with mind power, but it is as powerful as a missile, and Yuvijin also vowed to practice it to be as powerful as an atomic bomb one day. Of course, it's not that Ron is inferior to Yuvijin, it's just that the emphasis is different. Yuvijin's ability is very single, besides Nian and Chao Destruction Fist, it is to beat the physical body, and his focus is on these aspects. And Ron's speed has surpassed Pheton's, and he is impeccable in the use of mind. If Yuvijin and Ron are really put together, the former may not be able to survive a few rounds in Ron's hands. You only need to find the weak point while avoiding the attack, and use the sharp blade to break through the bodyguard, and the battle can be easily ended. After adjusting his physical condition, Ron calmly left the tunnel. Spike, the strongest among all participating hosts, is dead, and the next game is basically not interesting. Just as Ron thought, although the peak battle between Spark and Ron caused unprecedented discussion and the ratings were also explosive, the sequelae after that were gradually revealed. After knowing that Ron has a high chance of winning the championship, there is no suspense about the most topical champion of the martial arts competition. And after watching the battle between Ron and Spark, the audience was a little bit unconvinced about the next match, and the ratings dropped again and again, leaving Sky Arena in a state of desperation and helplessness. They can't let the players play fake matches, such as letting Ron lose on purpose to create topics and discussions. Do not make jokes. Leaving aside whether Ron can agree, do you think the audience all over the world are idiots? There is no need to be discovered, as long as there is suspicion, it is enough to destroy the reputation that Sky Arena has built up over the years. Therefore, the director and the person in charge can only look at the ratings like the red line on the stock market with sad faces, and do some dying struggles. Then, in the semi-finals after the semi-finals, Ron still easily dealt with his opponent, found something, and left the venue. The audience in the arena already knew that this would be the result. Except for the cheers of the gamblers who bet on Ron every time, everyone else basically applauded. They are already a little numb, or they have already expected it. The subsequent finals will probably be like this. In order to prevent this year's finals from becoming the most boring and unwatchable game ever, the Sky Arena officials specially found Ron and made a very sincere request. It was impossible to fight fake matches, they asked Ron not to be so neat and tidy, try to play a little bit of entertaining match, at least let the audience have something to watch, worthy of the gimmick of the final. Ron has nothing to do with it, but he doesn't accept empty talk and wants us to have some fun fighting? Yes, but not for nothing, right? Ever since, when the eyelids of the official staff who came to plead were twitching, a fake loli with an innocent and kind smile pulled her into a side room to discuss related matters. Chapter 69. When it comes to asking prices, Baizaji, a veteran, is the most suitable. Ron grinned dumbly, and began to check the rewards he got from his opponent in the semi-finals this time. A group of pure thoughts, a book of advanced boxing techniques of a certain genre, and advanced cooking skills. Well, it seems that the landlord is still a gourmet. It can only be said to be so-so, although it is much better than the things that are touched outside, but it is no longer in Ron's eyes. Unless people with special blood and talents, such as Karapika's fiery eyes, and world-class Nen players such as Krollo and other phantom troupe. Touching the bodies of these people would be of significant help to Ron. Even if he is as strong as Spark, the most valuable thing Ron can find out from him is his Nen Paladin's glory, which can only be said to be average. After all, his physical condition is not very suitable for him. After slapping all the gains this time on her forehead, she saw Baisaji, who was brimming with spring, walking out with the person in charge who looked ugly and hurt. Get it? Seeing Biski's gesture, Ron also replied okay. Afterwards, the person in charge who got Ron's affirmative answer nodded and left, leaving Bisaki and Ron smiling at each other. In this way, after a few more days, finally ushered in the final battle of the Olympia Martial Arts Tournament. Even though they already knew the result of the competition, many people still want to watch Ron be crowned and win the championship in person. Therefore, today's venue is also full, and there are no empty seats. After an impassioned speech by the narrator, the start of the game was announced. According to the agreement, Ron played a very entertaining match with his opponent, which made the audience hooked. The ratings, which had dropped, also rebounded a little, which made the person in charge breathe a sigh of relief. This wonderful battle undoubtedly gave the audience a satisfactory answer from the conference. Of course, it wasn't that no one questioned, with Ron's strength, why did he fight that opponent for such a long time, and it was a bit indistinguishable. However, this point of doubt was quickly drowned out by the Navy invited by Sky Arena. Some things don't tell the truth, young man. Even many viewers are like the mirror in their hearts, knowing that this may be some kind of agreement reached in private. But so what? They watched a wonderful fight, and the final result was that Ron won. The gamblers were still cheering, and the fighting enthusiasts admired and studied the skills in it. Naturally, no one would stoop it enough to protest or something. Of course, it is not ruled out that some brain-dead greenheads, flowers in the greenhouse that have not been whipped by society initiation. But this has nothing to do with Ron. The final championship is still in his pocket, giving this conference a perfect ending. He himself has officially completed Bisji's entrance examination, and since then, the sea is wide and the sky is high. Ichen Continental, watching the scene where Ron received the trophy on the screen, Krollo turned off the TV casually. These days, Ron didn't miss every fight he fought. After turning off the TV, Krollo took out the Bible and put his finger on the cover of the book. The room was very quiet, neither Cuba nor Pakunoda was there, only the sound of Krollo's fingers rubbing against the writing. Extraordinary strength, if I fight him. Accompanied by the indistinct sound, the atmosphere in the room was a little weird for a while. A famous lawyer in a cow suit from a certain law firm frowned watching the picture on TV. In the small hotel, Tonpa remembered the previous hunter test, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, with lingering fears in his heart. It's fate to be able to survive. Besides him, members of Phantom Troop, candidates for the hunter test, etc., there are many people who have different ideas. Obviously, the fact that Ron won the martial arts championship shocked many people. On the second day after Ron won the championship and was honored, Bisky approached him. The moment he saw Bisky, Ron guessed her purpose. I gotta go. With a backpack in her hand, Bisky walked into Ron's room and said as she walked. She straight to the point explained why she came, then walked to the bedside of the room, and then sat down. When? Although I knew that there would be such a day of separation, but it really came like this, and my mood is still a bit complicated. Tomorrow. So fast. Ron looked at her. I've been wasting time on you for a long time, more than half a year, half a year. For young and beautiful women, half a year is equivalent to several years for you men. After finishing speaking, Baiziji lay down on the bed in big characters indecently, and waved to Ron while talking. Seeing Bisky's gesture, Ron immediately comprehended, took out an out-of-print limited-grade beauty magazine from the desk beside him, and handed it to Bisky. This is one of the rewards for letting Ron play exhibition games. Passing the magazine to Bisky, Ron said, keep it for a few more days? Also, Brother Wing, do they know? Chapter 70. Bisky glanced at Ron, opened the magazine, and refused, I won't stay, I'll leave tomorrow. As for Wing, don't tell him, he's basically used to it. Saying that, he casually threw the backpack beside him. Help me put all the magazines in there. Seeing Bisky's request, Ron knew that she was determined to leave this time, so he couldn't help but sighed softly. Passing the entrance examination not only means that you are qualified, but also means separation. Having been with Bisky for more than half a year, he has gotten used to Bisky's teachings from time to time. Why, reluctant? Bisky looked sideways at Ron, and a smile flashed in her eyes. Half a year is not a long time, but it is the first time that Baisiji has spent such a long time teaching an apprentice, and even Wing has only taught her for 4 months. And this apprentice made her extremely satisfied, thinking that the time spent on Ron was totally worth it. Well, I'm really reluctant. Nothing to admit, Ron said frankly. Seeing Ron being so direct, Bisky raised her eyebrows, and withdrew part of her attention from the magazine, and turned all her attention to Ron. During this period of time, you have worked hard to teach me, teacher Bisji. Then, when Bisky was completely unprepared, Ron presented a big gift in accordance with the rules of heart flow. He is really grateful to Bisji. Without her teachings, it would take Ron a few years to reach his current level. He is sincerely expressing his gratitude. The room fell into silence. Even the older generation who had experienced more than 50 years of wind and rain in Ubisiji felt a little touched in his heart. What are you doing? I'm not dead, or I'll never see you again, as for what? If you need my help with anything, just call me then. Bisky picked up the magazine and rolled it into a stick, tapped Ron on the shoulder, and said viciously. Remember, if I see you slack off and your strength declines when we meet next time, don't blame me for being rude. In addition, there is a hunter license. As a senior of Xinyu and Liu, if I have a hunter test disciples who didn't pass, how embarrassing it is to speak out. After being reprimanded by Bisji, Ron raised his head. Master, can I make a small suggestion? You say. Next time you teach someone a lesson, can you not use this lowly appearance? Apart from looking cute and cute, there is no sense of seriousness. Bisji, no road race. Although Ron's jokes and a few bumps on the head made the parting atmosphere less sad, but it still couldn't stop Bisky's determination and footsteps to leave. The next day, Bisky, who bid farewell in advance, left the Sky Arena alone without disturbing anyone. Ron looked at the neat and unoccupied room and sighed. Master, he is like this. No one can change her determination and thoughts. Wing on the side whispered, and at the same time added in his heart, people can't do it, but gems can. Has Bisji left? What a pity, I still want to go shopping with her today. Shizuku, who wears black-rimmed glasses, doesn't feel much about the separation, but feels a little regretful that there will be no one to go shopping in the future. Brother Wing, what are you going to do next? Ron looked at Wing while putting his arm around Shizuku's shoulders. Me? I've been here for too long, and I plan to take Zoisai to practice hard, and then come back to challenge the Sky Arena next year. With that said, Wing tidied up his exposed shirt, and said to Ron with a smile, how about you, junior brother Ron? With your character, you shouldn't be stagnant after winning the championship, right? Of course, I feel that these days I only focus on training, fighting in the ring, and participating in tournament competitions, but I have very little time to spend with Shizuku. As he spoke, Ron smiled softly at Shizuku beside him, who blinked in response. So I plan to take Shizuku on a tour in the next 6 months and spend time with her. After coming out of Meteor Street together, apart from the ancient Mandun city, the only place they traveled was the Sky Arena. So Ron wanted to take Shizuku out to have fun, and to have a taste of the world of Hunter himself. Well, this is a good idea. If you go out and travel, not only can you relieve the stress caused by the continuous battle, but you may also feel some artistic conception from nature and enhance your strength. Wing also agrees with Ron's approach. Ron is also a person who does what he thinks. After communicating with Wing for a while, he and Shizuku are in the Sky Arena, waving goodbye to Wing and Zoisai who are also going to practice immediately. On the airship. I'm finally leaving. Looking at the Sky Arena fading away, Ron next to the window recalled the time he stayed here for a while, and felt a little emotional. Then he took out a travel magazine. It says there is a magical waterfall in the Republic of Bretolia, so why not choose our first stop there, Shizuku? Shizuku. Chapter 71. Ron, who didn't wait for a response, raised his head, just in time to meet Shizuku with stars in his eyes. Go wherever you say. In the soft voice, the white jade-like hand grasped Ron's wrist. Feeling the warmth on his wrist, Ron paused, then smiled. Throwing the magazine in his hand into the space backpack, and stroking Shizuku's hair with the other hand, he said affectionately, next, it's time that really belongs to the two of us. Under the warm sunshine, Ron looked at Shizuku with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and felt that this moment was extraordinarily beautiful. Ron thought it was nice, but some people didn't think so. Leave, it's gone. Looking at the empty house, the playing cards in Hisoka's hand fell to the ground and scattered all over the floor. I still want to enjoy it and say. At the corner, Maki glanced at Hisoka who seemed to have deep resentment emanating from the inside out of his body, and wisely chose to leave. Rare beasts, phantom beasts, monsters, treasures, secret treasures, secret realms, magic mirrors, as well as the completely different customs and unknown ethnic cultures of each place in the 6 continents, the charm of the word unknown has attracted countless people. Whether they are as powerful as hunter or ordinary adventurers, they all embark on a journey to explore the unknown and explore the world. Although the 6 continents of the hunter world are only islands in the center of Lake Mobius, the various lives and inheritances bred on them have left countless people unable to fully understand them throughout their lives. Let alone half a year. Unknowingly, half a year has passed since the end of the Olympia martial arts tournament. When it was just over, everyone was still talking about the battle highlights of Ron, the winner of the tournament at the time. But as time passed, and Ron did not accept any interviews, and left the Sky Arena with the excuse of going out to practice, it also made him gradually forgotten in the past half a year. Perhaps, only when the next year's Olympia Martial Arts Conference is held again, people will think of the style of this year's champion Ron. Dory Island, Port Dory. A young man in a black windbreaker stepped off the airship. While walking, he was still on the phone. I see, I will definitely get my hunter license back this year. As for how long it takes, anyway, it should not exceed a month, and all the exams should be completed within a month. Understood. If you meet President Netero, I will help you say hello to him. Then, during this time, Shizuka will be taken care of by you, Master Bisky. After hanging up the phone, the man in the windbreaker put it away casually, then looked at the huge fir tree in the distance, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hunter test, here I come again. The man in the black trench coat is Ron. Speaking of the more than half a year of travel, Ron took Shizuka to visit almost all of the world-famous attractions, saw a lot of people and things, tasted a lot of food and participated in various festivals. But where there is light, there is darkness. Because of Shizuka's good looks and Ron's bullying appearance, it attracted many bad guys to form a group to give away his head. In line with the principle of eliminating harm for the people, Ron personally sent them to see God. According to Crollo holding a Bible in his hand, there should still be a God in the world of Hunter, right? Originally, Ron and Shizuka's round-the-world tour has not yet ended, and half a year has passed, and December has come. As a result, the two had to temporarily put aside their next itinerary, and Ron chose to sign up for this year's Hunter exam. Ron also wanted Shizuka to take the exam with him, but he refused because it was boring. After Ron filled out the registration form, he also received a call from his teacher who had been on the go for half a year to greet him and remind him. As a result, after some communication, I found out that Bisky happened to be in a city not far from Ron at that time. Then Shizuka took some strange gems collected during the half-year journey to find Bisky. I haven't seen each other for more than half a year, and Ron also wanted to meet, but Bisky drove him away with a phone call. It's not too late to come see me after you get your hunter license. So, Ron, who didn't even have time to meet him, ran to Dolly Island to find Mr. Fox's family. It was still the huge fir tree, and the familiar log cabin. Ron came to the door, coughed lightly, and let out a little air. There was a commotion in the wooden house first, and then the door was opened, and a vicious fox walked out. So it's you, Ron. This ferocious fox was the one who had taken Ron to the hunter testing site earlier. At this moment, he looked at him with surprise and said, I saw your fight in the Sky Arena on TV, and the championship at the Olympia martial arts competition. Didn't you go out to practice? Why, just passing by. Are you here to see an old friend? Cough cough. As soon as he mentioned this, Ron coughed twice, and then said, well, visiting old friends is one aspect, and this year's hunter test, I also need you to send me there. Candidates will be brought to the real examination venue only when the guide leads them to the joint, and then the guide speaks a code word to the shopkeeper. The last time I went to the underground wine cellar, Ron had a little smell of Mr. Vicious Fox on his body. The bartender also saw Mr. Vicious Fox outside the window, so he brought Ron to the official place. So even if he knew that the location of this year's exam was in a steak restaurant in Saba City, and the code word was Slow Fire Wenkeo, the store would only give him a Wenkeo steak. This year, I still have to trouble the fierce fox family. You said you want me to send you to the hunter test. The vicious fox was startled when he heard the words, then his eyes widened, and he said in a tone of, you're kidding me, didn't you, Ron, fail the last test? How is it possible? With your demonstrated ability, there is no reason. Ahem, there was a little accident in the last test. Small accident? How about this, come in and have a cup of tea and talk slowly, and I will introduce my family to you by the way. Then, under the warm hospitality of the fierce fox family, Ron sipped fragrant tea in the room, and at the same time talked about the last hunter test, as well as his travels during this time and so on. In such a pleasant atmosphere of conversation, the sun gradually moved towards the west, and it was evening. Just finished eating the special food of Aegean continent that Ron brought out for dinner, the elder ferocious fox father suddenly moved his ears and looked out the window in a certain direction. Oh! It seems that there are still some outstanding candidates this year, the three of them. Before I knew it, it was time to put it on the shelves again, and my heart was filled with emotion. Sitting in front of the computer today, I was so anxious that I didn't type out a chapter of text all afternoon. Although it was put on the shelves once before, there is still no place to express the anxiety in my heart. I am usually a very Buddhist person, and I have not asked for anything from you. The same is true for the last book Hunter x Hunter, writing books to become God. At most I just asked for a first order. This time, I was still cheeky and asked for a first order. If you really like this book, please let me see it and give me the motivation to continue writing. I will definitely not disappoint everyone's expectations. Hunter x Hunter is my favorite anime, bar none. I hope to finish this book with more like-minded partners. Thank you for your company for so many days, I am really happy, thank you again. It will be put on the shelves at midnight tonight to witness the results. Chapter 72. After the ferocious fox father judged the coming three people in a special way, he got up and smiled apologetically at Ron. Excuse me Ron, there are 3 candidates heading here, and we're going to test them next. Ron understood, and then smiled and said indifferently, well, this is your job, I won't show up for a while, I'll just take a look at how you test in the dark. At the same time, there was a little light in his eyes, and he looked in a certain direction. Long before the ferocious fox's father noticed it, he had sensed it with a circle, and there were 3 people coming in that direction. Gon, Leorio, Kurapika. Are you finally going to meet the protagonist trio of this world? After that, under the eyes of Ron, the vicious fox family demolished most of their log cabin, and then Mr. Vicious Fox and his sister turned into human forms. Well, director, the Vicious Fox family, screenwriter, the Vicious Fox family, props, my log cabin, audience, myself. Only 3 actors and protagonists are here, and a good show can be staged. Nodding to 03 with Mr. Fierce Fox, Ron dodged and jumped onto a tree with the best view in the vicinity, and tried his best to hide his aura. After checking that there were no gross omissions, and after leaving all the flaws that should be left, the Fierce Fox sister announced the opening of the curtain with an absolute soprano. On the tall tree, looking at the hedgehog-headed, blonde-haired, green-eyed, and uncle and suit boy hurrying over in the distance, Ron took out a pack of snacks. Good show, let's start. Leorio, please leave the wounded to you. Well, feel free to leave it to me. With a hasty reminder and a promise, Kurapika and Gon chased after the vicious fox father who had robbed their daughter. Only Leorio was left carefully checking the wounded man's injuries and preparing medicinal materials. If you follow the original plot, Kurapika recognized the tattoo on her daughter's body serving God, Gon recognized the vicious fox couple, and Leorio recognized the needle eye on the vicious fox's arm and passed the level. After stuffing all the snacks into his mouth, Ron clapped his hands and stood up, then disappeared on the branch in a flash. In the jungle, Gon, who was chasing the vicious fox family, suddenly moved his eyes and looked behind. What's the matter Gon? Kurapika asked aloud after noticing Gon's strange movements. No nothing, it must be an illusion. Gon shook his head and focused all his attention on the front. Don't run, put people down. After some acting, all 3 of them passed the examination of the vicious fox family. All 3 of you have passed. After some compliments, OU Fox's father announced the results of the 3. Great! Gon grinned happily, Kurapika and Leorio also bumped their fists, the smiles on their faces showed that they were in a good mood at the moment. Then, we will take the 4 of you to the hunter meeting place in Saba City next. Well, then please, 4 of you. Halfway through the words of thanks, Leorio immediately responded. There are only 3 of us. Ha ha ha, isn't the 4th person standing behind you all the time? As he said that, with a smirk on his face, the ferocious fox father stretched out his finger and pointed behind Leorio and the others. Leorio looked back subconsciously. "Hi there." A strange voice sounded, which immediately startled Leorio and the others. "Hey, who are you, and when did you follow us?" The irritable Leorio hurriedly took 2 steps back, then put his hand on the dagger at his waist, and looked at the person behind him vigilantly. Kurapika and Gon also opened a distance subconsciously, and looked at the appearance of the person behind them by the moonlight. Wearing a black windbreaker, he is about the same size as Leorio, but with a handsome face of 17 or 18, he looks much younger than Leorio. "I am also a candidate for the hunter test this time, but I came here earlier than you. Strictly speaking, you should call me senior." Ron crossed his arms, looked at the trio and said with interest. "What senior? Who knows what you said?" "Leorio." Kurapika interrupted him with a loud voice. "The fierce fox examiner said that he will take the 4 of us to the hunter test venue, which shows that he is indeed a candidate for the hunter test and has passed the current assessment." Kurapika analyzed and explained, but looked at Ron with vigilance in his eyes. Being able to stand behind them silently, this kind of strength will make the people with him keep enough vigilance in the extremely dangerous hunter test at all times. Ron did not experience the Poseidon and the Q&A with Kurapika and their mother-in-law. They don't know Ron, so it is normal for them to be wary. Leorio listened to what the Kara 860 pickup said, although his body relaxed a lot, he was still on guard. "Hey, hello, my name is Gon, and they are Leorio, Kurapika." Gon stepped forward to introduce himself, then smiled and said to Ron, "We will take part in the hunter test together, please give me your advice." "My name is Ron, please give me your advice." Saying that, Ron shook hands with Gon's outstretched hands. "Your name is Ron, by the way, I had some strange feelings in the forest before, I thought it was an illusion." "Well, I am following you and watching your assessment." Ron nodded and admitted, "I don't mean anything else, I just want to see what your level is like." "Stay behind us." The corners of Kurapika's eyes twitched, he hadn't noticed the person behind him at all just now. In other words, if he wanted to, the sudden sneak attack would make them completely unprepared and caught off guard. This person is a bit dangerous. Kurapika subconsciously glanced at Leorio at the side, and silently raised Ron's danger level by several levels in his heart. "Okay, it's getting late, I'll take you to Saba City." Chapter 73. The fierce fox said, and then flapped its wings, ready to set sail. Ron and Gon were led by Mr. Vicious Fox and his sister respectively, while Kurapika and Leorio were dragged by the Vicious Fox couple, and flew to Saba City in the bright moonlight. A group of people set sail at night like this, and rushed to Saba City when the sun was just rising. Not to mention, holding your legs all night like this is quite a test of your arm strength. After landing, other vicious foxes waited outside the city, and Mr. Vicious Fox turned into a human form and led the 4 of them to the small steak shop. After a meal of steak butts, Gon and Ron came to a small box smoothly. There will always be unexpected things happening in the hunter test. There are millions of participants, and there is only one person in 10,000, which is the chance of reaching the official venue. As newcomers, the 3 of you have done a good job. If it is you, I will be happy to lead the way for you next year. Mr. Fierce Fox did not enter the private room, but stood at the door and spoke seriously. After saying this, Mr. Fox's expression immediately relaxed again, and said with a smile, "Okay, I've finished the official routine speeches for each newcomer, and now I have my own thoughts. Judging from the performance of the few of you, the chances of passing the hunter test are still very high. Come on everyone." Swish swish swish. Mr. Vicious Fox took out from his pocket the 4 bills he had asked for from the steak shop owner and threw them to 4 people. Ron squeezed the number 406 sign in his hand, and pinned it to his chest casually. After a handshake and farewell, Mr. Fox waved his sleeves and walked away without taking a cloud. "Goodbye, Mr. Vicious Fox." As the box door closed, Gon put down his shaking hands and asked Ron excitedly, "Hey, Ron, have you been here to participate in the hunter test?" "Well, I took the hunter test last year." Ron nodded, and then saw Leorio looking at Gon with a surprised face. "Gon, how do you know that he has participated in the hunter test before?" "Because Mr. Fox said before, you 3 have done a good job as rookies, which means that the 3 of us are rookies, and Ron should have participated in the hunter test before." Kurapika replied instead of Gon. "Is that so?" Leorio scratched his cheek with his index finger, and said with some embarrassment, "I thought Mr. Fox made a wrong count. Do you think everyone is like you?" Kurapika said she didn't want to talk to Leorio and rolled her eyes at him. "Ron, can you tell us about the hunter test?" After getting Ron's accurate answer, Gon seemed a little excited. "Can you tell us how the hunter test works? How to proceed? Anyway, it has been tested, and there is no inconvenient." As Ron spoke, he moved a chair and sat down. Gon straightened up immediately, and Kurapika and Leorio beside him also pricked up their ears. "Last year, I took part in the third test, because some accidents happened and gave up halfway. In the first test, the candidates present in 2 teams ensured that their number plates were not taken away, and other candidates were taken away. Team number plates. 2 or 2 teams. If there are 4 of us, we can just form 2 teams." While Ron was talking, Gon put himself in the position of an examinee and thought about the approved plan. Not only him, Kurapika and Leorio also showed a little thoughtful look in their eyes, and then nodded slightly. At that time, when they were unfamiliar with the place, they could really form a team as Gon said. "It's not over yet. This is just the first half. The team candidates who passed the first half test will face a difficult choice in the second half." As Ron said, he purposely made a fool of himself, and then all 3 of Gon stared at him with wide-eyed eyes. "What difficult choice?" Leorio was the first to lose his composure and asked curiously. "That is, knock down the teammate who just cleared the customs together, and the person who wins is considered to have passed the first round of the hunter test." "Knock down companion." Hearing what Ron said, the faces of Kurapika and Leorio suddenly became ugly, and even Gon's face was a little complicated. "Checkshow, it's like this again, just like that old lady who made things difficult for others, the hunter test won such disgusting questions." Leorio scratched the top of his head in distress, and then thought that if he teamed up with Kurapika or Gon, his hands trembled, and he couldn't help pulling out a few hairs. Dilemma? This is the hunter test, as Mr. Fox said, any situation may arise. Kurapika also had a heavy face, obviously thinking of the same problem as Leorio. The box fell into silence for a moment. "Long time. I can't think of it." Gon, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly cried out, and then lay down on the ground with big characters. "I can't think of a way to get both of them to pass if it's a team with Kurapika or Leorio." His face was distressed, he seemed to have a headache, but he refused to give up, still clutching his head in pain. Gon's temperament is like this, whether you say he is simple or a rascal, on the contrary, Qian Hao is stubborn. Then, as if thinking of something, Gon asked Ron, "So, Ron, how did you choose? You said that you entered the third round of testing, so you must have passed the first round of testing. How did you do it?" After Gon finished speaking, Kurapika and Leorio raised their heads too much and looked at Ron. "I found someone randomly. They were 3 brothers. The 2 older brothers formed a team, and the remaining younger brother formed a team with me. Then, in the first half, I was the only one who grabbed the number card, so in the second half, I stunned him and passed the test without any hesitation." "I see." Gon nodded seriously. "That is to say, unless this problem is avoided when forming a team at the beginning, otherwise it is inevitable to compete with one's own companions in the end." Chapter 74. Kurapika said, looking at Ron, "So, Ron, what did the brothers you mentioned do in the second half?" "What else can I do? We can only fight against each other, and the winning brother will pass the test." When Ron finished speaking and Kurapika was silent, Leorio suddenly shouted. "I see. If you can't avoid it, then you can only fight hard." Leorio said in a very serious tone, "Team formation must be agreed by both of you. Since this is the path chosen by 2 people, you must pay the price for your choice." Leorio is right. If that happens, then you can only do your best. This is the best explanation for yourself and the other party. Kurapika also smiled. "But I still want to clear the level with both of them." Gon was the only one who was still struggling. "Don't think too much, the hunter test questions will change every year, and discussing last year's questions here can only be used as a reference." Ron explained to the 3 that the relationship between the 2 parties has taken a step forward after the chat just now. At least now Leorio and Kurapika look at Ron, and they are no longer so vigilant and guarded. Explaining last year's test situation to the candidates who are also opponents, this is already very sympathetic. Well, let's prepare for the next test. Gon shook his head, getting the question out of his mind, and then asked Ron as if he remembered something. By the way, Ron, why do you want to be a hunter? Gon's face showed anticipation and longing from the bottom of his heart. I want to be a hunter because my dad is also a hunter. I want to find him and know what kind of job hunter is so valued by him. As soon as hunter was mentioned, Leorio immediately became interested. I'm doing it for money. Leorio didn't feel embarrassed at all, but rather proud. Leorio, hunter is a noble profession and should not be measured by money. No road race, you don't understand the charm of money at all. Seeing the two started again, Gon gave a dry laugh, then looked at Ron. So Ron, your idea of becoming a hunter is, of course, Audab, if it's inconvenient, it goes without saying. There's nothing wrong with that, I took the hunter license because my master asked for it. Master? Well, my master said that if I don't get the hunter license, I don't have to see her. Gon, 11. Kurapika and Leorio stopped arguing and looked at Ron with strange eyes. However, it is an internal matter of other people's sect, and they are not easy to get involved. Anyway, I want to be a hunter, it's as simple as money. Leorio said, and then held the few hairs he had just pulled out. Kurapika just shook his head, and then said in a low tone, I want to be a hunter, for revenge, too. Stab. Before Kurapika finished speaking, the whole ground suddenly began to vibrate and sink, and the surrounding walls began to rise. Several people stood up immediately, they all knew that they would soon arrive at the real Hunter Association venue. Ron, where was your last meeting? Gon asked, barely gaining a foothold. In a huge underground cellar, down to it through a bar. Then we pass the hotel, isn't the venue a huge storage room? Leorio hugged the table legs, complaining and guessing. Kurapika leaned against the wall, trying to calm down her fluctuating mood before, and the room fell into calm again for a while. The shock came and went quickly. Not long after, the box elevator stopped suddenly, and then arrived at the real venue of Hunter's exam with a bang. Let's go. The elevator door opened, Gon walked out with a solemn face, Kurapika and Leorio were also a little nervous, only Ron walked at the end with a relaxed expression on his face. As soon as they got out of the elevator, the group received kind eyes from many candidates present. These candidates are completely different from those who were called hunter volunteers before, and the atmosphere is much more dignified. Kurapika looked around, then secretly vigilant in his heart. Hey, number 405, it seems that you should be the last candidates. At this time, a simple voice suddenly sounded from the left side of several people. A honest-looking guy jumped down from the water pipe, holding 2 bottles of drinks, and walked over with a silly smile on his face. Looking at your faces, you should be newcomers. Hello, I am number 16, and my name is Tonpa Baba Baba. Originally, Tonpa came over to say hello pretending to be honest, and introduced himself with a smile on his face. Until he saw the man behind Leorio, the man he will never forget. So much so that his voice soared an octave in an instant. Long time no see, rookie killer Tonpa. Ron greeted him playfully. Rookie killer. This title immediately made Leorio and Kurapika understand that this guy in front of him definitely has bad intentions. Facing Leorio's hostile eyes, Tonpa gave a dry laugh, then turned around and ran away, faster than a rabbit. Rookie killer, Ron, do you know him? You must have been a rookie last time, right? Gon glanced at Tonpa who was fleeing in a hurry, and looked at Ron curiously. Well, Tonpa, the rookie killer, enjoys torturing rookies during the exam. He has taken the hunter exam 35 times and has failed so far. He is a candidate who plays some despicable tricks but has no important concerns. Ron told them, during the first round of testing last year, he and his teammates tried to sneak up on me in the first half, and then I took their number plates instead. It turned out to be an old student who failed to pass the test 35 times. The hunter test really has everyone. Leorio looked at Tonpa, who was running away and almost disappeared, and then looked at the bald head next door who told people that he was a ninja, feeling a little emotional. Kurapika and Gon are also secretly looking around, and then... Ah! Chapter 75. A shrill scream attracted the attention of the audience, and a man who lost his arm screamed and fell to his knees. Ah! My hand, my hand. It's unbelievable, why did your hand disappear out of thin air? This is neither a fake nor a mechanism. Familiar voice, familiar speaking style. Hisoka, who was standing in front of the man whose arms disappeared with naked eyes, said with a half-smile. Be careful next time, remember to speak like me when you bump into someone. Wow! Before Hisoka finished speaking, everyone around him backed away and kept a considerable distance from him. Pengsi, the hat girl who can drive bees, Bokuer, who uses poisonous bows and arrows, Greta, who has dark skin and a long nose, Scarpeng, who is wrapped in a turban and can control poisonous snakes, and the three Amoli brothers who are always 3 in 1. This group of veteran candidates who had seen Hisoka's horror in the previous test, after seeing him in person, their faces became even uglier. This lunatic, as expected, is here again. Especially after reaching the 3rd round of the test, Greta and the elder brother Amurai, who witnessed Hisoka concocting the mouthy examiner, were even more serious, and slowly spread around. Ho ho ho! Hisoka didn't pay any attention to the old-handed apples of these varieties that had grown and crippled around him. He turned his head and saw the person he had been longing to see for the past 6 months. Long time no see, little Enon. When Leorio and Kurapika saw Hisoka looking over at first, they raised their vigilance to the maximum, but Hisoka's call made the hairs of both of them stand on end. Little Grace? The two felt uncomfortable, and turned their heads stiffly like a machine, only to see a black line on Ron's forehead. I knew that this guy really came to participate in this year's test. The veins on Ron's forehead were throbbing, and he didn't want to talk to this morbid man, but he didn't expect Hisoka to not only call out his name, but also walk towards this side with catwalks. Oh he, what a surprise, I didn't expect to see you here again, little Enon. Well, you're big, hi. Ron replied mercilessly, then stood up and came to Hisoka, with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Fight! Fight! A certain silver-haired meow who doesn't mind watching the excitement, with a skateboard pinned under his arm, stayed in the crowd looking at the two people who were confronting each other with an excited expression on his face. The other direction. Crack, click, click. A deep brother dressed as a needleman Gitaracker glanced at the silver-haired meow hiding in the crowd, and then looked at the two sides standing opposite each other on the field. Ron met Hisoka's lustful eyes and stared back without showing any weakness. Do you want to have a fight with me right now? I've done it. Do you mean a battle? Of course I wish for it. Hisoka looked at Ron with eyes that gradually became a little darker, and the arc of his mouth opened wider and wider. Apart from Hisoka's response and the sound of shuffling cards, there was no other sound in the huge underground space. Everyone kept quiet and watched the development on the field with held breath. The atmosphere became more and more dignified. Kurapika and Leorio both felt that breathing gradually became a little difficult. Gon's expression was hesitant to speak. Even a chatty bald ninja retracted his neck when he saw that the situation was not going well. And when the atmosphere in the arena became more and more oppressive, Hisoka's movement of shuffling the cards suddenly stopped. Ring 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 dot. A piercing bell sounded suddenly in the tunnel. Looking around, I saw a secret door on the wall above the metal pipe. A man in a suit, with pink-purple hair and a curled beard who managed to cover his mouth walked out of the secret door and stood in the metal pipe. Superior. He was holding a strange creature that told the time like a strange bird, and the sound that resembled a bell came from the mouth of this unknown creature. Saci shook the alarm in his hand, mainly because he wanted to announce that the deadline for registration would be the next 10th round of testing. However, what he didn't expect was that the sound of the alarm bell just happened to be the notification sound for the start of a battle. Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the alarm rang, 3 bursts of air rang out, and the 3 poker cards filled with astonishing mental power instantly struck at Ron from different angles. Dingo, preserved egg, and old king? It seems that you are also particular about throwing cards. Ron complained, but his hands didn't stop. Clang! With slightly curved fingers, he used the technique of bouncing stones to flick 3 playing cards away one after another, making a sound like the clanging of gold and iron. And at the moment when the playing cards flew, Ron's right hand was instantly covered with astonishing thought power with flow and firmness, and he slammed towards the figure attacking the playing cards in front of him on the left. Click! The arm covered with thought power collided with the playing cards infused with thought power, emitting a unique rhythm. This level of thought is not enough to break through my defense. Ron whispered to Hisoka, who quickly approached Ron to attack after the playing cards were dealt with a voice that only two people could hear. The latter did not speak, but the perverted smile on his face deepened. Boom! Ron's arm was strong, and Hisoka flew back directly. After the latter landed on the ground, he immediately arched his body, picked up a playing card from Xiao Wang in his hand, and stared straight at Ron. That's it. After Hisoka and Ron distanced themselves, the examiners who hadn't realized what happened on the field just felt a blur in front of their eyes. The examiner, who was standing on the pipe, suddenly came to the center of the field. Hunter test is about to officially start. From now on, all candidates who want to make trouble will lose the test qualification. Satsuki stood between Ron and Hisoka, with a drop of cold sweat streaming down his face. He said bravely. Judging from the fight just now and the burst of mind power fluctuations and arrogance displayed by the two sides, it is far from what he, a one-star relic hunter, can match. But as the examiner of the test, he has the responsibility and obligation to maintain the normal progress of the test. Oh ho ho ho! Hearing this, Hisoka slowly straightened up, the madness and desire in his eyes gradually faded away. Chapter 76. He watched as Ron stuck out his tongue and licked the playing cards, then turned away with an eerie laugh. Ron understood Hisoka's meaning, or understood the word hunter that Hisoka had just drawn out with playing cards. Don't be in a hurry, and enjoy the time of the test. Ron also dissipated the thoughts covering his arms. I'm afraid you won't have this kind of enjoyment by then. Ron had nothing to do with the duel just now, but Hisoka might not be sure. Ron could sense that when he bounced Hisoka away, with his current strength not weaker than Yuvijan's, the opponent should have suffered a little impact. Ron didn't mind Hisoka's provocative gesture, and even welcomed it a little. Although Hisoka will have a considerable role, N660 seems to be the most popular and weirdest character in the entire Hunter comics. But if the unintelligent one continues to provoke Ron in the next exam, he doesn't mind cutting Hisoka's part in advance for the old thief. Seeing that both parties had given up, Sassy breathed a sigh of relief, and then realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. This year's candidates have some incredible people. The champion of the Olympia martial arts competition, the lunatic who beat the examiner to death last time. Satsu looked at Hisoka, who had retreated to the side, and Ron, who was approached by Gon, and his mind was boundless. Ron, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Gon gathered around and looked at Ron with sparkling eyes. Kurapika and Leorio also stepped forward, with a little respect in their eyes. This is the instinctive awe of the strong for power. The confrontation between Ron and Hisoka just now was only for a moment, and most of the candidates have not reacted yet. But when the two collided with each other, the aura emanating from it caused some candidates nearby to freeze suddenly. It was a horror that made people tremble and couldn't move their feet. Kurapika and Leorio also sensed a little bit, so they are extraordinarily silent now. They suddenly discovered that there are too many masters in the Hunter test. Can they really get the license smoothly? Not to mention Kurapika and Leorio's worries about the future, in the crowd. No wonder the elders told me to be extra careful when I came to take the Hunter license test. It turns out that there are still such people among the candidates. Among the crowd, a big bald man with a shiny slate is now covered with sweat. It's like a power that doesn't belong to humans, like Big Brother. The one who felt the same way as Hanzo was a certain silver-haired cat. Killua looked at Ron and Hisoka with a look of horror on his face, and his whole body had retreated against the wall, as if only doing so could bring him a little sense of security. Next, stay as far away from them as possible. At this moment, Hanzo and Killua both made the same decision in their hearts. The expressions on their faces remained unchanged, but their hearts were full of fear. And one of the protagonists of this confrontation is suppressing the turbulent chi and blood in his body. This kind of power is really terrifying. I'm afraid it's not much inferior to Yuvijan, and it has a speed that surpasses Phaeton's that hasn't been shown. Tisk tisk, it's really exciting. Hisoka was in the corner where the others distanced himself. On the surface he looked like a normal person, with a trademark smile on his face. I'll give you a piece of advice, with his strength, you'd better not provoke him in the next test. A faint word reached Hisoka's ears. I don't want to lose a partner I can talk to. Hisoka, who knew who was talking without looking, just took out the playing cards and continued to shuffle, without any change in the expression on his face. There is often only a thin line between a lunatic and a paranoid. Gitaraker, who passed by Hisoka, also knew this truth, so he gave a sentence. As for whether Hisoka can listen to it or not, it is none of his business. After the previous battle came to an end, Saci went straight to the point and said to all the candidates, "I kept everyone waiting, until just now, the acceptance period for the hunter test subjects has ended." As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere in the tunnel changed obviously, and almost every examinee showed a serious expression. Sato's looked around, raised his index finger, and said flatly, "I declare in advance that the hunter test is extremely harsh, and those who are unlucky or lack strength all suffer serious injuries or even die. Because of the struggle among candidates, some people are eliminated early. Those who want to retreat, please take the elevator back when you came, and those who are not afraid of death, follow me." It was a prudent statement, but it didn't make any candidate flinch. What a joke, I finally found the location of the first level test, how can I back down just like that? Most candidates share the same idea. Sato's looked around everyone again, paused for a while on Ron and Hisoka, then withdrew his gaze, and said calmly, "Then, the participants of this test." A total of 405 tests officially started. 17. Except for the unlucky guy whose arms were crippled by Hisoka and who was no longer able to participate in the test, Saci opened his posture and walked forward with a strange walking movement. None of the 405 candidates withdrew, and they all followed closely behind Saci. "I haven't introduced myself to you yet. I am Satos, the examiner of the first test. Next, I will lead you to the venue of the second test 2.2. Those who can follow me to the second test venue will be considered as passing the first test. A test. However, please remember that I will not disclose the location of the venue and the time of arrival, so you can only follow me closely." Satos walked at the front of the team and explained the content of the first test. "So, follow the examiner's pace and don't fall behind." In the dark underground passage, the ultra-long distance marathon hunter test with no known destination started. Ron greeted Gon and the others, then followed Sats, studying his steps. In other words, Saci was able to maintain such a strange walking posture for such a long time, it must be because this kind of gait is not very strenuous to walk, and it must save energy compared with usual running. Chapter 77. And when walking, it is faster than normal running, as if shrinking to an inch, looks very gentlemanly, and looks very good looking. As time went on, his speed became faster and faster, but his walking posture, the distance and movement of his steps, and the degree of waving his arms only changed slightly, which was captured by Ron. In amazement, he also began to imitate Saci's steps in a daze. Because of the confrontation with Hisoka before, almost all candidates knew that Ron was not easy to mess with, so they all consciously left him a gap, so that no one around him came close. In the rear, Killua, who ran away from home on the 99th, was advancing on a skateboard at high speed, and met the protagonist trio who were destined to be together. There was silence in the empty underground passage, only the sound of the footsteps of the team moving forward resounded from low to high, from slow to fast, as 10 candidates stepped on the forward road extending to nowhere. Unknowingly, several hours passed, and finally other voices appeared in the passage. Wheeze. Tick-tock. The heavy exhalation sound like a bellows, and the bean-sized beads of sweat dripping on the ground are extremely harsh in this echo-obvious channel. Obviously, some candidates are almost unable to bear the intensity of the international marathon. The exhaustion of physical strength is still second, and the psychological burden of not knowing where the end is also accompanied by every candidate all the time. Especially in this dark and dim underground passage, it is easier to feel hopeless. The boring long-distance running, and the silent pressure created by the tacit silence of many candidates, made people feel a little out of breath. Slap! The computer in the hands of a little fat man fell to the ground, and then collapsed and fell to his knees on the ground crying under the sarcasm of the three brothers of Amory. The first knockout appeared. And when someone took the lead, it loosened the bottom line of people's hearts. Then, one after another, candidates fell to their knees on the ground with desperation and a hint of relief in their eyes, watching the large army continue to march towards the distance at a faster speed. Finally, after running continuously for 6 or 7 hours like this, and passing through a large section of stairs, although Ron didn't feel tired, and had already learned how to walk, he finally saw the exit when he felt impatient. Even Ron was a little impatient, let alone the other candidates. When everyone saw the white light coming in from the exit of the passage, they were all refreshed. Finally, is it time to end this grueling long run? After walking out of the passage, most of the candidates seemed to have been reborn. Leorio, who had already stripped his upper body, let out a sigh of relief, feeling that the world is so beautiful, even the strange forest and swamp in front of him feel so beautiful. Kurapika followed behind him, also smiling slowly. In the previous underground passage, he also learned about his past experience from Leorio, the situation of his childhood companion Pido. Knowing that Leorio didn't want to become a hunter for money, but to become a doctor. This made Kurapika let go of the last estrangement towards Leorio, and truly regarded him as a companion. And beside him, Gon was arguing with his new friend, a boy named Killua, who should be the first candidate to run out. Sat looked around and nodded. There are quite a few candidates who can survive until now, and it seems that there are indeed some good seedlings in this year. When he finished introducing the Milo wetland full of traps, he was about to announce the start of the second half of the long-distance run. He is a liar, don't be fooled by him. I am the real examiner. A man in green clothes with bruises on his face came out carrying a tattered bag with a monkey in it, looking at Sassy with anger on his face. The drama of true and false examiners is on stage. Sassy just watched the performance of this man-faced ape who was jumping up and down to encourage the examines quietly, unmoved. It just so happens that this can also be used as an episode for the test takers. If they are really instigated and deceived by this monkey, Sassy will not be polite if they make any irrational actions. Can be played around by a mere monkey, such a candidate with a worrying IQ, what license does he need to take? He is a man-faced ape, dressed as a human, and will take you to a trap to eat. The impassioned speech of the man in green caused a little commotion in the candidate group, but it did not expand as in the original version, but the commotion quickly subsided. Some candidates watched the man in green perform there with playfulness, while some did not hide it at all, looking at him like an idiot, such as Killua. What's the matter? Why is everyone so indifferent? What if this guy is telling the truth? Leorio, who originally wanted to jump out, saw that no one else was making any movement at 213, and the atmosphere was a bit weird. He couldn't help but swallowed the words that reached his throat, covered his mouth with his hand, and asked in Kurapika's ear. A certain bald ninja with a broken mouth beside him also pricked up his ears in puzzlement. Although I don't know the origin of the man in the green suit, there is a high possibility that it is a man-faced ape, but the person who led us on the long-distance run must be the real examiner. Kurapika patiently explained to Leorio and Gon, who blinked and looked back. Why? Leorio asked suspiciously. Do you remember the fight between Ron and Hisoka at the very beginning? Fighting. Leorio pondered for a while. They seemed to have gone through a few tricks, and then they were given. Speaking of this, Leorio suddenly realized, and then suddenly realized. Understood. Kurapika said with a smile, to be able to stop the two powerful examines and make them stop, only the examiners who really have the qualifications for the test can do it. Do you think a man-faced ape who wants to eat us as food will intervene in the struggle between the two candidates? Won't. The one who spoke was the bald ninja Hanzo, who subconsciously gave the answer. Chapter 78. Then he saw Kurapika and Leorio's eyes like dead fish eyes, laughed dryly twice and then whistled towards the sky. Although the candidates who came to take the hunter test come from all walks of life, they still have the most basic IQ, so after sorting out some things, they looked at the man in green like watching a monkey show. Isn't it good to be alive? You have to come out to die. Doesn't a creature like a man-faced ape know the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages? Ron shook his head helplessly, then picked up a few small stones on the ground. There are so many examines here, you two monkeys dare to come out to cheat, who do you look down on? And there is Sassy leading the team, the Hisoka werewolf is here, these two monkeys are really courageous. However, no matter how courageous they are destined to have no future. Thinking of this, Ron directly flicked the small rock in his hand. Not to those man-faced apes, but to a certain perverted magician. Originally, 6 cards had been shot, 3 were shot at the monkey in green clothes, 3 were shot at the examiner Sassy, and he was about to shoot the other 3 cards at Ron's Hisoka, when suddenly he found. The opponent seems to be preemptive. Interesting. With a chuckle from Hisoka, the 3 cards in his hand were thrown out again, colliding with the small stone flying towards him. Both of them were infused with thoughts, and the result of the collision was that the playing cards were knocked away and the stones burst into pieces. Wow! Many candidates backed away immediately, leaving a large open space in front of Ron and Hisoka, with a frightened expression of "they started again." Satsuki, who received Hisoka's 3 cards, wanted to warn him, but when he saw the two confronting each other again, his mustache couldn't help but he couldn't complain. This year's candidates have too many questions, it's not easy to take. If you plan to provoke me again, it won't be a simple stone next time. Ron weighed the stone in his hand, and said to Westinghouse expressionlessly. Hearing this, Hisoka shrugged with a strange smile, and didn't express anything else. Okay, you all follow my pace closely, pay attention, don't fall behind. Sassy was a little tired and didn't bother to pursue Hisoka's matter anymore, so he turned his head to remind the candidates, and then walked forward first. Ron followed first, then Hisoka, and then a group of candidates. No one cared that it was the 2 monkeys who fell to the ground. After the group entered the Chimera wetland, a layer of mist descended and enveloped everyone. Oh ho ho ho! It is most suitable for some unexplainable actions when the line of sight is blocked and the road environment cannot be seen clearly. Hisoka, the killing intent provoked by Ron twice in a row, although released a little bit on the 2 monkeys, it was just an appetizer. There are too many candidates, let me eliminate some of them. Hands raised, playing cards slipped. Ah! A howl marked the beginning of the killing. Ron followed behind Sax, not responding. But the several candidates who were traveling with him were terrified, and each of them lowered their heads in suspense. Really, there's that murderer Hisoka behind me, but I still have to go back. Killua next to Ron looked behind and complained incomprehensibly. The hedgehog-headed Gon I just met said that his companions were left behind, and he wanted to take them to the back. From Killua's point of view, if Gon's companions met Hisoka, it might be a disaster. When he goes back now, he just goes to add some dishes to others. Killua, who has not yet become friends with Gon, didn't have any big ideas, just complained a few words and continued to follow Sassy. So is Ron. With the aura of Gon and their protagonists, they should still be the same, escaping from Hisoka as in the original book, and they are still regarded as young and valuable fruits by him. In short, there is no danger, and by the way, I also absorbed part of Hisoka's attention for Ron, so that he can be more stable in the next test. As for what happens if Hisoka kills him. Kill it, this is the path you choose, so you should be aware of paying the relative price. If Gon was really killed, it can only be said that he asked for it. Ron would not save him from a heart attack just because he was the protagonist, for such a ridiculous reason. In this world, who is not the protagonist of their own life? From Meteor Street, Sky Arena, and travel in the past 6 months, Ron has seen too much life and death, and has gradually become indifferent to the so-called protagonist. Now that I have come to this world, I am the protagonist. Ron and Killua followed Sassy and arrived at the destination of the second round of testing without any risk. Biscayne Forest Park. Looking at the stone slabs engraved with the names of the buildings around them, the examines who followed all the way finally breathed a sigh of relief. First, the dark underground passage, and then the fraudster's plane, it really makes people's minds always on alert, and they can't get a moment's rest. However, the tests of the Hunter Association will not keep people's nerves tense all the time, so before the second round of tests, candidates have enough time to relax and relieve pressure. Biscayne Forest Park is the place for the second test, goodly how. On a flat ground in the park, there is a new factory building that seems to have just been built. However, the architect seems to have no sincerity, and used some dilapidated leftover materials to make a temporary construction. A clock hangs above the main entrance of the factory building. When he came here, Saci looked at the time above for the first time. It shows that there is still time for the first test. Just as time passed slowly and the group began to relax and adjust their state, Ron raised his head with his eyes moved. Not far ahead, in the mist, with the fainted Leorio on his back, the corners of Hisoka's mouth curled up, as if something happened that pleased him and came to the scene. Throwing Leorio under a big tree casually, he gave Ron a few unknown laughs, then withdrew his gaze and leaned against the wall. Chapter 79. Not long after, when the time was about to expire, Gon and Kurapika arrived late. It seems that it is still the same as in the original book. Gon and Kurapika have become the highly anticipated and growing fruits of Hisoka. Later, after meeting with Leorio and Killua, Gon also found Ron, and after some introductions, it was considered an acquaintance. Finally, after the clock above his head reached a certain position, Sassy clapped his hands. Everyone gather here. When the time was up, Saci didn't care about the life and death of other candidates, and when he saw that the people were almost here, he called the remaining candidates to stand together. Okay, I'm here to congratulate you once again. The people standing here have all passed the first round of tests. I hope that the second round of tests will also be able to pass the test bravely. I wish you all good luck here first. Sach congratulated all the candidates for passing the first test in a flat tone. Then after announcing the result, Sassy didn't stop for even a moment, turned around directly, walked into the woods and disappeared. Hearing this, a little smile finally appeared on the dignified faces of the candidates. Gon and Kurapika 190 also found Leorio, who was still in a coma. After waking him up, they went to Killua and Ron. There are still more unknown tests waiting for them, and staying with people they know will at least give them some confidence. Especially Ron's strength is very strong, the kind that looks very reliable. In addition, several of them have also experienced Hisoka's incident, and they feel that they are being targeted by him, and they feel a little bit of sympathy with Ron. Then, when the clock above continues to rotate and reaches a critical point. Ka ka ka. In front of the candidates, the heavy door with a clock on the top began to make a sound, announcing the arrival of the second test. After the first round of the test, the candidates who were somewhat relaxed all lifted their spirits again when they heard the voice, and began to get nervous. The huge and heavy door opened little by little, revealing the scene inside little by little. The first thing that catches the examinee's eyes is a beautiful girl sitting on the sofa wearing revealing clothes and a strange pink hair shape. Petite, but very nice Menchi. Is she the examiner for the second round of tests? The examines were stunned, and some of them looked at each other with unknown smiles on their faces. Beauty. At this moment, on a tall tree not far from the gate, the number of people who passed the first round of tests was 128. It seems that the number of people who passed the first round of tests has dropped by nearly 3/4 due to the loss of the Meli wetland. The examiners of the second round of test are Menchi and Boera. There are probably only about 40 or 50 people who have passed this level, and depending on the difficulty of the questions, there may even be less than 10 people left in the end. But a few of them should be no problem at all, especially those two troublesome candidates, the champions of the Olympia martial arts competition. It must be very interesting. As a qualified relic hunter, Sassy, who has a never-giving-up exploration heart and strong curiosity, will never let go of the next good show. Especially as a rising star in the hunter circle, Menchi is known for his temper. Between those two troublesome examines, it is impossible to say that something interesting will happen. Cough cough, this is to prevent the incident like the last time when candidates attacked the examiner, and I am worried that my colleagues will do their best to stay here. It's all for work. Well, I'm such a serious and responsible person. After convincing Adfet himself with many reasonable reasons, Sassy took out a telescope-like thing from his pocket, squatted there and watched the show with peace of mind. After going through so many twists and turns, it was hard to see a beautiful woman who was still alive, so people couldn't help but take a second look. Therefore, most of the candidates' attention is on Menchi, who is petite but has a pretty good figure. It wasn't until Boera's stomach roared that the candidates realized that there was a huge and strong man sitting behind the beautiful examiner. Everyone, I've been waiting for a long time. On the surface, Menchi greeted all the candidates very politely. Welcome to the second round of hunter testing. She looks very amiable, but Ron knows her nature. She is a violent woman who will draw a knife at the first sight of a disagreement, and treats people as food and cooks them. Gilyalu. Boera, who was tall and sitting on the ground, looked listlessly at the group of candidates. Are you starving, Boera? Hearing the movement, Menchi raised his head and asked Boera. Since she is now sitting on the sofa while knocking on Erlang's legs, when she raises her head and leans her body back, the material in front of her is very protruding forward. Faintly, there was a little swallowing of saliva among the candidates. Well, not as big as Shizuka's. Ron, with sharp eyes, carefully compared the modulus for a moment, and came to a conclusion. You heard it too, my stomach is rumbling with hunger, Menchi. Boera said, patting his naked belly. He couldn't wait for the candidates to cook. Well, since that's the case, then, the second round of testing is about to begin. Menchi smiled at him, then turned away. At this moment, the smile turned serious, and the original amiability was thrown out of the sky. Many people were dumbfounded by the face-changing skills. Everyone has also heard that the exam items for the second test are related to cooking, and our 2 gourmet hunters will be the examiners. Sure enough, it's cooking. Many candidates looked at the cooking facilities and materials in the house with all kinds of pots and pans, showing such expressions. But a group of rough guys who came to take the hunter license to cook, how strange it feels. There are also some candidates who are not good at cooking at all, with ugly faces and a lot of anger in their words. For a while, the scene was full of discussions. Sure enough, it's cooking, but is a gourmet hunter also a hunter? Is there such a branch of hunter in the world? Chapter 80. Leorio looked puzzled and surprised, feeling that he had learned a lot. The world is full of wonders. If I get the hunter license, can I create a ninja hunter? A certain talkative bald head rested on his chin, lost in thought. Papa Papa. 3 soft beeps brought the examines back to their senses and quieted down. Next, I announce the specific rules of the test. Menchi clapped his hands blankly, and after seeing everyone looking over, he said slowly. In the second round of testing, there are 2 games in total, divided into the first half and the second half. Only after passing all of them can you continue to participate in the next test. First half and second half? Gon's trio twitched when they heard the words, and looked at Ron subconsciously. Seeing the latter's casual posture, they couldn't help but took a deep breath, and their faces gradually became serious. I can't help it. In the steak shop, I asked Ron to introduce his test content, and the 3 of Gon were a little sensitive to the words first and second half. Killua at the side saw them looking like they were facing a big enemy, and couldn't help scratching their heads, feeling a little baffled. The content of the test is very simple. If you make a dish that satisfies us, you will pass. As Menchi said, he tapped Bolera's big belly, and the latter understood and couldn't wait. First of all, candidates please cook the dishes I specified first. Bolera said. Only those who pass the Bolera test are eligible to continue cooking the dishes I specified. That is to say, as long as both of us find it delicious, it means you have successfully passed the second test. Menchi continued. By the time the exam is over, the 2 of us will have enough to eat. As soon as Menchi finished speaking, the faces of many candidates became even uglier. As for cooking, whether it is delicious or not depends entirely on personal subjective judgments, and there is no way to test the level of it. If you are eliminated because of poor taste, the people present will definitely not be convinced. Cooking. After getting the question, Gon began to count with his fingers. Omden, ordinary omelette, special omelette. I seem to be the only one who can make omelette. Egg rice bowl. Killua looked at Gon's calculations, and also stretched out his fingers. Well, with extremely sharp fingers, killing anatomy is definitely a first-class convenience. But when it comes to cooking, forget it, let's make do. Killua put his hands back into his trouser pockets expressionlessly. Cooking, I only know instant noodles, I can make you any flavor you want. Leorio's tone was a little weak. Vine pepper flavor, braised sauce flavor, spicy flavor, seafood flavor, soy sauce flavor. It was like saying the name of a dish in a crosstalk, so that Kurapika on the side couldn't listen to it and turned his face away. By the way, Ron, at least you have participated in the hunter test once, so it's not just as simple as cooking, right? Suddenly, Leorio, who was reporting the name of the dish, seemed to remember something, and moved to Ron's side, looking at him expectantly. Well, food hunters are pursuing various ingredients and cuisines around the world, and at the same time constantly creating more advanced human delicacies. They have an incomprehensible obsession with ingredients. If my guess is right, their exam questions should mainly be in terms of food. Food? Hearing this, the faces of the candidates who were listening carefully all around eased up a little. If it's just hunting food, then it's fine, isn't that what a hunter should do? Hearing this, Bolera and Menchi couldn't help but glance at Ron. There is something about this candidate. Then, my question is to roast a whole pig. With a rumbling stomach, Bolera couldn't hold back any longer, and spoke out the content of his test. While talking, there was a happy expression on his face. Using the identity of the examiner, let the candidates cook their favorite food for free. For food hunter, is there anything happier in the world than this? Roast whole pig. Well, that's my favorite food. Besides, there is only one kind of pig in this forest, which is the wild boar known as the most ferocious in the world. Big-nosed pig. As soon as the examines asked the exit, they felt the ground tremble. Is there an earthquake? Leorio yelled, and then quickly stepped back. Apart from him, many candidates who sensed something was wrong also took action. At the moment, only Ron was standing in front of him, and a few others were slow-paced with confused faces. Boom! The ground vibrated more and more, and with the sound of snorting, a group of huge pigs suddenly rushed over from a distance, and in the blink of an eye, they came to the door of the factory building. The group of candidates who reacted a little later realized what had happened, and their expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly tried to avoid it. But obviously, it was too late. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, it indicated that the unlucky guys were thrown into the sky by this huge group of wild boars with thick and long noses similar to elephant rhinos and black bodies, doing free fall. The candidates behind me were shocked. The overwhelming momentum seemed to give the group of big-nosed wild pigs greater confidence, making them continue to rush forward screaming. At this time, there was only one human standing in front of them. Their eyes were full of bloodthirsty light, and they stepped forward to completely crush this last obstacle. However, a group of pigs is a group of pigs, even if they become the strongest in the world. Whoosh! Accompanied by a soft sound, a piercing sound sounded, and under the eyes of Menchi and Boera, who became serious in an instant, they shot at the group of wild boars. A small round object knocked on the pig's nose, the most proud and powerful weapon of the boar. Under the shocked and inexplicable eyes of the examines, the steel-hard nose was instantly broken into two pieces like paper. And that little thing didn't seem to be hindered by anything, it passed through the forehead of the pig with the broken nose, and ran through the whole body. Immediately, the big-nosed wild pig at the head had white eyes, lost its balance, and fell to the ground under the force of inertia. That's not even for. Chapter 81. The little thing that broke its nose and penetrated the whole body of the big-nosed mad pig still didn't stop, flying at extreme speed and shooting at the second pig following behind. Snapped! The nose broke and the pig fell to the ground. Then the second head, the third head. The examines watched helplessly as the last seventh wild boar with a porcupine nose fell to the ground. The little thing seemed to have lost all its strength and fell to the ground. Stone. A most ordinary little rock. The thing that pierced through the 7 big-nosed wild pigs was either a sharp weapon, or a small stone that could be picked up at the side of the road. The examines stared blankly at Ron, who was still standing there with a calm expression on his face, speechless for a long time. Humchi humchi. On the road in front of Ron, the 7 wild boars were killed by 5:30, while the other group of wild boars walking on both sides passed through here and came to Ron's Esther. They turned their heads and stared blankly at their companions who fell on the ground and the broken nose beside them, just like the group of candidates. In silence, Ron turned his head slowly, and looked at the group of big-nosed wild pigs expressionlessly. Ouch! Amidst the ear-piercing screams of horror, a group of big-nosed wild pigs frantically ran towards the distance like flies without their heads. There were many collisions and stampedes in the middle, but no pig cared about it. Although they have no intelligence, the few beasts instinctively send out warnings to them crazily. This human being is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Get out of here quickly. Looking at a group of boar-nosed wild pigs fleeing frantically, the candidates looked a little dazed. It seemed that everything just now was an illusion. But the corpses of the 7 big-nosed wild boars whose blood hadn't cooled down on the field told the examines that it was not a hallucination. It's all true. 7 porcupine wild boars were killed in a row with only one small stone, and even their hardest horned noses were broken. Such an astonishing thought. Boera's stomach stopped growling, and his saliva stopped flowing. Menchi also looked at the corpses of the 7 big-nosed wild boars on the ground. A bean-sized bead of sweat dripped down his cheek, and a chill suddenly rose from the solace of his feet. For his partner, Boera's favorite food, Menchi has done some research. Rabid pig, the most ferocious pig in the world, its weak point is the forehead. The horns of the nose are its most powerful and difficult weapon, and its reputation as the most ferocious in the world is mostly due to its horns. Menchi has done experiments, and it is not impossible to cut off the horns of the big-nosed mad boar's nose, but she has to attach a part of not weak thoughts to her precious sword to cut off easily. And the man in front of him used the most ordinary stones to beat 7 big-nosed wild boars without their noses. This is enough to show that the mind and spirit of the other party are much stronger than their own. Even, the small stone lost its strength and fell to the ground after breaking through the only 7 wild boars on that road. Either it means that the other party's thoughts are only at this level, or the other party has already estimated the amount that will penetrate the 7 stones, and then attached a similar amount of thoughts to the stone. For the former, although it is very strong, it is still acceptable. If the latter, what an exquisite level the other party has reached in controlling and mastering thoughts. Menchi took another look at Ron, who started to walk towards the big-nosed and wild pig, feeling deep fear in his heart. This examinee, try not to provoke him. Thinking of the incident that some candidates beat the examiner last year, Menchi's heart beat a little. It is said that the examiner who was beaten last year was completely disfigured, and there was no news of him for a period of time after his injury recovered. Disfigured. Menchi gave a jolt, and then quickly tapped the stomach of Boa, who was still in a daze. Oh, that test has officially started. Only then did Boa come back to his senses, glanced at Ron carefully, and announced the start of the test. Under Boa's loud yelling, the examinee group gradually came to their senses. Then he glanced at Ron with a ghost-like expression and eyes, and then scattered like birds and beasts with a boom. You're really good, Ron. Gon came over, his tone full of surprise and admiration. Although Kurapika and Leorio on the side didn't say anything, the shock on their faces showed their true feelings very well. And Killua picked up a broken nose corner, spread out his hand, compared the hardness, and his eyes were a little straight. It's nothing, you can cook any of these 7 porcupine wild pigs, anyway, it's no problem to hunt them with your strength. Ron smiled at Gon, then waved his hand casually, with a big air. Well. Then we're welcome, thank you Ron. After expressing their thanks, the 4 of Gon each dragged a pig to start a fire. The blind pig looks like it weighs about a ton, and the examiner looks very hungry even though he is huge. But presumably you can't eat too much, it's true to go to the prey to cook early and pass the exam. Then it's cooking. Ron also dragged the remaining 3 porcupines to a place where no one was around. With a flip of his hand, he took out some cooking utensils and seasonings from the space backpack. Then, let's start now. Ron picked up a long kitchen knife, turned the knife around, and stared sharply at the dead body of the porcupine boar. He has learned advanced culinary skills from a landlord who played 1.5 games in the sky. Time passed by every minute and every second, and the candidates also started hunting the wild boar. As a result, there is no doubt that many people who did not grasp the weak point were directly thrown out by the nose. And this made the examines even more aware of how powerful Ron is, who pierced through 7 wild boars in one go. Without Gon revealing the weakness of the porcupine and mad pig, it is not so simple for this group of candidates to dig out the fatal place of the forehead. In the distance, Sassy, who was hiding in the woods, couldn't help but shook his head as he watched a group of candidates running around in full swing being chased by porcupines. This is in stark contrast to the scene where Ron shot just now. Chapter 82. Sassy also saw everything that happened just now, and he was extremely fortunate that after blocking Ron Hisoka in the underground passage, he was not beaten violently. Now, while the examiner from the previous session was beaten by the candidates and turned into a laughing stock, it also made a group of examiners restrain themselves a lot, and they were even frightened, for fear that there would be another perverted candidate. Saci was very fortunate that although he encountered a perverted examinee, he escaped a catastrophe anyway. Fortunately, at the same time, he was also very emotional. He really deserves to be the champion of the Olympia martial arts competition. This kind of strength is much stronger than the previous champion, what the hell? Sassy thought so, and then continued to pay attention to the situation on the field. Finally, some examines discovered the secret that the weak point of the wild boar is the forehead, and successfully killed one of them. Other candidates also saw it, so they learned something. Not long after, the surviving examines got a carcass of a porcupine wild boar, and began to barbecue with local materials. While they were grilling, in the workshops of Boera and Menchi, people had already started submitting works. Delicious. Tasty. Great. Tasty. This is delicious too. After eating 5 porcupines in a row, Boera gave delicious evaluations one after another. After getting a satisfactory answer, Leorio clenched his fist and waved excitedly, and Gon and Kurapika next to him also showed joy. Menchi pouted from the sidelines, except for the first Ron who looked good, the other four were just average in her eyes. She originally wanted to tell Boera that as a gourmet hunter, she should insist on the taste she pursues. But after seeing that Gon and the others seemed to be hanging out with Ron, they wisely kept silent. Phew! Finally past the first half of the second round, it's really not easy along the way. It was rare to relax, and several people sat down in a corner of the factory building, Leorio said with some emotion. Gon also nodded. That's right, first I ran a marathon for several hours, then I met Hisoka, and then I cooked. I'm a little hungry when it comes to cooking. It's okay not to mention, when it comes to cooking, several people's stomachs growled a little. Ha ha ha, I was so focused on passing the exam that I forgot to cook something to fill my stomach. Gon rubbed the back of his head and said embarrassedly. It was his stomach that growled the loudest. Also, except for the very beginning, after a little extra heat at the steakhouse early in the morning. The next high-intensity marathon, constant vigilance in the Chimera wetland, and the pressure of facing Hisoka, etc., these things made their calories burn extremely fast. Why don't we take this opportunity to find something to eat? Kurapika suggested. There are still a lot of candidates in the back, and if this examiner wants to eat so many roasted whole pigs, it will be a long time. We can just add some more during this time. The three of Gon Killua Leorio looked at each other and nodded after listening to Kurapika's words. Although with their physical strength and state, they can survive without eating or drinking for 3 days. Especially Killua, who was born as a killer, can adjust his life state to 7 days without eating without any problem. But in this sinister hunter test environment, it is better to replenish your physical condition to the peak level to feel more secure. Then let's go find something to eat. I remember there are a few apple trees around here. After speaking, Leorio got up and planned to pick some fruits. Ron, who hadn't spoken all this time, suddenly coughed twice, and then turned his palms, and a large wooden lunchbox cage appeared in front of everyone. In the distance, Menchi and Boera, who have been watching this side all the time, stared at each other. Manipulator. This is. Gon and the others, including Leorio and the others who had already stood up, were all dumbfounded, a little dazed looking at this magic trick. This is a wooden box. I made it out of some trees in the forest. I know it's a wooden box. Killua, Kurapika and Leorio complained in their hearts, while Gon asked Ron curiously. But, I didn't see anything around Ron just now, it seems to have appeared out of thin air. There are some ways involved in this, after you become hunters, you will naturally understand. After becoming a hunter, Gon and the others were taken aback when they heard the words, and thought for a moment. Kurapika and Killua were even more moved. They remembered the scene when Ron and Hisoka confronted before, and the famous scene where Ron killed 7 porcupines with one blow. It seems that there is a supernatural power in their gestures. Seeing that they were lost in thought, Ron couldn't help chuckling and said. Okay, this is just the second round of testing, don't think so much about 943, let's fill our stomachs first and then talk about other things. As he spoke, he opened the wooden box, and a strong fragrance instantly hit the faces of Gon and others, causing their bodies to react subconsciously. Go go go! The stomachs of Gon and the others yelled one after another in an instant, making them smile rather embarrassedly, but they no longer entangled with that problem. Smells so good! Ron, are these all your cooking? There were little stars in Gon's eyes, and his eyes were fixed on the wooden plates inside the wooden box. Leorio on the side sat back in his original position, and wiped the scum that was about to overflow from the corner of his mouth with his hands. Even Kurapika and Killua had uncontrollable anticipation in their eyes. This scent is really delicious and very mesmerizing. Well, I used the remaining 2 wild pigs as ingredients to make some local dishes. How do you taste? Ron kept moving his hands, and placed plates of prepared dishes in front of several people. Gon and the others looked at the assortment of colorful and delicious meals, and couldn't help swallowing some saliva secretly. Cuckoo! A thunderous belly sound made Gon and the others startled, and then looked in a certain direction at the same time. Chapter 83. Leak leak leak. Boera smiled embarrassingly, but this grin caused a lot of saliva to accumulate in his mouth, and a lot dripped out, which made Menchi below look disgusted. But at the same time she was disgusted, she was also full of infinite curiosity and longing for the cooking of Gon and the others. These scents were something she had never smelled before. The examinee said that these are his hometown dishes, maybe they are new dishes that she has never heard of. New dish. For Menchi, who is passionate about gourmet cuisine, this is like a cat scratching his heart. She really wanted to eat and drink with a cheeky face, but the majesty of being an examiner and her fear of Ron made her just watch and listen helplessly. This is braised pork. It tastes mellow and delicious, and it also has a bit of sweetness. The most large pieces in the center are called dongpo pork. It is from a gentleman named Su Dongpo in my hometown. It tastes even better. Ron pointed to the dish he placed in the middle, which was filled with bright red color and composed of pieces of good pork belly, and said. The eyes of Gon and the others looked straight. Don't just look at it stupidly, just taste how it tastes. Seeing them one by one, Ron secretly laughed in his heart, and then handed them the chopsticks made of wood. Ron's words seemed to be a clarion call, and in an instant, several people moved at the same time. The target is the big pieces of dongpo meat in the middle. Cause. Bite down, the taste is mellow and juicy, crispy but not broken, fragrant and glutinous but not greasy, and the deliciousness spreads in the mouth instantly. Tasty. Leorio just felt so delicious that his tongue was about to melt. It's delicious. It's the first time I have eaten such a dish. After Killua took the first bite, he started eating without stopping. Gon and Kurapika didn't talk much. After savoring the taste, they ate the dongpo meat in 2 mouthfuls, and then dropped their chopsticks again and again. Hey, you guys save some for me. Not to be outdone, Leorio immediately joined the battle for food. Seeing this scene, Boera and Menchi on the side felt even more uncomfortable. Really, is it that delicious? Of course it's so delicious, the 5,000-year food culture in Greater China is no joke. Examiner, my cooking is ready. After the bald ninja Hanzo came to the scene holding a huge roasted whole pig, he found that the 2 examiners hadn't noticed him, so he reminded him loudly. Huh? Oh. Only then did Boera come back to his senses, and took the whole roasted pig from Hanzo's hand with a complicated expression, and then sniffed it first. How is it, examiner? I used the secret cooking method handed down by our ninja family to cook this whole roasted pig well. Hanzo said confidently. And Boera just sniffed it with his nose, then his face darkened. Then he took a hard bite, chewed it twice, and stopped talking. Finally, after swallowing this mouthful of pork, he secretly sighed, then nodded to Hanzo in front of him. You pass. Yeah. Let me just say that my cooking is absolutely fine. Seeing Hanzo walk to the side excitedly, Boera's expression was very complicated. What he gave was passable, not delicious. The aroma is incomparable to the one I smelled just now, and the color is also average. Some parts are burnt because of overheating. Looking at the half of the roasted pig left in his hand, for the first time Boji felt that he would lose his appetite for his favorite food in his life. Hanzo, who had passed the first half, proudly took out a few apples from his pocket and started to chew. Then I saw a group of people scrambling for food in full swing. And at this time, his nose was dull and smelled an aroma far superior to the roasted whole pig he made. Ron, what is this round thing? This is braised lion's head. It is made from 30% fat meat and 70% lean meat. The taste is absolutely fresh and tender. Oh, ka. The sound of Hanzo gnawing on an apple, and the sound of Gon biting off half of a lion's head sounded at the same time. While chewing the apple, Hanzo looked at Gon covering his cheek, shouting deliciously with a happy expression, the corners of his face twitched. He looked at the apple in his hand, and then at the iron lion's head, which was full of color and fragrance, and made people look like they wanted to take a bite. He immediately lost his appetite and felt like chewing wax. But in order to replenish his strength and cope with the next test, he could only nibble on apples one after another. This group of guys, I really want to eat it. Of course, the sourness in my heart is unavoidable anyway. Ron could feel the resentment in Hanzo from a long distance away. The atmosphere in the factory building is a bit weird, except that Boera is eating a whole roasted pig, and Hanzo is chewing an apple. Both of them are eating their own food, but they can't stop staring at Ron. Such a weird atmosphere was not broken until the candidates who had submitted their exams arrived one after another. However, after the group of examines submitted the roasted whole pig, got a qualified evaluation, and began to replenish their physical strength one after another, they also saw the strange scene in the factory building. Gon, Ron, these 2 plates of long strips of meat look the same, why are there 2 plates? Ron, one plate is pork, and the other is braised pork. I used some edible wild vegetables found in the forest, and decorated them to enhance the taste a little. Gon, yeah, it's really delicious, and the taste is indeed different. So what is this fried golden dish? Ron, this is called sweet and sour pork. People of your age will definitely like it very much. Killua, sweet and sour, I like it. It tastes better than the chocolate beans I have eaten before. Leorio, compared to that, I prefer to eat these 2 dishes. They look white, but they taste delicious. Ron, it's white meat with garlic paste and sliced boiled pork, which has a stronger taste. Leorio, ah. And this dish, it tastes so delicious. Ron, it's twice cooked pork. Fry the meat first, then pull the meat to the side of the pot and add some seasonings, then mix the meat and fry it together. Strictly speaking, it's fried twice, and the smell is definitely not. Chapter 84. Karapika, I really like the pancakes here, it's very appetizing. Ron, oh? That's pork ribs in a ground pot. The pancakes on it are indeed the essence, and the soup is full of juice when you bite into it. In this way, Ron introduced all kinds of dishes to Gon while a group of candidates stared at each other. The upshot of this is that, oh! When Hisoka and Ilmi, who was dressed as Gyao came hand in hand carrying a whole roasted pig, they saw a strange scene. Everyone didn't make a sound, silently ate their dry food, looked at Ron from time to time, and then swallowed their saliva. Both of you, also qualified. Taking a bite of a blackened whole pig roast for 2, Boero limply gave the pass. I'm stuffed. Unable to bear the temptation of delicious food from Ron and the torture of handing in a whole roasted pig from the examinee, Boero directly stopped continuing the exam. When Menchi, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't bear it anymore, and directly rang a gong and drum beside him. In the first half of the second round of testing, the test of the big-nosed wild pig roasted whole pig dishes, 66 people passed. Hi! After Menchi's 473 just announced the deadline, Leorio also burped. I'm full, I'm full. Gon and Killua also patted their chubby stomachs, and lay down lazily on the ground in large characters. Ron's cooking is simply delicious. All of them felt satisfied and cast their eyes on Ron in admiration. It's okay, let's go, the examiner is going to announce the second half of the test. Ron also cast his teeth with a toothpick, and said indifferently. Then he got up and walked towards Menchi. Gon and the others also patted their buttocks and stood up, looking at each other, and they could see the confidence in each other's eyes. Their current mental and physical conditions are surprisingly good, no matter how difficult the test is, it will not be a problem. Okay, congratulations on passing the first half of the test, but I'm not so easy to talk to Boero, my review will be very strict. As Menchi said, he walked to the front and turned around twice, and glanced at Ron and Gon who were already approaching. Listen to me, the final cooking topic of the second round, ADF, test is sushi. 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 After listening to all the candidates, they suddenly had a bad feeling, they had never heard of this kind of cuisine. Seeing that all the candidates were frowning, Menchi finally regained a bit of his majesty as an examiner, and nodded in satisfaction. Look at your confused faces, but it's no wonder you don't know, because this is a traditional national cuisine of a small island country. National traditional cuisine of a small island country. Candidates looked like you were kidding me. That's right. Originally, I was still wondering if it was the sushi. After all, there are too many dishes with the same name but different ones in the world. But a small island country? Ethnic traditional cuisine? That's exactly right. It's great. I didn't expect the topic to be the traditional cuisine of my hometown, I'm sure I'll win this quiz. When a certain bald ninja heard the question, he was stunned for a moment, then his face was filled with joy, and then he suppressed the joy, and his face returned to calm. However, his beating eyebrows and eyes more or less revealed his mood at the moment. Next, Menchi led the candidates into the cooking station in the room. Knives, cooking tables, rice, and other things are all available. This is the place where you make this kind of cuisine. The minimum tools and materials are already placed in front of you. I have also prepared the rice that is indispensable for making sushi. In addition, there is another biggest hint. Among the sushi, I only recognize finished nigiri sushi. Menchi had one hand on his hip, excited about the upcoming quiz. Okay, the preparations have begun. When I feel full, the exam will be over. Before that, you can make as many sushi as you like. After Menchi said all the prompts, he announced the start of the test, found a sofa and sat down. The examiners also began to think about the recipe of this dish with a sad face, but they felt that they had no way to start. Ethnic traditional cuisine. Karapika frowned. It's not easy to judge what kind of cuisine is like this. I have read many books, but there seems to be only a little record of this aspect. Karapika frowned in thought, and Leorio was also scratching his head there. Gon simply stared at Killua together. Actually, we don't have to be obsessed with cooking itself, but we have to think about the meaning behind the examiner's question. What is the meaning behind the title? Hearing this, Karapika and the others looked at Ron, who had just spoken. Well, you can think about it. What kind of content do we want to test for each round of hunter testing? What kind of content? Hearing Ron's guidance, several people began to think subconsciously. The first half of the first round of the marathon should test our physical strength, endurance, and willpower. Leorio rubbed his chin in thought, then Karapika continued. The Shimali wetland in the second half should be a test of our vigilance in an unfamiliar and dangerous environment. When Karapika and others were analyzing, other examiners were also looking at this side, and began to pay attention to this side. Ron, you mean to say that behind every hunter test, there is a meaning to test our related abilities? Gon scratched his cheek, suddenly said. So, the sushi itself is not the most important thing. What is important is to understand which aspect of our ability the examiner wants to test. After understanding this, we can easily pass the test. Putting his hands behind his head, Killua concluded. The surroundings were at a loss, and the candidates who were eavesdropping also reacted when they heard the words, and their resistance to the topic of sushi subsided a lot. Ron watched the expressions of the people around him change, and smiled without saying a word. That's the reason, but what if the party examiner doesn't play cards according to common sense? Especially a very grumpy, willful, stubborn female examiner who comes here a few days a month? Chapter 85. According to the original intention of formulating the topic, Menchi did plan like this. Nigiri sushi is a traditional dish of the small island country, and the examiners probably have never heard of it. In this way, I will give some hints during the test, such as holding sushi, the way I hold chopsticks, cooking materials and utensils such as rice, etc., and then give them hints about fish meat at an appropriate opportunity, so as to examine their observations of things' power and discrimination. The arrangement and idea of Menchi is actually very good, but on the one hand, she did not expect that the understanding of this group of candidates was worse than she imagined, and even Karapika, who seemed very reliable, served a dish similar to Leorio's, which made her irritated and shocked at the same time. Angry. And on the other hand, I didn't expect that there was a person who knew how to make sushi among this group of candidates, and this guy had a big mouth to let everyone know how to make sushi. The situation did not go according to my own ideas at all, and it even went beyond my control, causing Menchi to go berserk completely, so there were many incidents later. Looking at the current situation, the archer cure needed the rice into a round shape, which drew Hanzo's silent ridicule. It will almost be the same as the original, and I still have to let Netero old man go hard. Forget it, do your own let's talk. In other words, I have been in the world of Hunter for so long, and I only met him at the opening ceremony of the martial arts competition, and then it was still on the big screen. This is suddenly going to meet a real person, let alone have such a little expectation in my heart. Afterwards, under Leorio's inadvertent big mouth, he leaked the fish meat clue obtained from Karapika, causing most people to run out to find the river to catch fish in the first place. In the empty factory building, only one candidate, Ron, and two examiners were left. They've all gone to catch fish, why don't you go? Menchi asked slightly curiously to Ron, who was motionless in place. Because I touched the nearby river when I was cooking porcupine. Ron made a backhand, and a few fish that looked like they had just died appeared on the chopping board. The ability to store? It's really a convenient ability. Menchi praised. After everyone left, she was free to speak. According to Ron's previous experience, the three people present are all men, and there is no taboo in words. By the way, I have never seen the dishes you made just now. I am very curious about your hometown. There is no reason why I have never heard of a country with so many excellent dishes. Menchie said. My hometown, I don't know if I can go back. When Ron heard this, his eyes were a little emotional. Is there something inconvenient involved? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's nothing, that's all in the past. I can't tell you about the things in my hometown, but if you want these recipes, I can tell you. Really? Menchie's eyes lit up suddenly. For food hunters, what excites them the most is unknown new ingredients and new dishes. How embarrassing. It's really troublesome for you. No trouble, Ron said with a smile, then rubbed his fingers. You know. Seeing Ron's gesture, Menchie didn't understand what it meant. Immediately, my fiery mood seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water. Isn't it an equivalent exchange? There are no free breakfasts, lunches, and suppers in the world, and we, food hunter, know this truth best. Menchie rolled his eyes and said angrily. What do you want to exchange, or what do you want me to do for you? Let me tell you first, I won't do anything illegal. Nothing too tricky, Ron said, gems and trinkets will do. Gems? Trinkets? Well, I want to give it as a gift. As a gourmet hunter, you should have dealt with many vendors on the issue of ingredients. There should be a way for gems. As for gems and accessories, Shizuku and Bisaki must be very happy. Yes, but how many gems do you want? The more the better. Ron replied without hesitation. The recipes here are more than you can imagine. Deal, after this round of hunter testing is over, I will go back to collect, so I will bring you some when the testing is over. The recipes are ready first. The two reached an agreement very happily, and Ron kept his hands on, and easily submitted the nigiri sushi to the table. Menchie, who has already become a partner, will naturally not make things difficult for him in this regard. In addition, Ron's craftsmanship is indeed not bad, so there is no doubt that he is passed. After Ron became the first passer in the second round of the test, the other candidates came back one after another. Looking at the strange fish they brought back and their peculiar cooking techniques, the corners of Ron's mouth twitched. Anyway, he would never eat such a weird dish. Then he leaned against the corner, and took out some freshly made sashimi, plus seasonings made of vinegar and soy sauce, tasting and watching the show. It's too ugly, are you sure it's cooking? I can't even learn cooking that doesn't even have the right shape. Call back, redo. Catch accompanied by the sound of a plate breaking, it announced that the second round of testing had gone astray. Menchie mercilessly smacked each of the wonderful dishes submitted by the candidates. It has to be said that these candidates are talented enough to produce something that even Boera is a little horrified when he looks at it, let alone Menchie. Ron shook his head, seeing the picture of Menchie dragging Hanzang and spitting all over the place, shaking his head. She ran out of the workshop. Don't you think this second half test was unfair? At the door, Saci was watching a play while hiding, when he suddenly heard a voice coming from the side. Chapter 86. It turned out to be Mr. Ron. Congratulations on passing the second round of testing. There were no more than 3 candidates who could silently appear behind him. Saci had already expected it in his heart, and there was no big fluctuation. Instead, he turned around in a gentlemanly manner, and performed a standard courtesy to Ron, who did not know when he appeared behind him. Indeed, simply using taste as a qualification standard is indeed against the rules. If the final result is unsatisfactory, it still needs to be arbitrated by the Hunter Association. At that time, Chairman Netero should come here to deal with it. Ron said with a smile, speaking of which, I have never actually met him. President Netero? Oh, I almost forgot that Mr. Ron is also a disciple of the Heartstream 860, and he belongs to the same school as President Netero. Speaking of which, I didn't miss a single match in the martial arts tournament. The two started a pleasant chat and exchange, and then they saw Hisoka holding a plate of dishes similar to Western food, looking a little lonely and hit, facing the river ##. As a result, Menchie in the factory sprayed the candidates with blood, and a silent and depressive atmosphere condensed. Outside the factory building, there is a group of duo chatting happily, forming a sharp contrast between the two sides. Are you judging by the taste? What's wrong? Is there a problem? But Ron said that behind each test is the meaning of testing our ability in a certain aspect. The meaning of this level is really tasteful. No, watching the gestures she made as if she was sitting on the sofa should be a test of our observation and comprehension, so we all made the shape of nigiri sushi. Why didn't you qualify? That is, although the bald chatterbox gave just a little hint, we still earnestly fulfilled the examiner's request and showed our observation and comprehension skills. Why didn't we give it? Yep. No road race. If I say you didn't pass it, you didn't pass it. This level is determined by taste. It's useless if you don't accept it. I won't change the result of the judgment. The voices of Leorio, Gon, Killua, and others mixed with other candidates faintly reached the ears of Ron and Sassy, making them smile helplessly. In the end, wayward Menchie still gave everyone but Ron a big disqualification, letting them go back and forth from where they came from. Saci, who had already been mentally prepared, couldn't help but shook his head. When a wrestler in purple clothes and pigtails who claimed to want to become a bounty hunter was slapped away by Boera, he took out phone. All that had to be done, and then, Ron and Sats went into theater mode together. Menchie got the horn scales of the big horned bear within an hour and made a plate of horn scales, but the candidates still didn't buy it. Just when the full martial arts was about to be staged and Hisoka couldn't help but pick up the playing cards, the Hunter Association's airship arrived late. Immediately afterwards, a trapeze Netero was staged, and a big 13 was played, which suppressed the restlessness of the candidates. Then, while staring at Menchie's fishnet top, which can't cover his body at all, causing a lot of meat to leak out, he gave a solemn look and admonished. But Menchie tensed up completely, just like a primary school student who made a mistake facing his head teacher. Nyanyo dared not speak. Afterwards, Menchie was taught a lesson by Netero and was relieved. It can be described as a combination of grace and power, sugar and whip, letting Luokong and Saci be good audiences for a while. Then, the hunter exam was retested for the second round, and the new exam content was to hunt grape spider eggs. On the Toad Tiger Mountain, a group of people came here on the airship of the Hunter Association. The invisible canyon in the middle, and the sound of the rushing river from the bottom, represent that the difficulty of the retest is still not small. The egg of the grape spider. Ron squatted at the mouth of the canyon, looking at the grape-like eggs below, with a slightly thoughtful look in his eyes, and then looked at Gon, who had finished warming up and was ready to jump. Gon, lend me your fishing rod. Okay. As a qualified person who was judged before, Ron will naturally not take the supplementary test. I borrowed a fishing rod from Gon, tried the length of the line, and then aimed at a group of grape eggs in the canyon. Whoosh! The fishing rod was precisely wound on it, and with a little force, all the spider eggs were caught, and Menchie and Boera, who were watching aside, looked at each other speechlessly. Well, this is much more interesting than fishing. The taste of this spider egg is good. I can just take it back to give Shizuku a taste, and send a few to Baizuji and Wing Zoisai by the way. In the end, except for some candidates who did not dare to jump, and the unlucky ones who fell into the river below without paying attention, a total of 42 people passed the test, including Ron, 43 people. There are also many familiar figures. Hey, this is our first meeting, how is your master? After everything was settled, Netero stroked his trademark pointed beard and found Ron, the most outstanding disciple of his new generation of Heart Flow. Who knows, I haven't seen her for more than half a year, maybe what she has become now. After all, as the saying goes, every time we meet, I gain 3 caddies. I hope her body shape is not out of shape. Ron smiled and said casually. Meanwhile, in a city 0.4 away from here. Achoo! A fake loli who looked like Xiao Biluo sneezed in the mall. Strange, who is speaking ill of me behind my back? The unrestrained answer beyond the routine made Netero feel the free and easy in Ron's words, and his eyes became more kind. A common saying? Where did it come from? Meteor Street. We don't deny anything, but don't try to take anything away from us. Ron shrugged and said, that's the saying on Meteor Street. As for the fact that he came from Meteor Street, Ron knew that based on the Hunter Association's information collection, he would definitely know, but it was only a matter of time. Chapter 87. Maybe Baizuji also knew that he was from Meteor Street. Really? Then those strange hometown delicacies should not be produced by Meteor Street. The cultural heritage of a certain region can be perceived one-sidedly from the aspect of diet. To a certain extent, diet represents the facade of a country or region. The delicacies that Ron brought out, to some extent, are absolutely impossible to come from Meteor Street. Seeing that Ron fell silent, Netero also smiled. In the gradually dimming sky, he turned and walked towards the airship. Do you want to chat with the old man? I have very good tea. If I say that I suddenly appeared on Meteor Street, I don't know if you will believe it. In a certain room of the airship, Ron took the tea from Netero and said. There is nothing unbelievable, there are many kinds of nin, and naturally they are capable of such nin. Netero said indifferently. In the 110 years of his life, what kind of strange nin has he not encountered? The ability to teleport time 03, he has seen a little bit. If the previous experience on Meteor Street is inconvenient, then there is no need to mention it. Anyway, what matters is the present. No matter what happened in the past, it cannot be changed. Netero took a sip of tea and said leisurely. Then, he looked at Ron with an interested look. Do you want to play a game? Just think of it as a lonely and poor old man like me, and relieve the loneliness. It's better to obey than to respect. Ron responded, and a fiery fighting spirit gradually appeared in his eyes. To be able to compete with the world's #1 powerhouse like Netero, Ron is wishing for it. And when Netero took a dodgeball and took Ron to an empty room of the airship, he passed by the hall and saw such a scene. A girl with twin tails and a 111 number plate pinned to her chest held a sharp blade in her hand and kept attacking Killua. Not only did it overturn the table, but it also tore through several couches, leaving Netero scratching his head. These are the assets of the Hunter Association. If they are damaged, they will need to allocate a sum of money. Complaining in his mouth, he stepped slightly, and the whole person rushed up in an instant, stretched out 2 fingers and clamped the sharp blade in the girl's hand lightly. That's the end of the matter. With Netero's intervention, things naturally calmed down. According to relevant regulations, this candidate named Anita will receive the most severe punishment, and from now on, she might not be able to take the hunter test again. So, Gon, who has infinite compassion, naturally pleaded for mercy. Also like Anita, Kurapika, who was burdened with a blood feud, also pleaded with Netero under the pity of the same sickness. As a result of doing so, Ron became more playful when he saw Netero's eyes. Well, if you play a game with me and beat me, I can think about it. After finishing speaking, he turned and left, leaving a light and fluffy sentence at the same time. If you can beat me, I will give each of you a hunter license. Gon. Leorio, Kurapika, Killua. Hunter license. So casual? I love it. Several people looked at each other, and saw a little bit of surprise in each other's eyes. Yoshi! You have to win the game no matter what. After getting a good reward, Leorio was immediately motivated, the first one rushed to follow behind Rodero. Gon and Killua looked at each other, and followed closely like Kurapika. Which one of you will go first? It's okay to go together, I can handle it, old man. After taking off his priestly robes and changing into sportswear, Netero held a dodgeball and looked at the 5 people in the room. His eyes lingered on Ron for a while longer. Looking at the other 4 who were eager to try, Ron took a step back and sat down against the corner. You guys try it first, and change shifts after an hour. As he spoke, Ron looked at Netero, who understood the message conveyed in his eyes. Warm up first, old man. Warm up? Netero smiled, then looked at Gon who came forward and stretched his waist, and then exerted a little force on his dodgeball hand. I'm not that old yet. An hour passed by in the blink of an eye. Needless to say the result, it can be seen from Leorio, who was sweating profusely and collapsed on the ground, and Kurapika, whose face was full of sweat and was panting heavily. As for Gon and Killua, the 2 are still relentlessly launching raids on Netero. And the goal has changed from grabbing the ball to allowing Netero to use his right hand and left foot. The time is up, it seems that you still haven't done it. With the ball in his head, Netero teased Killua and Gon mercilessly. Keep swish. In this regard, Gon could only puff up his face and had no choice but to end up with Killua. The old man, if I touch the ball, can you also give me a hunter license? Ron stood up slowly and said softly. At the same time, the momentum on his body gradually increased, and the moment he stepped into the field, he climbed to the highest peak. Oh? Have you spent half an hour accumulating momentum and adjusting your status? Seeing this, Netero's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, you are different from the 4 of them. If you want a hunter license, you have to beat my old man. Really? That's impossible now. It can't be done now, you mean it can be done in the future? Isn't it a matter of time? The dodgeball was covered in amazing thoughts and slammed at Ron. And just as Netero hit the dodgeball, Ron moved. Boom! A hand that also gathered a lot of energy pressed the top of the dodgeball, and pushed it back to Netero's face. Chapter 88. If the dodgeball fails to hit the person, it will be boring, Mr. President. Facing Netero's scorching gaze, the corner of Ron's mouth curled up. Not bad, young man. Netero smiled quietly, and at the same time felt that something silent in his blood was gradually boiling up. The current situation of the two of them is that one hand is pressing the dodgeball, which is used as a place where the power of thought and energy confront each other. And their other hand was non-stop, and started other actions. The speed is okay. Saying that, Netero raised his other hand and punched Ron in the face. His fist looked very slow, and the trajectory of his hand was presented like a videotape, which made Ron see it clearly. But every time Ron wanted to block it, the fist that had just raised his hand was already in front of him. This is true for ordinary boxing, and the same is true for 100 styles of Avalokitesvara. Seemingly slow but actually fast, majestic and upright, this is Netero's style of punching. Netero seemed to be deliberately testing Ron's strength, and the speed of each punch was just within the range that Ron could receive. Then, it gradually accelerated, making Ron gradually unable to handle it. You must know that Ron's current speed has surpassed Phaeton and it is still difficult to keep up. This shows how amazing Netero's strength is. But don't underestimate me, old man. Ron grinned, and his tone became a lot higher without knowing it. The speed at which he punches to block is also slowly increasing, gradually catching up with Netero's rhythm. To be able to fight against the world's #1 powerhouse is something that can be met but not sought after by any martial artist. The experience and comprehension gained in the battle will definitely benefit people for life. Especially Ron has benefited a lot when he has talents such as high-level martial arts talent, high-level strength, and high-level speed. Absorbing everything in the battle hungrily, let his strength rise one step further. Growing up in battle is really an excellent talent. No wonder Bisji taught you for so long. Discovering Ron's improvement and progress, even Netero, who has lived for more than 100 years, is a little bit happy, and he can't help feeling a love of talent. The speed and strength in his hands have been raised to another level, but it is just at the limit that Ron can't reach. Good intentions are evident. Ron was naturally aware of Netero's actions and intentions, but now is not the time to be grateful, the most important thing is to seize the time to improve his strength. Bang bang bang! Fist and shadow intertwine, resounding in this silent room. Gon and the others have long been dumbfounded. At this speed, my eyes can't see the end at all. Gon opened his eyes wide and tried hard to see the trajectory of the fist, but he couldn't see clearly until the tears came out. Is this really the speed and power that humans can possess? Leorio also stuttered his mouth and said in a knotted tongue. Killua and Kurapika, who have long guessed, seem to have opened the door to a new world. What kind of cultivation is it to have such strength? Can I also reach this level? The two looked at the two people fighting in the field with burning eyes, and shouted silently in their hearts. If I have such strength, then I can arrest Phantom Troop, my parents and elder brother, and avenge my people, take my younger brothers away. Under the tight gaze of the four people, time passed slowly. Finally, when a ray of dawn sunlight shone on everyone. Boom! A cracking sound made everyone tremble. Subconsciously looking towards the source of the sound, it was the dodgeball with Netero and Ron facing each other, and the two conflicting thoughts could not bear it and exploded. At the moment when the dodgeball exploded, Ron and Netero stopped and retreated one after another. Who's so happy, old man? I haven't played so well for a long time. Netero in sportswear with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face showed that he was very happy at the moment. Thank you, old man. Ron, who was recovering, took a long breath of relief after sensing his body, and saluted Netero with a heartfelt salute. It's rare for you to let me do my best. You can say thank you or not, and each takes what he needs. Netero waved his hand, and then looked at the foursome of Gon who were still standing aside. The dodgeball is broken, how about it? Do you want to fight with the old man too? No. No need. Several people shook their heads quickly. After seeing the fight between Netero and Ron, how could they still have that thought? Well, that's really a pity. Netero smacked his mouth, and walked out of the room as if he still had something to say. We're about to arrive at the third Yang test point, so it's best to hurry up and take a rest while we're here. Yes. Gon and the others replied subconsciously. After seeing Netero go far away, they all relaxed and sat on the ground. It's really scary. As expected of the president of the Hunter Association, with such strength. Leorio sighed, as if he wanted to express all the shock in his heart. Ah, not only President Netero, but also another person, are you okay Ron? Linhos, Kurapika waved at Ron, in exchange for the latter's relaxed smile. It's nothing, just take a break and it'll be fine. After speaking, he sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to sink his heart, feeling the harvest this time. Speed, strength, breaking the limit one after another, let his already strong strength rise to a higher level again. Moreover, after the battle with Netero, he fully understood that he is still not close to the apex of the world. Motivate yourself even more. We still have to continue to practice hard, or we may not be able to catch the Ant King's punch until next year. Ron thought to himself, and then he opened his eyes with a heartbeat. I happened to see that all four of Gon surrounded him, and they were hesitant to speak. What are you trying to say? Chapter 89. After several people heard the words, they looked at each other, and Kurapika, who was eager for revenge, said it. Well. Ron, how did you fight with President Netero just now? This one Ron suddenly realized. You'll know when you become hunters. Hearing this, several people immediately collapsed with expectant faces. But whoosh, do you still want to become a hunter? Sure enough, the hunter license is not that simple. Leorio scratched his scalp and said unwillingly. However, this also shows that there must be some kind of secret hidden behind hunter, which is not as simple as we imagined. Kurapika's tone was a bit heavy, which made the faces of others also become serious. Actually, there's no big secret, strictly speaking, it's just some kind of unspoken rule, Ron said. What it is, generally speaking, you will only be told after you become a hunter, but there are also people who awaken this power because of some accidents. Power. Kurapika and Killua said at the same time. Well, it is a power to manipulate life energy called Nin. Learning this skill is also a condition for becoming a real hunter, because anyone can learn it, and in order not to be used by evil forces, it is a kind of skill that is not usually used. Technology that will be easily known. Ron explained, and Gon and others had already fallen into a daze. Then Kurapika's eyes wandered, and a sleepy voice came out of his mouth. Anyone can learn it? In other words, there is no restriction on cultivation? Then, Ron, can you teach us? Leorio said expectantly after he realized it. The conditions for becoming a real hunter, after we have learned it, it must be no problem to pass the hunter test, right? Well, there is basically no problem, but... When the faces of several people showed joy, Ron suddenly changed the subject. I really can't teach you. Eh? Why? Leorio said anxiously, and then he came to his senses in an instant. Is it because of your teacher? I remember you said that if you don't get a hunter license, your teacher won't see you. On the one hand, there is such a reason. There are many schools of Nin that specialize in practicing Nin in this world. The school of Nin that I practice is called Xinyuan Liu and President Diantro. Sun Gate. Because Mr. Netero is the head of the Heart Origin School and the president of the Hunter Association, he made a rule that only candidates with a hunter license can learn Nin. Although there is no express requirement, people who are not hunters cannot practice Nin, but I am just a disciple of the school who has just graduated from the school, not to mention disobeying the order of the school master to teach privately, and my own Nin has not yet been mastered, let alone teaching others. That's it. After hearing Ron's words, several people couldn't hide their disappointment, and Kurapika lowered her head sadly. Father, Grandpa, they must be able to Nin, judging by the aura that Irmi sensed from that guy, most likely he will also be able to Nin. But whoosh! These bastards never told me about such an important matter, I have one more reason to send them to prison. Killua was very mad, especially knowing that his father, Grandpa, and even his eldest brother could Nin. His idea of sending them to prison would undoubtedly come to naught. Besides, it is during the hunter exam that I suddenly awakened a power that I am not familiar with. In this environment, it will be harmful to me. Seeing how many people looked like this, Ron smiled dumbly, got up, and walked out of the room while talking. Actually, if you want to learn Nen, don't you just pass the hunter test and get the hunter license? That's right, just get the hunter license, isn't that what we are doing for the test? Thinking of this, several people paused and then came to their senses. Gon put all his energy into it and immediately became full of energy. I must be a hunter. Oh! With Nen as the target, the fighting spirit of several people became even higher, and the obsession with hunter's license became deeper. When the sun gradually climbed to the sky, the airship also slowly landed on a high tower. So, the group finally came to the third level, the trap tower. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. This is the top of the trap tower, which is the venue for the third test. The following test content for this level is very simple. As long as the candidates can reach the ground alive, they will pass. The time limit is 72 hours. As the special spokesperson and Secretary General of the Hunter Association, after Mr. Bean Mian Man announced the content and rules of the test, he returned to the airship without stopping for a moment. By the way, as an old acquaintance who met for the second time, Ron also said hello to Mr. Bean Mian. But after all, it was during the hunter test, and it was not good for the two parties to communicate further in order to avoid suspicion. What's more, with such an incomprehensible chairman, Demianren has a mountain of copywriting materials to take care of. Therefore, after he finished speaking the rules and went back, the airship slowly left the trap tower. A group of 43 candidates were left staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes. The top of the trap tower is spacious enough to accommodate more than 40 people, and more than enough. Ron and Gon came to the edge of the tower and looked down. There are only one wall around the tower, and there are no windows. Going down from the outside is simply an act of suicide. Although you can see the bottom, jumping from such a height is basically the same as death, and people with fear of heights will be dizzy and faint. Ron checked the height with his eyes, weighed his own strength, and then gave up the plan to go directly down from the periphery. If you can go down, you can go down, but it will undoubtedly take a lot of time. There is still Hisoka next to him, and there is also the IL fan who will appear at any time, with Hisoka stabbing him in the back. It's better to go down from the inside honestly. At this time, a nearby strong man with the number 86 pinned to his chest couldn't help but sneered when he heard what Gon and the others said. That's for ordinary people, but if it's a first-class rock climbing expert, as long as there are cracks in these walls, it's not difficult to think about it. Chapter 90. As he said that, he rolled up his sleeves and planned to climb down the rock directly from the outside. But is it really that simple? Ron said that each level of the hunter test is intended to examine our abilities in various aspects. If we go from the outside, what can we examine? Gon's simple question made the guy who was planning to climb down the rock froze. Those who were able to come to the third level of the hunter test, none of them could see the situation clearly. After carefully savoring what Gon said, climbing expert number 86 immediately came to his senses. Come here. Yes, only climbing experts can go down from the outside, and what about those who are not good at rock climbing? The hunter test must have arranged for other ways to go down, so is it right? The way to pass this level is not to go down from the outside at all. For a moment, number 86 looked down hesitantly, then walked back with a dry smile. Can you go down from the outside and test it out? Ron said, borrowed the fishing rod from Gon again, and then turned his palm. A large piece of fresh meat appeared beside him. Is this the meat of the wild boar? Under the puzzled eyes of Gon and others, Ron sat on the edge of the tower, tied the meat with a fishing rod as bait, and threw it directly down. Immediately afterwards, rustling sounds came from the distant forest around the trap tower. What is that? Under the surprised eyes of many candidates on the trap tower, a few big-headed birds with the ferocious faces of babies came quickly from afar. Sorry, this is my meat, it can't be taken away by you guys. With a shake of Ron's hand, the large piece of meat from the bull-nosed wild pig was taken back. And after the group of strange and disgusting birds flew for a while, they lost their target and flew back in the same direction as before. It seems that the road outside is really not going to work. Ron returned the rod to Gon, concluded. Several people nodded in agreement. The climbing expert on number 86 swallowed, with a look of rejoicing. If I went down from the outside just now, I'm afraid I would have been eaten. When he thought of being slaughtered by those strange birds in such a situation with no leverage, the mountaineer felt a sense of relief for the rest of his life. I think it's better to look at the top to see if there is a door leading to the bottom. As Karapika said, he turned around and looked around, only to find that someone had already begun to ponder over the stone slab under his feet. It seems that everyone has the same idea, we can't delay too long, let's split up and find the entrance to go down. After finishing speaking, several people separated to find the entrances of other institutions. But Ron rolled his eyes and stopped somewhere. Monitor, Lieber. At the moment, trap the bottom room of the tower. Boom. Libo, director of the Trap Tower prison at Coxcomb Head, was eating a big fortune pancake while watching the images of many examines on the Trap Tower projected on the surveillance screen as if watching a movie. The candidates this time also have 2 children, director. It should be luck, right? Behind Lieber, dressed in blue prison guard uniforms, like a door god, the 2 generals hum-ha, sang a harmony. That's not certain. The hunter test is not that simple. Those who can reach the 3rd round, even children are not ordinary people. Lieber said, picked up a glass of iced Kahlua and drank it. As soon as he took a sip, he saw a figure projected on another screen. Puff! A sip of salt soda, no, a sip of ice cream was sprayed out by Lieber, and spilled on the screen. Ahem, how is it possible, ahem, that man actually came to participate in the hunter test? While the 2 prison guards were cleaning the table in a hurry, Lieber didn't react at all, but looked at the figure on the screen in a daze with a look of extreme shock on his face. I didn't expect the champion of the Olympia martial arts competition to participate in the hunter test. It's really unexpected. After a while, Lieber sat down on the chair, picked up a donut and stuffed it into his mouth to suppress his surprise. Is that the champion Ron? It's the first time I've been so close to him. The 2 prison guards who cleaned up behind them also saw the figure on the screen and immediately became excited. In this dark trap tower, apart from guarding the prisoners, there is no entertainment at all. So much so that they can only pass the time by eating snacks and watching TV programs. As for the grand fighting ceremony of the Olympia Martial Arts Conference, they will naturally not let it go. They couldn't be more aware of Ron's deeds and appearance. That's why Lieber was so shocked and speechless that Ron came to the hunter test. You have already won the championship and become the landlord of the 251st floor, so you still care about a mere hunter license? Even stronger than me, he came to break into the trap tower. A few criminals are not enough for him to kill. Director, do you want to change the prisoners? Obviously, the prison guards also thought about this, and asked cautiously. There is no need to change, proceed according to the original plan. For people of this level, there is no difference between prisoners and so on, unless they are a level or above. Yes. On the top of the tower, Ron glanced at the hidden monitor, not paying too much attention to it, completely unaware that the other end of the monitor was already flying around. Hey! Ron, we have found the stone mechanism. Coming! Ron responded to Gon, then walked towards them. I found 6 secret doors around here, enough for us to go down. Gon held out 6 fingers and said. However, one of the doors was stepped on by others and was sealed. The remaining 5 are just enough for us. After checking the other 5 secret doors and finding nothing wrong, a scene that made Ron feel funny began to take place. Karapika, let's part here for the time being. Leorio looked serious, see you on the ground. Gon and Killua, let's go, then. 1, 2, 3. The 5 counted together, and with a few loud noises, the figures of Ron and the others disappeared on the top of the trap tower without leaving a trace. Chapter 91. Then, after less than 2 seconds of parting, the few people met again. Really the shortest parting ever. Several people looked at each other, with a little joy on their faces, and even Karapika and Killua were a little relaxed. After all, being able to break through the level with a companion who knows everything about it will always make people feel more relaxed than walking alone. However, is it really known? Ron tugged at his clothes on his right shoulder, smiled inexplicably, and then looked at the few watch-like things placed in the center and the hunting words on the wall. On the road to the majority, the 5 of you must obey the majority and go through the many checkpoints from here to the end. Then, Libo's voice sounded in the room, explaining the customs clearance conditions of this 823 road. Wear a wristband similar to an electronic watch with circles and forks, make a decision after each option appears, and follow the conditions of the minority obeying the majority. The rules are simple and self-explanatory. But for some reason, Ron always felt that Lieber's voice seemed to be a little surprised. Click. Immediately afterwards, a piece of wall on the left rose up slowly, revealing the shape of a stone gate. However, after the wall rose to the top, it was discovered that what was exposed was not an empty door, but a door with a combination lock, and it was necessary to make a circle to decide whether to open the door. This means that 5 people need to make decisions together from now on. Easy, it must be the circle selection. Leorio said confidently. He looked even happier when he saw the 5 circles displayed on the screen. Hey! The purpose of this road of the minority obeying the majority should be to allow candidates to form companions with people they don't know, to break through in an unfamiliar environment, so as to test their cooperation and coordination. But the examiner would never have imagined that the 5 of us knew each other before and were companions. With our tacit understanding, passing this round of tests would be as easy as pie. As he said that, Leorio began to show some complacency on his face. Kurapika and Gon didn't say anything, but the ease and smile on their faces couldn't be seen. Indeed, compared with unfamiliar people, it is a rare blessing to pass through the level with your companions, and the possibility of passing the level is greatly improved. Companion? Killua lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking, while Ron smiled, non-committal. But soon, the smile on Leorio's face became a little stiff. Why did you choose the right side? In this case, shouldn't you choose the left side? And if I don't choose the left side at a time like this, I will feel uncomfortable all over. When Leorio was still struggling, Kurapika next to him stepped forward without saying a word, walked behind him and began to push him in through the door on the right, letting him talk and walk without delay. This kind of non-stop choice is to stir up dissatisfaction and conflicts, so as to destroy the unity and tacit understanding among the 5, and make the team fall apart. Ron could imagine that Ribber, who was sitting behind the monitor and eating snacks, must have the attitude of watching a movie. Even if 5 people know each other, so what? Everyone's temperament is very different, and the choices they make must be different. It's precisely because 5 people know each other that when conflicts break up like this, it will be even more explosive. Ho ho ho. Lieber, who has watched TV dramas and movies for so many years, likes the scene of his companions who know each other the most, the scene of turning against each other, pointing weapons at each other and screaming at each other. This kind of plot is really refreshing. It has to be said that Lieber's degree of evil taste is comparable to that of the fake girl in the original version on the Island of Greed who wants to break up Gon and Killua with an evil heart. Director Lieber, some candidates have come in, help me remove the germanium. At this time, Lieber, who had adjusted the screen of Ron's team to the center, heard a voice from the radio next to him. At this time, 5 prisoners in blue prison uniforms and handcuffs appeared on the screen. One of them stood at the front, pointed at the surveillance machine, and raised his wrist. No problem, by the way, if you can reduce their time to 50. No, 40 hours, I can give you more reduced time. Lieber kept operating the computer in his hands, with a deeply wicked smile on his face. Remember, 40 hours. As an avid fan of anti-enemy dramas, Lieber himself is naturally well versed in this. If the time of their group is shortened to less than 40 hours, then at the final choice, there is still a big gift waiting for them. Thinking of the scene that might happen, the look of expectation in Lieber's eyes became more intense. This still has the champion of the Olympia martial arts competition as the starring actor, which is full of dramatic impact. Catch. The first prisoner in the picture, the handcuffs on his wrists fell off. After moving around for a while, he raised his head and looked at the other side of the cliff. The 5 members of Ron who had arrived had a smile on their faces as if they were looking at prey. Here it is. On the other side of the cliff, Leorio looked around. The bright torches illuminate the surroundings red, so that everyone can clearly see the situation in front of them at a glance. The distance between the cliffs on both sides is tens of meters, but there is a large open space in the middle alone, which looks like a 5.7 platform. Look. Killua nodded to Gon and the others to have a look. Under the eyes of several people, the leading prisoner walked to the front barefoot and grabbed the blue cloak he was wearing. A prisoner who was cleaner than Hanzo's bald head and with a muscular upper body stepped forward. We are the test officers specially appointed by the Hunter Test Review Committee. If you want to pass this level, you must fight with 5 of us. The man who looks a lot like Dwayne Johnson showed off his muscles and powerfully introduced the method of passing this level. The competition is one-on-one. Each person can only play once, and the order is determined by each of you. You are based on the rule of majority vote, so you can pass this level as long as you win 3 games. Chapter 92. The way of fighting depends on the individual's pleasure. It is either a win or a loss. There is no tie. As long as one of them has surrendered, the other side will win the round. If you lose, or don't accept the competition, then it means that your hunter test trip has come to an end. Now, everyone, please decide whether to accept this competition. Please click the circle if you accept it, or press the cross if you don't accept it. The bald prisoner said. You said that, we will definitely choose to accept it. Leorio complained, pressing circles on his hands non-stop. At the same time, there was a monitor next to the side of the suspected ring. After Ron and the others pressed the selection button, the result was displayed directly, 5:0, and everyone passed. Very good, I'll be the first one on our side, and whoever wants to come out on your side. The bald prisoner saw that the test conditions had been met, so he was the first to come out. At the same time, 5 fingers were bent, and an excited smile flashed in his eyes. I'll go. I've been playing dodgeball with that old man for so long, I've long wanted to find someone to really play. 03. Killua put his hands in his pockets, and stood up while several people were discussing who would go out first. The dodgeball game with Netero made Killua quite aggrieved. Now that he finally has a good place to vent his emotions, he can't wait. The eagerness to move and the subtle excitement and killing intent in the tone made Leorio and the others stop arguing. After looking at each other, they both agreed to Killua's request to play. Wearing handcuffs and prison uniforms, they should all be prisoners, but they still claim to be specially hired testers, which means that this guy is very strong and belongs to the aggressive type. After Ron made a point, he saw Killua waved his hand to show his understanding, and stepped onto the extended stone bridge. After a while, the bald prisoner and Killua were already standing on both sides of the ring. When he got closer, the bald prisoner not only had muscles all over his body, but also looked very powerful, and he was also quite tall. Therefore, Killua standing in front of him seemed extraordinarily small. Compared with the height, Leorio and others on the side of the cliff are a little speechless. Okay, let's decide how to win or lose first. I suggest a life and death duel. The bald prisoner grinned at Killua, full of malice. Badut, who is almost in prison for life and 199 years in prison, can enjoy the fun of destroying people while reducing the time of imprisonment. For them, they absolutely do everything possible to delay time. In front of the screen, the 2 humming generals behind Lieber were dutifully explaining. That kid is only 12 or 13 years old, right? You must know that Batut was sentenced to such a long sentence for murdering robbers. This kid will definitely not. Okay, Killua also showed an inexplicable smile on his face. I accept. Accepted. Not only the second general Hung Ha, but even Lieber, who was eating a chocolate bar, was a little surprised. Hearing this, I couldn't help but start to pay attention to Killua a little bit. This child seems to be different from ordinary people. Ha ha ha. Refreshing. Then let me reiterate carefully, the competition will not be considered over until one side admits defeat or dies. How about it? The bald prisoner Badut was startled at first when he heard the words, and then burst out laughing instantly. With a look of triumphant surprise in his eyes, he took advantage of the victory and chased after him. Of course. Killua took out his hands from his trouser pockets, but uncle, this is a rule you set yourself. If you die, don't blame others. Ha 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 ha, are the kids nowadays so powerful and have such self-confidence? Badut smiled in a low voice, but his voice gradually became serious. Boy, don't think it's so great to take part in the hunter test, don't be self-righteous. Maybe you were still in your mother's stomach when I killed someone. It's so long-winded, uncle, what? Killua said with slightly narrowed eyes. Of course, the moment you accept it, it has already started. When Badut said the word open, he stepped on the floor with both feet, his right arm was charged backwards, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face, and he rushed towards Killua. Boring sneak attack. However, before the smile on Batut's face faded, he felt that Killua in front of him had disappeared, leaving only a sentence in place. Puff! As if a gust of wind was blowing, Badut's feet landed on the ground, but he staggered and his body suddenly became unstable. He looked around blankly, but suddenly felt the strength in the empty body in front of his chest fading rapidly. What's going on? What am I doing? Before he could finish speaking, the world spun before his eyes, and he was completely plunged into darkness. Boom! Batut's body fell to the ground, but no one at the scene made a sound. Heart, dug out. A drop of sweat dripped down Leorio's face, his tongue felt a little knotted, and he subconsciously covered 440's left chest. It's a good thing he's on the same team as us. Kurapika felt a little rejoiced. In the open arena, Killua casually put the Heartless back on Batut's body, and looked for the other side of the prisoner's cliff. Although the expressions of several prisoners could not be seen under the cover of the cloak, but if you listen carefully, you can also hear the sound of swallowing saliva. Killua smiled indifferently, and then stepped on the stone bridge to return the same way. As Killua returned, a small display on the wall above their cliff top began to change. Ron's side directly changed from 0 to 1, while the prisoner's side didn't change much, it was still 0. Awesome Killua! Gon happily said to Killua, who came back, and then eagerly looked at the opposite side. Let me play next. In front of the screen, Lieber held a chocolate bar in his mouth, staring blankly at the picture on the screen. The method is clean and neat, and the speed is extremely fast without procrastination. In an instant, Bato's heart was dug out. Lieber and the second General Hung Ha behind him were shocked by Chi's skill. Chapter 93. Young people these days really shouldn't be underestimated. They feel that they are more skilled in killing than me, a bounty hunter. Lieber muttered in a low voice, and took a sip of the Fat House happy water from the hunter world. I don't know if this green-clothed kid with a hedgehog head will be as perverted as the silver-haired kid before. On the empty arena, Gon stretched his waist and looked towards the opposite cliff. So, who are you going to play in this round? The remaining 4 prisoners looked at me and you, but they didn't move. Although neither of them spoke to each other, they could feel each other's meaning. You go, why don't you go? Just kidding, these prisoners cherish their lives one by one, so they won't rush to die. Originally, when I saw little ghosts appearing in the team, I thought they were the easiest to deal with. Who would have thought that the silver-haired kid who was the first to play would kill Batut so easily? A few of them, even Johnny, the dissection expert, are not sure that they can escape unscathed. And the little kid with the hedgehog head on the stage now, who knows if he will be as perverted as that silver-haired kid? If one fails, my life will be confessed. A few of them would rather endure more than 100 years of fixed-term imprisonment rather than commit suicide, so it can be seen that none of them want to die. At this moment, seeing that none of the prisoners were willing to come up, Leo couldn't bear it anymore. Hey! You guys are dawdling there, are you trying to waste our time? If you don't send any manpower, then we will win? Examiner, we need an explanation. As soon as Leorio finished speaking, Lieber's voice came from the central monitoring platform. Cesar, you go. Call the name directly, and there is no room for the prisoner named Han to refuse. The crisp sound of the handcuffs falling to the ground sounded, and Cesar could only helplessly spread his hands, and then took off the blue cloak on his body. In this trap tower, Lieber is a well-deserved emperor of the earth, and the prisoners must obey his orders. Cesar is short, with no trace of muscle visible all over his body, and his facial features are much more delicate than that of a bat. After taking off his cloak, Cesar stroked his flowing hair coquettishly. It was the candle man in the original version, and without accident, he took out 2 candles of different lengths and began to discuss the rules and matters of the game with Gon. Then it was no different from the original. Gon chose a long candle, but both the long and short candles had the dark hands left by Cesar, and the long candle in Gon's hand was burning at a fast speed. However, the final result was that Gon blew out Cesar's candle just before his own candle was extinguished, and once again won a point for the 5-member team. Dig. The display on the wall, which was originally 1, directly changed to 2, showing that Ron and the others had already won 2 games. So, the small team of 5 came to the match point. As long as they win another game, they can pass this level and continue to move forward. Therefore, in order to ensure that this game can be completely won. Ron, you go. Leorio clenched his fists, and couldn't hide the look of joy on his face anymore. If you go up, you will be fine with your strength. From Leorio's point of view, if Ron plays, it is basically a sure thing to win, this round is stable. Well, I'm also in favor of Ron playing this game. Kurapika also looked at Ron with a smile on his face. I'm fine with that. Killua put his arms behind his head. It would be nice to end the game as soon as possible. Come on, Ron. Gon also had full confidence in Ron. Several people have stronger confidence in Ron than himself. Is that so? That's fine. Ron rubbed his chin, paused his gaze on Kurapika for a moment, then turned and walked towards the stone bridge. I will play in the third round, who will you send? In the room at the bottom of the trap tower. Is it finally the champion Ron's turn? Lieber immediately sat up straight, and after typing on the keyboard for a while, the picture of the group arena was displayed on the screen at 360 degrees without dead ends. Finger cakes, cookies, cream cakes, ice cream, all in place. Putting that sweet and greasy snack in front of him, Lieber's eyes were full of curiosity and excitement. Is the tape ready? Everything is okay, sir. After the second General Hum-Ha prepared everything, he and Lieber looked at the big screen in front of them with anticipation. Such a picture is usually not seen at all. The two thought about it, and then took out a small puff from their trouser pockets. Well, what's good at the top doesn't matter what happens at the bottom. With Lieber, a guy who loves snacks, taking the lead, one or the other prison guards below have become greedy cats. I have to say that after eating so many snacks, Lieber still looks so skinny, which is very enviable. Who do you think the prisoners will send to play? This is already match point. It must be the one who can delay the time the most. I guess it is Lilut. As a female psychiatrist, she is very good at psychological warfare. It is most suitable to send her to delay the time. That's right, the paper tiger's chatter is intimidating and intimidating. Champion Ron must be able to see his nature of being strong but capable, and will kill him with one blow just like in a martial arts tournament. And Johnny, although, Nyozeahao, is very powerful in front of ordinary people, but in front of top fighters like Champion Ron, he is still not enough to look good. The two talked like this, discussing while eating. Lieber didn't stop it, on the contrary, he was very interested. Watching TV shows is like this, and it is interesting to have someone discussing the next plot together. Otherwise, he wouldn't let the second General Hum-Ha watch the screen with him, it would be more lively. But Lieber was also a little curious about who the prisoners would send to play next. This round is facing Ron, no matter which prisoner plays, it is basically a result, so Lieber doesn't plan to intervene, let them choose who to play. At this time, the prisoner on the screen is at the cliff. No, I don't intend to go up to die. The petite beautiful psychiatrist refused the request to play. Chapter 94. That guy doesn't look like someone to mess with at first glance, if I go up there, I'll probably be killed directly. As a doctor, Leilut has also seen many people, especially as a beautiful woman, she is extremely sensitive to the eyes of men. The first time she met Ron's gaze, she understood the gaze contained in it. Very calm, so calm that they didn't even exist in my eyes. It's like looking at a few insignificant ants. Leilut felt that she had taken life and death very lightly, but she didn't expect to meet a guy who completely ignored life, such an attitude made her heart tremble a little. Whoever falls in love will go, the old lady will not serve her, she has not lived enough yet. What are you talking about? That guy looks quite handsome. He must like beautiful women. If you try to seduce him, you will succeed. Chahuo shouted from the side. He looks like a little boy. As the saying goes, a boy with a boyish face has no good intentions. A guy with a lot of thoughts like this is the most likely to be disturbed by you and played by you. Leilut gave Chaebao a supercilious look, and simply turned around and ignored him. You go. At this moment, the blue-eyed dissection expert Johnny, who had been silent all this time, looked up at him, and spit out the dry word 763. Although the long prison life can be reduced, it is meaningless to me. I just want to enjoy the pleasure of tearing the flesh and blood of living people again. I don't want to be killed before I can enjoy the pleasure again, you go. Johnny looked at Chirp and said. He really wanted to go on the stage and start dismembering the body, but the opponent who played at the match point must be the strongest player there. Johnny felt that he couldn't stand the skill shown by the silver-haired kid who was the first to play, let alone the guy who was stronger than that kid. In order to prevent Director Lieber from calling out people by name and pointing to himself, they should decide the candidate internally. In the case that I can't go up, the scary weird guy is bluffing, and there is a beautiful doctor who is more eye-catching, nice-sounding, and even has the possibility of further action. Isn't it clear at a glance who will go up to die? So, sometimes appearance can really save a life. Chatting, @J. If you don't go, I can take your flesh and blood to enjoy first. Chatting, #yen%. After the last threatening words were spoken, Chahu shuddered all over, and he could only bite the bullet and say, I know. Director, help me open the handcuffs. Catch. Chick moved his wrist, muttered and walked onto the stone bridge. When he came to the ring, he stood still and took off the cloak in front of Ron. The eyes are bulging and sunken, the eyelids are protruding, and the teeth are uneven, protruding a lot, and the position of the nose cannot be found at all. A face that looks like a zombie in Resident Evil, not much better than the scene of a tragic car accident. It is disgusting to look at. Not to mention the trembling of the muscles all over the body, and there are many heart shapes on the chest. This shape really makes people feel indescribably uncomfortable. This guy doesn't look very easy to mess with. Fortunately, Ron is on the field. If it were me, it would be very difficult. Leorio looked at the chattering look, adjusted his small round glasses, and let out a sigh of relief. It seems that the opponent also knows that this is the match point, as they sent the strongest guy on their side. Powerful? Killua at the side cast a sideways glance at Leorio. Such a guy looks very weak. He can only pretend to be scary to scare people, not to mention killing people. Beating people is probably a very difficult thing for him, right? I don't feel how powerful he is. Gon took a careful look at Chihuahua, then tilted his head, and subconsciously dismantled Leorio's platform. He doesn't have any desire for me to fight. Indeed, Kurapika also nodded and added, that guy looks like he's a strong man but doesn't have the aura of a strong man. Well. Leorio looked at Killua, who didn't speak, but also had the same meaning. He couldn't help silently supporting the wall, and the low pressure slowly rose. Still chattering. The corners of Ron's mouth are slowly raised. The meeting between the real spider and the fake spider just so happens. Don't wait for Yukzinchi, let's talk about some things here. Huh? If it's him, it's barely worth it. After he reveals the Phantom Troop tattoo on his back, I don't know how Ron will react. Lieber in front of the screen put a sandwich biscuit into his mouth, looking forward vaguely. Ka. On the ring, Zawa squeezed his fingers and looked at Ron, who seemed to be only 18 years old, and couldn't help beating his heart. Johnny and Lelut both said that this person is strong, so he must be very strong, but he should be as easy to fool as the previous hedgehog-headed kid, right? Chahu muttered to himself, but he put on a threatening smile on his face. I have killed 19 people so far, but the number 19 is not good, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. I am very excited now, and finally the 20th person automatically comes to die. Ron didn't speak, just stood there with arms folded with a smile on his face, quietly watching him perform. Let's wait until he finishes singing the tricks. After all, the last performance was not easy. You can't steal other people's roles, right? I'm a person who can only fight for my life. It can bring me exciting interests. I don't play innocuous duels. I want blood, your internal organs, and your painful expression. The more Chahu talked, the more excited he became, his voice became louder, and he raised his hand. The expression on his already horrific face became more ferocious. He clenched his fists and waved his arms, as if he was immersed in the role he played, showing a perfect acting skill that would make those young freshmen feel ashamed. So, is the way to win this match still death match? Ron dutifully played the role of a fan, put down his hands, and shook his neck from side to side, making a crisp sound of bones. Seeing Ron's nonchalant expression, Chihuahua's heart skipped a beat, a little terrified. Chapter 95. However, the drama I sang, I have to continue to perform while crying and laughing, so I can only force myself to suppress the uneasiness in my heart, and continue to insist. That's right. Let's play a game that can never be stopped unless the opponent dies or admits defeat. But let me warn you first, even if you admit defeat halfway, don't count on it. I will stop attacking you at a certain time after the victory or defeat. Okay, let's go. As he said that, Ron assumed a signature posture of flowing heart. Chirping looked at Ron's serious look, and a drop of cold sweat slowly slipped from where he couldn't see from the perspective. Although I have 2 secret weapons, one is in my right hand and the other is on my back, but if I want to use it, I must first attack him with my right hand filled with iron, and then pretend to reveal myself inadvertently. The tattoo on the back, so that the effect of deception can be maximized, but facing this guy who seems to be stronger than Johnny, I'm afraid I will be knocked down the moment I get close to him, right? For a while, Chahu hesitated. Ron also saw his hesitation, and couldn't help but chuckled. What's the matter? Don't you come over? If you don't attack, then I will attack. It's a knife to the head, shrink the head, it's also a knife, fight. Thinking of this, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately laughed and shouted, don't be complacent, the uncle is just thinking about how to take care of you, eat my punch. After jumping up to a height with his pretty good jumping ability, he slammed down on the place where Ron was standing. Boom! With a loud noise, Chirp smashed a hole the size of a fist in the floor in front of Ron, and all of a sudden, gravel flew randomly. Ron has long seen that Chirp might not even have the guts to hit someone, so the moment he launched the attack, he estimated the distance he was hitting, and it was impossible to hit him at all. However, in order to set off his performance, Ron pushed back very cooperatively, and when the small gravel flew over, his body shook slightly, avoiding the attack of the stone. Very well, the next step is the second step. The expected counterattack did not come, and when he realized that things seemed to be going on as he had imagined, Chafa was overjoyed. Pretending to be a real hero and never looking back at the results, he smiled strangely and slowly turned around, revealing the second secret weapon on his back. The 12-foot spider tattoo? That's that! Leorio was clearly agitated, and he yelled before Ron could react. What's that, Leorio? Gon, who was from Whale Island in the countryside, hadn't seen any of these, didn't know it was a sign of Phantom Troop. That's the imprint of the members of Phantom Troop, the notorious murder group in the world. Leorio's expression was serious, and his tone became heavy unconsciously. Phantom Troop? That is to say, Kurapika. After reacting, Gon immediately turned to look at Kurapika, and sure enough, Kurapika's eyes had turned blood red. Spider! Kurapika gritted his teeth and clenched his hands to restrain his inner anger. He wished that he was the opponent in this game, and immediately rushed forward to knock down the opponent directly. Don't worry Kurapika, if his opponent is Ron, he won't be able to please him. Leorio's face was surprisingly solemn, and he was also very concerned about his companion's situation. He didn't expect to meet people from the murder group Phantom Troop here, which made him very concerned about Kurapika's current state. Phantom Troop. There was a little doubt in Killua's eyes. Ron. That guy over there is a phantom. Leorio turned his head and was about to tell Ron loudly about Phantom Troop, but someone grabbed his clothes. Kurapika. I'm fine. Kurapika calmed down a little, but his eyes were still blood red, staring closely at the spider pattern on his back on the court. Ha ha ha, I installed steel in my right hand, so that my fist can break rocks, and the mark of Phantom Troop is printed on my back. Anyone who sees these two moves at the same time will never have the courage to fight with me. Even if this guy is very strong, he probably won't be able to muster up the courage to face spiders. Phantom Troop is a murderous A-level bounty criminal. Keeping the posture with his back to Ron, thinking that the spider must have clearly fallen into his eyes now, his heart was almost full of pride. Chia also understood the truth of too much, and felt that the fire was almost ready, and the guy opposite would automatically admit defeat, so he turned around slowly. There must be a limit to everything, if it scares him into a desperate fight, that would be bad. What's the matter, are you so scared that you can't speak? I am one of the 4 kings of Phantom Troop, and the title given to me by the outside world is the King of Destroyer Chaha, ha ha ha. The first blow just now was just a greeting, the next move is not to hit the floor, but if you want to admit defeat here, I can give you a chance to survive, how about it? Ha 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 ha. Seeing Chirp smiling triumphantly in the ring, Kurapika's expression finally became peaceful. There are too many loopholes in this guy's words. First of all, the real Phantom Troop logo should have the numbers of the members stabbed in the spider pattern, and they killed too many people, and they don't bother to count how many people they killed. People. Hearing what Kurapika said, he closed his eyes and covered up one of the 7 beauties in the world. So, he's supposed to be an imposter, and a fraudster under the name Phantom Troop. Why? That's it. Both Leorio and Gon showed sudden expressions on their faces, but they didn't look relaxed, nor did they loosen their brows. Although I know his spider tattoos are fake, my eyes turned red immediately when I saw the number of spiders. To tell you the truth, just seeing the spiders on the ground in front of my eyes will make me lose my personality. All sanity. However, if I have such a reaction, it means that I haven't forgotten the hatred. Instead, I should be more grateful, right? Kurapika lowered his head and covered his face with one hand. He was in a very bad mood at the moment. Be careful not to let Kurapika see the spider in the future. Killua on the side listened for a long time, but he got the general idea, and there was a little understanding in his eyes. On the ground, the chattering laughter did not end yet. "Ka ha ha ha, boy, you are. Good show." A whisper interrupted Chick's laughter, causing the latter's voice to stop abruptly. Chapter 96. With an enigmatic smile on his face, Ron bent down to pick up some of the rocks that had shattered the floor and splattered. But when you come out to deceive people, you should prepare the hardware and software for relevant knowledge. Here we go. In front of the screen, Lieber immediately sat up straight, grabbed a large handful of potato chips and stuffed them into his mouth. The two Humha generals behind him also approached cheekily, and the three of them just looked forward to Ron's next teardown show and performance. First of all, the voice represents a person's physical state. You can hear your middle breath from your voice, which is far from those of the strong, let alone the so-called phantom troop. Then, there is the obvious uncoordinated and irregular muscle twist on your arm. If I guessed correctly from 600, there should be iron blocks or iron plates on your arms or fists that are similar to exerting force. And the power of the iron plate can only make a fist-sized hole on the floor. Don't be kidding. In the real phantom troop, even the non-fighters who are the least good at hand-to-hand combat are definitely more than that. While talking, Ron threw the small stones he picked up in his hand, and said casually while watching Shawa. Then, you don't know which aesthetically deformed guy is the heart-shaped mark tattooed by yourself, 19 kills? Who are you looking down on? Phantom Troop never keeps track of the number of kills. Also, Phantom Troop has a total of 13 members, 1 spider head and 12 spider legs. Apart from the leader, they are members. Where did the 4 heavenly kings come from? And the king of destroyers? This nickname can't be more low. Besides, your spider tattoo is too fake. The real Phantom Troop members will have their respective code names tattooed in the middle of the spider. People like you can only fool a group of guys who have never seen the world. Oh, by the way, I've never heard of Phantom Troop members being caught, and every time the members change, new blood is added because the original members die. One last word for you, among the Phantom Troop, everyone's appearance is not bad, and the least good-looking one among them is much more stylish than your face that failed plastic surgery. A few words in a moderate voice echoed over the empty arena, making everyone silent. Chick started sweating on Ron's face as soon as he said the first sentence. At this moment when Ron finished speaking, he was already dripping with sweat, and the right hand with the iron plate began to tremble uncontrollably. Shout, it's shameful, it's so clean to be exposed. Candleman Seza sat down with his back against the wall, and after listening to Ron's series of words, he spat at Chebeo disdainfully. I usually say that my deceit is very low-tech, and I can only make some small props. In the end, you are worse than me. Next to them, Lilut and Johnny quietly looked at the two people on the field, without any strange expression on Shawa. This person, does he know too much about Phantom Troop? Lilut frowned and said, at the same time, he had some bad premonition in his heart. That's okay, maybe he's targeting Phantom Troop and wants to be a bounty hunter, maybe you women are always suspicious. Seza said casually, and Johnny next to him didn't say anything, but his hands that were about to move subconsciously moved, obviously a little itchy. Is that really the case? Lilut frowned, and the expression on his face gradually became dignified. I wish I was thinking too much. On the other cliff, Leorio couldn't help but nodded knowledgeably after listening to Ron's analysis. There's a lot of information there, so it turns out that this is the truth about Phantom Troop. If you understand it, you will be able to recognize it if you meet it in the future. Gon, who is single-celled and single-minded, also nodded, and the two had no other thoughts. But Killua, who was more delicate, was a little curious. Is the weakest one more than a pothole? He put his head in his hands and leaned back, thinking. But Ron knows a lot about Phantom Troop. The one who has the same idea as Killua is Kurapika. But he didn't have any other thoughts. He raised his head and looked at Ron's back. Ron must know something about Phantom Troop, and when he gets back, I'm going to have a chat with him. At this time, on the field. He ha ha ha. After Ron exposed his riddles of lies, Chua couldn't do anything but laugh dryly. At this, Ron shook his head, and took a step forward. Chick took a step back subconsciously. Just like this, the two of them advanced and retreated, and everyone knew what the end of the game would be like. Ka. When Chahu finally retreated to the edge of the ring, the sound of small stones falling around him made his body stiffen suddenly. With no way to retreat, Chiahu's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his ugly face was distorted even more ugly because of being too frightened. Who knows what you say is true or not? What evidence do you have? Show it, bastard. Finally, when there was no other way and the deceit he was proud of was demoted to nothing, Chahu suddenly yelled loudly with red eyes, as if he had exhausted the last strength in his body. The way he looks now is like a gambler who has lost all his wealth in gambling, and instead of 5.1, refuses to admit his debt and falsely accuses the other party of cheating. How do you know that I haven't seen Phantom Troop, and what you said is true? Have you really seen Phantom Troop? In desperation, Chirp seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, his unsightly muscles agitated, and he asked loudly. Evidence. Ron stopped, looked at Chick and said, I do have evidence here, and I did see Phantom Troop. Ron, he'd seen the Phantom Troop? No wonder he knew those guys so well. Gon, Leorio, Lieber and others in front of the screen all looked stunned. And Karapika subconsciously grabbed the hem of his clothes, fixed his eyes on Ron, and breathed heavily. Chapter 97. Don't worry Karapika, after Ron comes back, we will tell him about your situation, and he will definitely tell you the information about Phantom Troop. Leorio spoke soothingly. Although Leorio is only 18 years old and has an uncle's face, he is extraordinarily gentle, otherwise he would not become a doctor in the future. He put the safety of his companions above his own interests. In the original version, regardless of the group arena, the final match was a duel between dismemberment experts Johnny and Killua. Leorio, who recognized Johnny and knew how cruel he was, decisively advised Killua to give up the game. He would rather not have the hunter license and pass the test, but also let Killua, who had known him for less than 2 days, not be harmed. When Karapika had a high fever in the Yukiksen City incident, Leorio was always by his side. Under the irritability and immaturity, there is a care and tenderness that not everyone can have. On the edge of the arena. Yes, evidence. If you want to prove that what you said is correct, show us the evidence. Seeing that Ron's footsteps had stopped, Chirp seemed to gain confidence, and continued to yell. It's really embarrassing to throw it home 03. Candleman Sai Jia feels that Chahu's current appearance is ugly, but it's not bad to delay some time. Lai Lut on the side frowned deeper and deeper, and at the same time felt that the bad premonition in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Why should I prove that what I say is true? The random questioning under the rush of the doctor was broken by Ron's light words. You. Under the incoherent speech, Jia Fu despaired. Yes, why does the other party have to prove the authenticity of the words to him? At this point in the matter, what is the point of asking this sentence? However, just when Chick's despair was getting higher and higher, and he was about to admit defeat directly. But if you want to look at the evidence, it's not impossible. Ron said calmly, but this is up to you to see. I don't care about the consequences. After saying this, Lelut at the prisoner's cliff trembled. The meaning of this sentence is basically the same as what the silver-haired kid said before he killed Batut. There must be some serious consequences, maybe it will implicate myself. Lelut felt that her heart was about to explode and was about to jump out. She wanted to stop it with a terrified face, but found that Ron had already made a move. Whizzing! Accompanied by several bursting sounds, before everyone reacted. Boom! The sound of things breaking apart made Chahu tremble all over. At this moment, the bottom of the trap tower. Crack! Coxcomb head Libo crushed the biscuit in his hand, and jumped up from his seat with a bang. What's going on here? I'm seeing the most exciting place. Looking at the snowflakes on the big screen, Lieber's glasses of the same style as Leorio's are crooked and he doesn't know it. He just feels that he is about to miss a lot of hot spots, and the next part is the climax of the show. This is unbearable for a person who especially likes TV programs. Director, it seems to be Ron who smashed all the monitors in the venue. Ha, one of the two generals replied cautiously. I'm not blind, of course I saw it. Ribber's face was expressionless, but his tone was full of irritability. Is there a way I can post footage of that place now? I'm afraid it's not good for the director, all the installed monitors have been smashed. If we want to see their images, we have to wait until they go to the next selected location. Seeing Lieber's face getting more and more ugly, another second general, Huoha, summoned up his courage and said, but director, we can use the spare monitor. Backup monitor? This is the equipment that is activated only when the prisoner in the trap tower escapes. Director. The other person looked flustered, and before he could say anything to stop him, he heard Libo say in a final voice, that's it. But the director. No but. Hurry up and get ready. After being choked back by Libo, the two bowed slightly and retreated. After walking out of the room, they heard a little noise. Liber snorted coldly, picked up a bottle of happy water, and poured it down hard. No one can stop me from watching the movie, no. Inside the trap tower, a small number of 5-player arenas who obeyed the path of the majority vote. Okay, all the troublesome irrelevant personnel are gone now. Ron weighed some small stones left in his hand, and then tossed them casually. Ron, why did he smash all the monitor screens and microphones with stones? Gon was a little puzzled by Ron's approach. Who knows, but Ron must have his own motives for doing this. Leorio interjected, and then paid close attention to the development of 183 on the field. Kurapika and Killua on the side didn't speak, but their attention was completely on the ring. Papa Papa! The clear sound of clapping echoed over the ring. Ron rubbed his hands together to clean up all the stone residues, and put his left hand on his right shoulder. This is evidence. Chilla! There was the sound of clothes being torn, and Ron's broad shoulders appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He turned sideways slightly, turned to an angle where he could see the cliffs on both sides, and said slowly to Chalu, who had already fallen into a sluggish state. Now, do you understand what my evidence is? Kurapika stared at Ron's back and shoulders in a daze, the red light in his eyes. When Ron and the others participated in the 5-man arena on the road to the majority, Hisoka walked bored in the long corridor alone. The mechanism in the tower was very boring, and he was not even interested in letting him have a good time. When he knocked down a mechanism, he came to a room with his lips curled up. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Hisoka. Chapter 98. A young man in a fur vest with several scars on his face, sitting at the door leading to the next level, stopped Hisoka. His tone was very austere, like the gloomy cold air coming from under the 9 nethernesses, which made people feel creepy. Huh? Who are you? Hisoka looked at the surrounding environment, a little confused. I don't know the person in front of me, but I seem to have a little impression. In front of the big screen, Liber, who couldn't see the images of Ron and the others, could only watch Hisoka's movements to relieve his boredom. This is what he has been thinking about all the time. Do you want to take revenge on the examinee who came back? He also specifically begged me to set him as a barrier on the examinee's journey. Liber had heard about the attack on examiners by candidates last year. For a person who especially likes to watch dramatic conflict programs, such a request will naturally be readily granted. That's why Liber arranged the man with the animal skin and scar on his only way after seeing the agency selected by Hisoka. Well, it's not as good as Ron's upcoming Gao Chao, but it's enough entertainment to attract attention. The love-hate relationship between the examiner and the examinee, ho ho ho, just treat it as an appetizer before the main course. Thinking of this, Liber looked at the big screen and shouted towards the door, is the spare equipment ready? Debugging, director. You don't remember me, damn it. Hearing this, the man with the scarred animal skin fixed his eyes on Hisoka, and the deep hatred revealed in it, as if he wanted to eat Hisoka alive. Since last year's hunter test, I have only one thought, and that is to kill you. The man with the hide scar took out 2 scimitars from behind and swung them around in his hands. I practiced hard for half a year for this. The machete suddenly accelerated, like a cutting machine. Oh, there was a slight smile on the corner of Hisoka's mouth. Last year's hunter test, this keyword gave him an impression of the guy in front of him. I don't see any progress in you. The strength of the thought is still average, and the energy has not increased much. Humph. The wounds on my body, I must avenge my revenge today, let's take Hisoka, unlimited 4-knife style. The animal skin scarred man took out 4 scimitars as if he was juggling, and switched them alternately in the air. No matter how you look at this picture, you feel happy. It feels like this brain-twitching examiner has been practicing catching eggs in a circus for a year. Of course, all jokes are jokes, this infinite 4-knife trick is indeed powerful, and its speed and angle are both excellent. For the average nin player, it would be very dangerous to encounter this move, and even Hisoka's shoulder was accidentally injured. But will Hisoka be a normal nin? It's just that he hasn't seen this kind of attack method before, he just watched it a few times, and after getting familiar with it, isn't it easy to catch this kind of flying thing with the flexible love? With Hisoka's nasty personality, he likes to hit others the most, and see the desperate and painful expression of the other party. So, he pretended that the thing was very simple, which made the examiner, whose brain was not good at all, twitch even more. No. Impossible. I have been practicing hard for half a year, you are a monster, ah. With a howl, the life of doubt was finally hit by Hisoka, and the defense line in his heart completely collapsed. The revenge baby with 2 lines of tears streaming from the corners of his eyes was easily killed by Hisoka. It is so pathetic that even the restriction and oath of cursing Hisoka before death were not established when all the wool collapsed. It seems that your efforts have been in vain. Hisoka touched the shoulder slowly, and the shoulder that had a wound returned to its original appearance in an instant, and it was impossible to tell whether it was injured or not. The illusion of frivolity, but it is not even wrapped up, it is directly covered. Well, it relieved a little boredom. It would be great if Xiao Enan was here. This reminds me of the scene when I met him for the first time. The sound echoed in the empty corridor, and Hisoka continued to walk slowly towards the next destination. Now, do you understand what my evidence is? In the ring, when Ron said this sentence, no one had any words. The audience was silent, no one heard what Ron said, and all attention was focused on his right shoulder. A vivid spider tattoo, and the number 8 in the center. The two combined, plus Ron's previous commentary, let everyone know what the pattern means. Phantom Troop, member number 8. Ron, is he a member of Phantom Troop? Everyone was dazed by this fact, in such a quiet atmosphere. Pucha! At the prisoner's cliff, Lelouch lost the strength to stand on his feet, and sat down on the ground directly, his eyes filled with horror and a hint of despair. He's a member of Phantom Troop, that murder group, a member of Phantom Troop. No wonder his eyes are full of disregard for life. No wonder he knows so much about Phantom Troop. No wonder he turns off all the monitors shredded. At this moment, Lelouch understood everything, and she finally knew what the uneasiness in her heart was all about. The other party is the real member of Phantom Troop, blah, 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 blah. And the most important thing is that the other party revealed his identity as Phantom Troop in public, and smashed all the monitors. Such an action, as clever as Lelouch, how could he not understand the meaning of Ron's actions? He wanted to clean up all the people present who knew about this matter. That's why he revealed his identity so unscrupulously. Such actions are indeed in line with the style of the legendary Phantom Troop. Thinking of this, the despair in Lelouch's eyes became more and more intense. Now she hated Chihuahua so much that she actually provoked the real Tai Sui. Why don't you die sooner? And during Lelouch's mental activities, the sound made by her fall brought many people back to their senses. Chapter 99. How is this possible? Leorio opened his mouth wide, in disbelief. Ron, he's a member of Phantom Troop. Gon is also looking at the vivid spider pattern on Ron's right shoulder, which is infinitely more vivid than the tattoo on that chick's body. Even though Gon has never seen it, his intuition tells him that this is a real spider tattoo. Oh! Killua whistled, took his hands out of his trouser pockets, made a defensive posture, and watched the change of things attentively. Now he is still a killer, and his mind is extremely sensitive and delicate, so he has some thoughts similar to Lelouch's in his mind. Although it is unlikely to kill all 4 of them together, it is always a mistake to be careful. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. The 3 of them had different thoughts, but soon, a voice full of hatred and resentment attracted all their attention. Spider! Kurapika spoke softly, although the tone was light, but the engraved hatred contained in it made everyone tremble. 440 in his eyes now, the red light is completely shining, compared to the reaction when he saw Chahu's tattoo just now, it is a bit more thrilling and beautiful. One of the 7 beauties in the world, well-deserved reputation. You can't be wrong, this must be a real spider tattoo, a real phantom troop member, I finally found it. Hey, Kurapika, are you okay? Now Kurapika's state and violent mood swings made Leorio and Gon, 2 extremely sensitive people, instantly stop him in front of him. Calm down Kurapika, calm down first. How is it possible to calm down in this situation? Hide from me, I want to avenge my dead clansmen. The voice changed from deep to roaring, and Kurapika drew 2 wooden knives directly from behind. Judging by his expression, he was already on the verge of losing control. Wait a minute, Kurapika. Is there some misunderstanding? Ron doesn't look like the kind of criminal who slaughtered the whole family. Leorio tried to dissuade him. Leorio is right, I also feel that Ron is not a bad person. Gon also nodded vigorously. The murderous aura on him is not as much as mine, and he has killed many fewer people than me, Killua also added. That is to say, we reached the 3rd round together anyway. We can all see what Ron has done. You need to calm down first and ask him clearly when he comes back. Leorio said earnestly. He really didn't want his companions and friends to be blinded by hatred, and lead to a tragic event where relatives and enemies were happy. On the one hand, he really didn't think Ron had anything to do with the killing of the entire Kurapika clan. As he said, at any rate, we have gone through 3 rounds of tests together in the past 2 days, and we can basically see what he is like. Maybe Ron may be flawed in some way, but he is definitely not the kind of murderous super criminal. Killua also said that Ron's murderous intent is not as good as his picture. To put it bluntly, there should be quite a few Kurapika tribesmen, right? If Ron really participated in this incident, he must have been stained with the blood of many Kuluta tribesmen, and the murderous aura he displayed must be quite a lot. So, Leorio really thinks that there is some kind of misunderstanding. Ron, like the prisoner, is a counterfeit. Although looking at the tattoo on his back, the probability of being a counterfeit is very low. But even if he is a real phantom troop member, it is very likely that he has not participated in the incident of the Kurapika tribe. On the other hand, take a 10,000 step back, and say, if Ron is really that kind of phantom troop who disguises so well, kills too many people, kills so much that even Killua can't see it, and his hands are covered with the blood of the Kurita tribe member. Then Leorio has to stop Kurapika. In the first round of testing, the second round of testing, and the airship, Ron fought against Hisoka, killed 7 wild boars with 1 blow, and was able to fight against President Netero. With such strength and danger in the opponent, how could Leorio allow Kurapika to lose his mind and die in vain? You know, with the strength of the 4 of them, even Hisoka can't beat him, let alone Hisoka can't win Ron who is stronger than him. The other party has the ability to master such a strange power as Nin. So, no matter what, Kurapika must be restrained first. Even in the worst case, you have to save your own life first, bear the humiliation and pass the hunter test, get the license and get the qualification to practice Nin before talking about other things. So, Leorio threw the briefcase aside, Gon put the fishing rod aside, and the 2 faced Kurapika who lost his mind, and waited for it. I said, don't stop me, let me. Snapped. With a crisp sound, in the astonished eyes of Leorio and Gon, Kurapika rolled his eyes, the fiery red light disappeared, and his whole body limply fell to the ground. Okay, won't this save a lot of trouble? Killua indifferently took back the hand knife that hit the back of Kurapika's head. His mood swings are so violent now, he can't listen to what he says, the most serious thing is to let him calm down first. In this regard, Gon and Leorio were speechless, then nodded, and then turned to look at the development of the venue. In the arena. The moment Chick saw the tattoo on Ron's back, he was speechless. He is absolutely sure that this tattoo is real, because he has seen the real appearance of this tattoo. That was when he hadn't started defrauding and the plastic surgery had just failed. At that time, because he had a face that people hated ghosts, he was not welcome everywhere, and everyone hated him. So, under extreme grief and anger, he spent all his wealth and bought a pack of powerful explosives, intending to rush into the largest shopping mall in the city and take revenge on the society with the last killing of his life. As a result, things were so unexpected. When he rushed into the venue, before he had time to detonate the bomb, he saw a scene that he would never forget. Chapter 100. It was a brawny man wearing animal skin pants and a vest he snatched from a mall. The muscle density on his body was so strong that it exploded, and his wild silver long hair was still fresh in his memory. Then, he saw the most shocking scene. That strong man pierced through all the floors with a single punch, causing a huge commotion. At that time, Chia, who had no intention of throwing bombs, and retreated to the side in a panic, and then heard a few indistinct conversations in the dust and smoke. What super destructive punches, like this again, and so on, seemed to be complaining voices. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he happened to see a spider-like pattern on the back of the strong man's tattered vest. Then, he became concerned about this, and at the same time, after seeing the demeanor of that strong man, he also planted a seed in his heart. Later, I learned from the news on TV that the person who made trouble in the mall that day was the legendary Phantom Troop. After hearing the title of Phantom Troop, Chahua was moved. First, I resold the dynamite, and I got a tattoo of a spider on my back. It is said that the biggest unique sign of Phantom Troop is the spider tattoo on his back. Although it doesn't look as agile as that strong man, but in the eyes of people who have never seen it, it is enough to confuse the real one. Then, under the name of Phantom Troop, he started his own scam. He also gave himself a nickname Destruction King. It was inspired by the Super Destruction Punch. Because Phantom Troop's name is really scary, but it really got him a few times. Later, in order to increase the credibility, he also implanted a steel plate into his right hand in line with that so-called Super Destruction Fist. Although it can't play the power of that strong man, it is enough to scare those guys who have never seen the world. In this way, his deception performance became more and more perfect, and he enjoyed a fortune. It's just that I often walk by the river without getting my shoes wet. In the end, I still can't escape the fate of being arrested and locked in this trap tower. Then, sadly, I met the real Phantom Troop members. The spider pattern on the shoulder of the young man in front of him is almost exactly the same as the spider pattern on the back of the big man, so he was able to recognize it immediately. A real member of Phantom Troop. It is the same level as that strong man, maybe even above him. I actually tricked a member of the real Phantom Troop. Chirp felt that his throat was blocked and uncomfortable, and he couldn't speak a word. And the whole body was cold and stiff, unable to make any reaction at all. Okay, I've seen the evidence, so do you have anything else to say? On the field, after showing the sashimi, Ron took out a black windbreaker from the space backpack and put it on, and walked casually towards Shawa. Ho 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 ho! Chia looked at Ron's approaching footsteps, feeling that the god of death was approaching him step by step. His eyes were extremely frightened. His exhalation became heavier and heavier, and he felt a little out of breath. Finally, a final sound came from his throat. Hi! Pa-ta! Under Ron's unexpected gaze, Chiha's voice made an unknown sound, and then he rolled his eyes and fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. Did you actually scare yourself to death? Using the circle to perceive Chirp's physical condition, Ron was a little speechless. This guy is so timid, he dares to cheat with such a small courage. Ron didn't despise chatter, he despised people who were successfully fooled by chatter. To be fooled by such a guy, how low is the IQ of that group of people? This guy is dead. According to the rules of the game, we won. After casually taking out a deception intermediate skill book from Shawa, Ron didn't even bother to slap it on his forehead, threw it into the space backpack, and said to the prisoner on the cliff. While talking, Ron picked up a few small stones again, and looked at Saija, Lei Lut, and others who seemed to know what Ron wanted to do, with panicked faces. Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 piercing sounds sounded, and then there was the sound of stones piercing through the body. The look of despair in the eyes of Lei Lut and the others had not dissipated before they lost their spirits. But if you look carefully, you can still see the faint meaning of relief. To be imprisoned in this trap tower for more than 100 years is actually no different from death. It's just that all of them are masters who spare their lives, and they have the condition that the hunter test can reduce their sentences, which makes them linger on until now. However, with their nearly 200 years in prison, even if all 72 years were reduced, it would be useless. They may expect that candidates will come every few years to reduce all their punishments. But with Lieber's bad taste and the mentality of watching TV programs, they will never let them get what they want. What he likes most is seeing the moment when other people's hopes are shattered and transformed into complete despair. And they are felons who want to get out with a complete commutation? Don't be kidding. Perhaps the prisoners also knew it in their hearts, but they were still deceiving themselves like ostriches with their heads buried in the sand. But Ron's little stone turned all their self-deception and illusions into nothing. Ron, he killed the whole group, and it was so clean. Leorio swallowed, and said a little uncomfortable. They're all criminals who deserve to die, and it's nothing more than a big deal. Killua rested his arms behind his back, and didn't have any other thoughts. Well, Leorio also knows this is the case, and he is not a pedantic person. In the original version, Killua dug out the heart of that dismemberment expert Johnny, and Leorio just praised and surprised Killua's strength, nothing unusual. Because what Killua said was right, that group of people was meant to be sterilized. There was indeed nothing wrong with Ron's approach, but his current identity was a little sensitive, which made Leorio unconsciously think too much. This is human nature.